I think it will probably burn off. There is a little bit of blue sky up there, but it's definitely you can feel the change in the season. So as we come down now, they're just hitting the yellow boys now. Lanes 1 and 2 are neck and neck. I'm going to call that Wire Out, Jack Stevens is... no, look, they literally are together. But Way Out's on lane number 9, and he's a quick look across there. Quick look across, lane number 9 from Cromwell, Matthew King. He's comfortably got a couple of lengths, and he's actually really moving that boat quite nicely. Going along very nicely. He is going to take it, so he should remember that the first 3 progress. We come back down now, and it's all just in front is lane number 2 of lane 3, but there's nothing in it. Nothing in it. So Will Stevens, I'll get this right, Will Donovan is just going to take Jack Stevens. Yes, there we go. So over the line in a couple more strokes. There we go. That's our winner, Matthew King. Second is Will Donovan, and third is Jack Stevens. So they are our 1, 2, 3. Next over the line from St. Thomas of Canterbury, in lane number 7, we have Xavier Ainsey, and then Burnside go over the line, Sam Lamont, and now over the line now in lane number 6, Christchurch Boys High School's Ben Harris, and then there's a plethora of boats coming through now. So that's our first race of the day, and that's a nice race to get under the way. So 1, 2, and 3 progress to the A final. 4, 5, and 6 go through to the B final. So next we have again, we're still with the boys under 17 single sculls. 1, 2, 3 go to the A final. 4, 5, 6 the B final. Let's look at who's rowing. This is a slightly smaller field. We've got Burnside High School, Emmanuel Landon Lane in lane number 2. Lane 3, North End 1, Sean Brosnan. Lane 4, Waihopa 1, Declan Crombie. Lane 5, Cromwell 2, Harrison Mills. 6 is Wakatipu 1, Marley King Smith. 7, Timaru 1, James Patterson. And lane number 8, St. Bede's College 2, Harrison Staples. So, great to see here. We're going to pick them up now, and I can see that we've got... oh yes, this field is really quite spread, but we've got 3 boats coming through, and Timaru are up there, but it is the crew just inside of them, which is Wakatipu, who's got the lead. Lanes number 1, 2, 3 are well back. I think lane number 1 is currently, actually, to be fair to them, sitting in 4th. But the leading 3 is the St. Bede's crew, the Timaru rower, and Wakatipu. So as we come down, St. Bede's, Harrison Staples is sitting in 3rd place. Timaru, James Patterson, is sitting in 2nd. And let me just make sure I've got this right. Wakatipu. Lane number 6, Wakatipu's Marley King Smith is actually really moving that boat quite nicely, rating well. Got a nice little kick just on the end there. He's really just that last little bit of drive, and he's moving that very well. I'll be comparing the time to the first heat. So the first race was 7:50, let's call it 7:59. And he's got 3-4 lengths over Timaru. So as we come across now in lane 6, quick look across. He knows where he is. He's well and truly into the boys. We've got maybe 20 metres to go. And there he goes to take the win. Marley King Smith is going to go over the line shortly. Timaru will be second. That is lane number 7 from Timaru, James Patterson. He's got 25 metres to go. There's a bit of a race coming in for third, but currently in the single from St. Bede's, coached by Dale Marr, lane number 8. We have Harrison Staples, well done, and making a great charge down here. He's really got away in lane number 2. Lane number 2, Emmanuel Landon Lane, is going to come through, and he's really done some good work there to get through, and he's going to get 4, so he'll be gutted, but there's a race there, and let me see the time what I can give. Oh, it's a good time. 7:52, so nearly 7:53. So you can certainly see that there's some good work gone in there, and that's going to be an interesting race to watch tomorrow. We've got another heat number 3. This is the final heat, and actually now I've got the live stream on, which is fantastic. Good morning, everyone. And there we see the mist down at the start. But you can see that even though there's a little bit of fog there, you can clearly see through to the 1,000 meters. So excellent work there, getting this live stream up and running, and they'll be getting them into position. But let's try and pick up this next race, and I'll just tell you who's rowing in this next one. Again, 1, 2, 3 go the A final, 4, 5, 6 the B. We've got in lane 2 Shirley Boys High School's Tom Hearn. Lane 3 Ashburton 1 Henry Wallace. Lane 4, St. Thomas of Canterbury 2, Jack Wassell. In 5, Wanaka 1, Jem Curtis. Lane 6, St. Bede College 3, Leighton Carr. In 7, Wakatipu 2, Sam McTanamy. And lane 8, Timaru Boys High School, William Talbot. And that's coached by Brian Smith. A big shout out to Brian Smith. Hi, Bri. Hope you're well. Haven't caught up for a while. We really need to. So here we go. Yes, again, we've got a bit of a split across these crews. But coming through, let's look on the outside. On the outside lane, Timaru, William Talbot, is having a good ding-dong battle with through the middle in those Wanaka colours of Jem Curtis. So there are 1 and 2. 3 and 4, there's going to be a battle for 3rd and 4th as well. I'm just going to come back. That's looking like St. Thomas of Canterbury in lane number 3. Sorry, apologies, Ashburton. Ashburton in lane number 3. And over in lane 7, Wakatipu Sam McCann Atomy. God, that's a difficult name to say this time in the morning. But anyway, as we come through, looking on the far side, and he's got a lovely long stretch there in that single. In lane number 8, Timaru Boys High School's Will Talbot. Will Talbot has got a couple of lengths, so he's going to be lining up for the win in this heat. Second place is in lane number 5. Lane number 5, that's Wanaka's Jem Curtis. So that's our 1 and 2. That's our 1 and 2. William Talbot, Timaru Boys High, and lane 5, second. There he goes, he's over the line. And second, Jem Curtis, over the line now. Coming into third, in lane number 3, is Ashburton's Henry Wallace. So that's our 1, 2, 3. 4 over the far side. Let me pick them up, make sure I've got it right. In lane 7 is Wakatipu's Sam, I'm not going to try your surname again, it's just too early. And let's see who's going to come through. There's going to be a good battle here for 5th and 6th. Lane number 4 is going to come through. Lane number 4 has come through. That's St. Thomas of Canterbury. And there's been a great charge from Shirley Boys High School. Tom Hearn, he got a good level of support from the boys down at the bank there, calling him on. So well done. He's made that next final, so well done indeed. That's the boys under 17 single sculls. Good support there from Shirley Boys High School. And we've got the girls under 17 coxed 4, heat number 1. Quickly running through them before I pick up the race. Christchurch Girls High School 2, Nelson 1, Columba College 1, Rangiruru Schools 1, and Ashburton 1. So there's 2 heats in this. It's the first 4 who go through to the A final, plus the next fastest crew. So as we go along here, let me see who I can pick up. through the binoculars, and it's Rangi Ruru. Rangi Ruru have got a very comfortable lead. Looking back down the field, remember it's the first 4 going through with the next fastest. Just giving you the time on that last heat as well. It was 7:47, so they got quicker. But as we come through, the Rangi Ruru crew in lane number 6, Phoebe, Alice, Nicole, Georgie, and coxed by Annabelle Wynne Williams. They've got 5 lengths over the lane number 5 crew of Wairau. And then just back from them there, that's looking like Nelson. Sorry, lane number 5 is Columba College. So Rangi are going to take the win. Then we've got Columba College in lane 5. And then in lane 4, we have Nelson 1. So that's our 1, 2, 3. And Rangi have got a good lead as they drive through. Nelson are putting some work in now just to close up. And in the 4th place, which becomes important to make the aim final, in lane number 3 is Christchurch Girls High School. So they are our 1, 2, 3, 4. So as we come across the line now, that's Columba getting second. Rangi got the win. And then we look now to Nelson getting third. And Christchurch Girls High School 4th. So that's some good work there. That's the first heat. Let me see if I can give you the time. 7:29 for first place and 16 seconds back. So as I come up to the screens, there we go. Yes, they're just over the line and just, I think, congratulating each other. So there's another heat coming down. And I'll just see if we can pick them up through the live feed. But this is going to be closer for 1 and 2. And again, let's have a look at who's racing. In the girls under 17 Cox 4, we've got Marion College 1, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Wairau 1, Rangi Ruru Girls School 2, and Oamaru 1. So Marion is Madison, Lily, Faya, Imogen, Maeve, and it's coached by Izzy Crowther and Chloe Hagland. Christchurch Girls High School, we've got Jessie, Katie, Isabel, Lucy, coxed by Pippa Ford, and that's Dave Lindstrom and Richard Barnett. Wairau, we've got Molly, Emma, Lexi, Daisy Vavasaur, that's a name we know, and Elizabeth Bowron, he's coxing. Sam O'Neill is obviously coaching. So I'm going to pick up the race. We've got Rangi Ruru next. Just give that crew: Abigail, Arabella, Caitlin Muir, Francesca, Emma Townsend is coxing, and then finally we've got Oamaru 1, Zoe, Athena, Brooke, Bailey, Peyton, Dixon is coxing. So there's 3 boats in this. The first 4 will go through, and as I pick them up now, we're still in the red, boys. We've got the green and white of Wairau battling it out with the Rangi Ruru crew. I think that's the Rangi 2 crew, it is indeed. So they've just got their noses in front. There's not much in it, but they've certainly got canvas in front. Just back there then, we've got the Christchurch Girls High School crew. So they'll be looking to come through in third at the moment. And there is going to be a battle between the other 2 crews as I put my binoculars on right down the inside lane. Marion College. Go Marion. Saw them travelling down yesterday. And outside there is Oamaru 1. I think Oamaru have just got their noses in front. But right now, this is a good race coming down to the back. Wairau have got the lead at the moment. And it's really going to say, hey, is someone going to put a kick on and try and close that up? But Wairau have just stretched it a smidgen as they're coming through. The Rangi crew are looking a little... They're battling, probably losing a little bit of shape. Keep those eyes in the boat. They've got a high rate there. Wairau running on a lower rate, but they're holding that stroke longer. And they're Yes, they're definitely managing that gap. They're not being put under any pressure. And just coming into third place, as I say, in lane number 4. Lane number 4 is that Christchurch Girls High School crew. So, as we come down now, we've got 50 metres to go. They've stretched out just a little bit. They've now got a boat length. They're keeping that power on longer. Well done, Wairau. As they come across in lane 5, they've got 10 metres to go. And here we come. Oh, that's a good chase from lane 4. Lane 4 have really put under pressure. And they're going to... Oh, I think they're going to nick second. So there we go. Rangi dropped into third place. That's my call, but I could be wrong. Into third place. And Wairau won. And Christchurch Girls High School did some great work in that last 50 metres. So as we come through here, Marion College, big shout out to Marion College. They've done a nice bit of work through there, through that final 750 in lane number 3. Marion College have come through and they are going to take the 4th place for the final. And that is, they'll be very pleased with that. I'll see if I can give you the time. The time we're picking up is 7:36. There we go, 7:36.9. 3 seconds back for second place and 0.53 for third. I don't have the name, the confirmation of who it is, but we'll be looking at that. Certainly the first heat, race number 4, was Rangi, Columba, Nelson, Christchurch Girls and Ashburton. Oh, and here we go. Yes, it was indeed. Wairau won, take the win. Christchurch Girls go second, and with Christchurch Girls going second, which is fantastic. That would have just pushed the Rangiruru Girls School 2 into third place. So, well done. We're looking forward. I think that's going to be an interesting final with those times there. And you can see on the live stream, for those who are tuning in, that the lake's looking pretty good. There's a very gentle, very gentle breeze. And it really is, although it's obviously not a scorching summer's day, I think that the cloud's going to burn off. Oh, and there we have a lovely view of the magnificent... oh, there it is. That's better. That's the lake. That's what we want to see. There's the lake, and that's where the coaches meet, and we can see some rowers working their way down. That's the bay that they do their warm-up pieces in. You'll see the island just there, and there's a safety boat. So they have to obviously duck inside that island and just do their warm-up pieces in there. And it looks like there's been a little bit of action there for the safety boats. And we'll just follow that through, but it looks like everyone's okay. Could well have been a mechanical failure there, but let's hope they're okay. That was F6, so that's... I'm going to say that's Noah Rose and Ollie Eden, but don't hold me to that. But that is F6. That's Shirley Boys High School. So Noah and Ollie might have had a little issue there. I hope they're okay. I'm sure they are. They'll be looked after by the wonderful safety crews. That could have been the reason for our delay. So let's look at the boys under 15 double sculls. We've got Oamaru 1, Christchurch College 1, Timaru Boys High School 1, Wairau 1, Burnside High School 1, Shirley Boys High School 2, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Canterbury 1 and Wakatipu 1. Let's just look at some of the names here. So from Oamaru 1 we've got Nye Jones Hogan and Patrick Spillane. Sure, he's writing novels as we speak. Christ College we've got George Matthews and Sam Hales. Timaru Boys High School, Riley Dan and Ben Allen. Wairau 1, Lorenzo Muir and Logan Flight. Burnside High School 1, Kwaba Matua and Roman Stevens. Shirley Boys High School, Noah Rose and Ollie Eden. But as I say, I think that they are, unless they're taking them back down the other end, I think they're out. Christchurch Boys High School, Riley Jones and Danny Webb. And Canterbury 1, Harry Pearce, Hugh Thompson. And Wakatipu 1, Sebastian Watson and McKellar Thornton. So as we see, there's actually a boat just coming across there. So they're still getting them lined up. Maybe there was a little issue in the warm-up area there. And it looks like they're bringing the race numbers out for me now. You can just see that, which is great. That always helps. I know what race we've got and what race is lining up, which is very, very handy. So just coming back to that previous race there where we had Wairau go over, that was 7:36. And it was 3 seconds back to second place, and then 0.05 for third place. So they literally got pipped on the line there. So that was a nice finish, and we'll look forward to seeing that race tomorrow, because I think there's going to be some close action. So as we come through, there's lane number 5 is just getting in the box. That is Burnside High School in the boys under 15 double sculls. I believe there is only one heat in this, as they're all going to the final. So that's actually really good, because it gives them that opportunity in these smaller double sculls. Obviously just the two of them, and they're pretty young rowers to be getting down in their double sculls. And it looks like they're away. Yep, oh, they're away. Burnside got a little bit delayed start, I think, because they were so late to the blocks. So they definitely took a little wobble there to get going, but they're all underway. The safety boat is, the umpire boat is coming across, and this is race number 6, the boys under 15 double sculls. The umpire boat comes across. The boat handlers there get up and have a little stretch. They've got a long day ahead of them, but I'm sure they'll enjoy their morning tea. And as we make our way down, it's looking like lane number 3, Timaru Boys High School's Riley Dan, has made a very nice start. I think he's just got the lead at the moment, but there's nothing much in it for the first 500. We'll look over on the other side. It looks like lane number 8 is just drifting across, or it could be lane number 9. So it's either Harry or it's Sebastian, who just need to straighten up, and the umpire's gone over there now, as I can see, and he'll be having a little word, just keeping them sorted. So as we're coming down now, the next race will get lined up, which if I just quickly look at it for you, is the girls under 15 coxed quadruple sculls, and we've got a full field. But let's concentrate on this as they come down. Oamaru, Nye Jones Hogan, Christ College, George Matthews, Timaru Boys High School, Riley Dan, Wairau 1, Lorenzo Muir and Logan Flight, Burnside High School, Quabar Matua and Roman Stevens, Shirley Boys High School, I think they're out, Christchurch Boys High School, Riley Jones and Danny Webb, Canterbury 1, Harry Pierce and Hugh Thompson, and last but not least, Wakatipu 1, Sebastian Watson and McKella Thornton. So as we can see them coming down now, there is definitely a bit of a split in this field, and we look on the outside there, we can see that there's only a couple of crews that have just dropped back, but this is going to be a good fight here. Looking on the outside crews, that's Wakatipu we're picking up here, right on the outside, with Canterbury just inside them and Christchurch Boys High School. So Wakatipu appear to be dragging those along, which is great, and they're making a nice start to this, keeping themselves in the race. Looking across, I'm going to say that as I called it earlier, the Timaru Boys High School pair of Riley Dan and Ben Allen, as I go back through the binoculars now and picking them up, yes, they've made a nice start. Lanes 4 and 5, which is Wairau 1 and Burnside High School, are just back off the pace. But lanes 1, 2, 3, as we run it here, Oamaru, Christ College and Timaru Boys High School are very much in the race. And as we pick it up back on the screen now, you can see it's the Timaru crew who we're watching here. Oh, and the live coverage has just dropped out for me. Oh, we're back on now, which is great. And they're coming through. So they're absolutely in the mix here. There's nothing between these two crews as we look at the Timaru pair. Timaru Boys, they've got the lead. They've got the lead as they come across at the 1,000-metre mark, and we're going to stay with them, hopefully for a little while. Wakatipu, who had gone away, out on the outside lane have just been pulled back by those Canterbury and Christchurch Boys High crew. But Timaru, and they are moving that really quite well. Just on the inside here, inside of them, we've got Christ College and Oamaru 1. So it's going to be a good race. It's going to be close, but I think Timaru have got the distance at the moment, and the outside crew of Wakatipu have been closed back up by Christchurch Boys High School. So that's excellent work from Riley Jones and Danny Webb. In lane number 3, though, Riley Dan and Ben Allen have got a lead, and let's see if they can hold on to it. I think it's a good lead they have got. It really is. But it's just a little bit challenging comparing them to that lane number 9. And so there's a little race in itself going on between Christchurch Boys High School, Canterbury 1 and Wakatipu. They're in the mix. They're all going to go through to the final anyway. So this is a great hit out. As we see race number... That appears to be race number 8 that's got underway, but I'll check that with you later. Let's concentrate on the race we're on now, which is race number 6. The boys under 15 double sculls. And I'll rely back on the binoculars now, and it is the Timaru crew who've gone away from those other crews around them. Lane 4 and 5 are well back. So Timaru Boys High School, Riley Dan and Ben Allen. They've not got it all their own way, though, because way out on the far side there, the Wakatipu 1 pair of Sebastian Watson and McKellar Thornton. They appear to have gone away again from the other crews with them. So I think maybe they had a little wobble for a minute and let everyone else catch up, and then they've just got their noses back in front now. But this Timaru crew has got a great lead on the lanes 1 and 2. Inside of them, that's the Christ College and Oamaru. Oamaru, Nye Jones Hogan and Patrick Spillane, and George Matthews and Sam Hales. So they're going to be battling out, I think, for that 3rd and 4th position. 3rd, 4th and 5th. But Timaru... They're keeping their eyes in the boat there, and they're coming through. They're just leaving the red boys as we hit the yellow boys. That's 2:50 to go. They can take a look across, and this is going to definitely close up for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. So I'm going to have my work cut out. But what we can say right now is Timaru Boys High School have got a comfortable lead. Timaru Boys High School have got a comfortable lead, and they're coming down with 100 metres to go in lane number 3. Let's look out. Wakatipu are definitely ahead of the lane number 7 in a fantastically coloured uniform. Lane number 7, that's Christchurch Boys High School, pair of Riley Jones and Dan Webb. They're, I think, holding on to 3rd. So here we go. Let's just get Timaru over the line first of all. So Timaru are coming down. Well done, boys. That's a good row. You come back and do it all again tomorrow. 2nd place is closing up down on the inside here. Lane number 1. Lane number 1, that's Oamaru, have put a great piece of work in, and they've come. So over they go. Timaru go over. On the inside, lane number 1, these boys have really put it in, and they've done well. That's Nye Jones Hogan and Patrick Spillane. That is fantastic work. There's a big charge as well from lane number 2. Really have lifted their rate. That's Christ College. But it's going to go on the outside. Let's have a look. It's Wakatipu. They're just holding on. I think they got... Yes, they are. They're going to hold on. And then Christ College come through. And then in that magnificent racing attire they've got on that far side, lane number 7 is Christchurch Boys High School. Now, if I'm not mistaken... That is a fundraising effort, so we can always support that and say well done. So coming through now is Wairau. They appear to have lost their number, and Burnside High School in line number 5. So lane 5 is Burnside High School, just after the Wairau 1 pair of Lorenzo and Logan. So there we go. As we pick up now the 1,000 meters in race number 7, the girls under 15 coxed quadruple sculls. And in this heat 1, so 2 heats, 3 heats. First 3 to the A final, next 3 to the B final. We've got Nelson 1, Otago Girls High School, Marian College 1, Villa Maria College 1, Waihopa 2, Rangiruru Girls School 2, Wakatipu 2, North End 1 and Cromwell 2. So there we got a little bit of coverage now. You're just seeing that other race coming through. So it's the girls under 15 Cox quadruple schools. Let's see if I can pick them up through the binoculars, and it looks like it's a good race here. Rangiruru are in the mix. Wairau just picking there, and on the inside, lane 3 is Marian College are in the mix. Marian College, go Marian. Let's have a quick look, see if I can get some names onto this for you. So Marian College is Nyla, Charlotte, Georgia, Cara and Rosie Richards coxing. They're right in the mix here, and let's see who's... Oh yeah, that looks like... And is there anyone outside of them? No, they're racing against the Rangiruru crew. And let's look at Rangi. We've got Sophie, Alice, Sophie, Alexa Crosby and Cox by Liv Barnett. So they're in the mix as well, but it is currently in the girls under 15 Cox quadruple schools. Marian College in lane number 3. Lane number 7, Wakatipu. Look at, oh no, it's coming on the inside. Let's look on the inside now. That's Nelson. Nelson have dragged the Otago girls with them. There's going to be a good battle for this 2nd and 3rd spot. With Rangi, Nelson, Otago girls school, and who's that there as well? We've got Villa Maria. They're all going to be in the mix for that 3rd place, but have gone away in lane number 3. Yes, they're actually moving it really nicely. They're lane number 3, Marian College of Nyla, Charlotte, Georgia, Cara, Cox by Rosie Richards, and we can hear some support down there, and they are coming through, but there is going to be a great battle. 2nd place, Nelson have done a great piece of work in lane number 1. Nelson are going to come through and take 2nd, so Nelson are in 2nd place. 3rd, I can't tell it for you yet, but here we go. Marian College in lane 3 are going to take the win. Nelson are going to take 2nd. Who's come through? Oh yes, they've come through Rangiruru, and here they are in lane number 2. They've got their noses in front. That's Otago girls. So there we go. Over the line, Marian College. Next, Nelson, and they've charged ahead. They've upped the rating, and coming through in lane number 2 is Otago Girls High School. Then we go to Villa Maria. Then we go to Rangi. And over on the far side, now I pick up in lane number 8, North End. Whoa. And there is still 3 boats on the water. So I'm actually going to say making the B final is going to be in lane number 7, the Wakatipu 3. Scarlett, Izzy, Lily and Ashlyn. Coxed by Millie Ulrich. So that is our first heat of the girls under 15 coxed quadruple schools. We now look at the next heat, which is on the water. I'll run through the crews and just give you some names if I can. So Canterbury 1, we've got Lucy, Gemma, Abby, Poppy and Casey Klein coxing. Waihopa, Hannah, Maria, Holly, Ella, Madison, McGarity coxing. Rangiruru Girls High School, Izzy, Pippa, Abby, Brooke, Grace O'Connor coxing. North End 2, Sienna, Elsie, that's a great name, Elsie, love that name. Liesel, Stella and Xanthi Payne is coxing. Cromwell 1, we've got Isaiah, Tori, Amelia, Alia, and Elizabeth Engstrom is the cox. Wakatipu, Evie, Tessa, Pippa, Kate, Jemima McKay Lund is coxing. Warau 1, Izzy, Harriet, Stella, Eliza, Tessa Unwin is the cox. Villa Maria College 2, Malakia, Harriet, Gemma, Caitlin, Vivian Scott Cox, and last but not least, Craighead Diocesan School 1, Olivia Lily, Isla, Annabelle, and Lulu Kasperitz is the cox. Right, there we go. All happening, and they're well and truly on the way as we see another race start, which would have been race number 9. It is indeed. Let's just see the time from that last race. 8:04. 8:04 is the winning time. So let me just jot that down as 8:04 so I can compare. And I'm picking them up now through the binoculars. And again, we've got a little bit of a spread, but down on the inside, they've snuck over the border. It's Kashmir. They're under the under the Canterbury. They're under Canterbury crew, but that's definitely Kashmir colours. I'm sure it is. Wakatipu in the mix, right on the far side there. We're picking up Craighead. Craighead right on the far side. I'm going to say they are battling for second and third, but there's nothing much in it against the Wakatipu crew. Yeah, I think they're lane 6. Anyway, coming down. H1, Canterbury 1 is what it says. Lucy, Gemma, Abby, Poppy, and coxed by Casey Klein. They've got a good lead, a very comfortable lead, and they are looking strong. They are moving that boat very well, very much together. Nice hand position there. Keeping their eyes in the boat. In lane number 1, they've driven out and really have kept extending that lead, and they're not letting up at all. Well done, girls. That's good work. Remembering this is the under 15 Cox quadruple schools. Superb going, and they're going to go over the line shortly. They've definitely taken the lead. Well done. That's a big win in race number 8. 7:47. Woo! 7:47. Let's look across, and there's a battle for second and third on the far side. Lane number 9 battling with lane 6. Lane 6 is that Wakatipu crew, and they've just come through. They've just come through Wakatipu, and are they going to hold on? Craighead Diocesan School. They're just holding on for third place, and fourth is going to be in lane 5. Lane 5, Cromwell are going to come fourth. Fifth will be Rangiru in lane 3, and sixth would be Wairau in lane 7. Wairau in lane 7. There we go. They're Rangi over the line. Now, and then we go Wairau, and then on the inside here in lane number 2, just having a battle, lane number 2. That's why Hoper with North End. So there we go. That's the second heat, and that's a quick time, 7:47. 8:04 was the first one. I haven't got it obviously confirmed yet, but that is the time they're telling me on the screen. As we go to the race number 9, which is on the water. And that's the girls under 15 Cox quadruple schools. So again, we've got Craighead, Eden, Ava, Emily, Amber, and Mackenzie Walker coxing. Villa Maria College, Sophie, Piper, Aviana, Jessica, and Kira Thiel is coxing. Burnside High School, Elizabeth, Fern, Olivia Moriarty, Poppy, and Abby May is the cox. Christchurch Girls High School, Greta, Quinn, Marianne, Charlie and Zoe Sullivan, coxing. Marion College, Hannah, Harriet, Charlotte, Sienna, Annabelle Brown, cox. St Margaret's College, Lily, Tilly, Bianca, Jessica and Rosa Turner, cox. Rangiroos Girls School 3, Scarlett, Maya, Micaiah, Kate and Bridget Pye is coxing. Wakatipu 2, Madeline Harvey, Emma, Cameron, Molly and Katie Battrick is the cox. And last but not least, Avonside Girls High School, Georgia, Chloe, Ruby, Anika, Georgia Houghton is the cox. So, picking them up, see if I've got them on the screen, and I don't have them on the screen, but I've got them in my binoculars, and this is going to be a good race as well. I can see Rangiruru, I can see St Margaret's in the middle of the field. Down on the inside though, in lane number 3, that's looking Burnside High School. Yes, it is. Burnside High School are absolutely in the mix here. Looking on the far side, I'm going to call that's Wakatipu. Wakatipu are leading, but there's 4 boats to play here. Rangi are just slightly back. St Margaret's are slightly back in the middle. Down on the inside, Burnside High School. Burnside High School are holding in 2nd spot, but there's going to be a battle for that 3rd and 4th between St Margaret's and Rangiruru. So down in lane number 3, Burnside High School, big shout out to Burnside. They are in 2nd place, out on the far side, quietly going about their work. I'm going to call it on lane number 8. They've gone away from Avonside Girls, well and truly, but Wakatipu, Madeline, Emma, Cameron, Molly and Katie Battrick, they are right up with Burnside. I can't tell you, I'm going to say Burnside, it is neck and neck. It'll be close to see, but that crew in lane number 3, the Burnside crew, the green and white stripes, they're trying to charge them down, but Wakatipu are just holding on. They're going stroke for stroke. The battle for 3rd is coming down to Rangi, St Margaret's. Margaret's have just dropped off. There could be a late charge down on the inside here from lane number 1, which is Craighead, but I think they've left it too late. Oh, Burnside have answered and driven. Look at, while I was looking at those other crews, lane number 3 have just got their noses in front. That's a fantastic piece of work. They're looking across. Get the eyes back in the boat, girls. Don't look over there. Just keep getting through. Eyes in the boat. Lane number 3, they're going to do it. They've done it. Well done. And over on the far side in lane number 8, that's Wakatipu 2nd. I'll give you the time in a moment. We've had a little issue in the water there, but that was lane number 4. That's Christchurch Girls High School have stopped dead in the water. Rangiruru go over for 3rd, and then down on the inside, Craighead came through from nowhere for 4th. Oh, what lane was that? That was lane number 4. It was lane number 4. The Christchurch Girls High School crew, they caught a crab. It's cost them a place. I think I hope they've made the B final, because they were right up there. Oh dear. Let's look at the time. See if I've got the time yet. I don't think I have. So the previous race, I think we said, was 7:47. And 8:12 was that heat. 8:12. So we had 8:04, 7:47, and then 8:12. That's unofficial. That was race number 9. Race number 10, the boys under 18, coxless pair. Only 4 crews in this. Let's just go through them. They'll be on the water already. Is the boys under 18 coxless pair. We've got Otago Boys High, Grayson Small and Henry Kirk. Christchurch Boys High School 2, Hugo Westphal and Sean Templeton. Christchurch Boys 1, Ted Main and Tom Penberthy. Canterbury 1, George Higgins and William Anderson. So, they're all going to the final. This is the under 18 coxless pairs. There seems to be more in the field than what I'm going, unless they've gone to a different race. So you'll have to bear with me a second while I just make sure that I'm on the right one, because they look like singles to me. But anyway, let's see if I can pick them up on the screen on what's coming through. Oh. We might have to pick them up on the next camera further up. And we can see the crews there using the bank to load, getting the feet wet. But it's hey, it's great that we're rowing, and great that we've got events in there. It's also been driven home, I think, to all the coaches and all the crews that hey, they can't cross a boundary rope, and it is the pairs coming down. I can see them. There's just more in the field than what I've got on my sheet, so I apologise. I'm going to be a little bit, unless that's the girls under 18 double sculls. I'll have to look at the numbers when they come across, so just bear with me and I'll try and pick this up as it is. But as we come down into this slightly grey day, but at least we're rowing, which is wonderful. Let me get the binoculars on these and see what I can pick up. Not sure the boys under 18 has happened. I'll move that page out and then I'll go to the girls under 18 double sculls. I think they might have moved that boys under 18 race, so I apologise. We are into the girls under 18 double sculls. It's the first four make the A final and the next fastest. We have two heats of the girls under 18 double sculls. So I'll pick them up now. We've got Burnside High School way on the far side there. We're picking up Craighead again. Craighead appear to have their noses in front. Second place, Burnside High School. Then we're into the middle of the field, which is Wairau and North End. Outside of them is the Lavender of Villa Maria College. So they're our first five. I'm going to call it at the moment that Burnside High School in lane number 3, that's Briar Moriarty and Emily Ryle, are right up there battling with the Craighead crew in lane number 9 of Lucy Crawford and Emma Wood. There's nothing in it at the moment. We're going back to third place, which is Wairau, the Wairau pair of Liv Matthews and Holly Feltham. So that's our 1, 2 and 3. 4 is North End in lane 5. They're lane 5. But 1 and 2, and they've just got their nose in front now, is lane 3. Well done, the girls from Burnside High School, Briar Moriarty and Emily Ryle. They've got a length now, and they've actually upped their rating in that last 200 metres, and they're doing very well. They've gone away from them. Craighead couldn't stick with them. They've dropped back a couple of lengths now. They're still going to hold on to second. There's a good battle for third and fourth, and Wairau are looking like they're winning that by a length. North End are coming in behind them at fourth. Fifth is going to be Villa Maria, but they're being put under pressure by the crew in lane number 2. Lane number 2. So, Wairau have gone over the line. North End have gone over the line. K2, which was Meridian College. Well done. So the first 4 go through there. Just see if I can give you a time. 8:01 is the time we have for that. 8:01, 8 seconds back in second place, and a further 4 in third place. So that was a good race. Craighead just came into second there, and as I said, Burnside High School got the first. So this next race coming down, we've got Avonside Girls High School, Stella and Ash, Burnside Girls High School, Charlotte and Brielle, Wakatipu 1, Olivia and Kate, Craighead, Kate and Kate, Wairau 3, Sophie and Lexi, Marion College, Rosa and Bridget, Christchurch Girls High School, Georgia and Meredith, Wairau 1, Georgia Bacchus and Alice, and Villa Maria College's Sammy and Molly. So, a little bit of confusion there with the boys under 18 race not rowing, so I apologise. And there's a good spread in the field here. Certainly the first couple of lanes are in the mix. Yes, I'm going to say the first number 1, 2 and 4. Looking on the outside, there's the green and white of Wairau. So they're our leading crew. So let's see if I can pick up who is on the inside. We have Avonside Girls High School, Stella and Ash. Stella and Ash just outside of Stella and Ash in the Christchurch Girls. Row suits is Charlotte and Brielle. That's our 1 and 2. Lane number 1 is leading. Lane number 1, Avonside Girls. They've just got a canvas, maybe half a boat length from here. I'm going to say got half a boat length. Right on the far side there, we've got the Wairau crew of Georgia and Alice. They're, I think, just holding on to third, but they're coming under pressure from the crew in the middle, which is Craighead, Kate Harrison and Kate Mackenzie. So as we come down, we're into the yellow boys. The green and white crew in lane number 1, they have got a good length. Lane number 1, Stella Cook, Ash Fleming. They've just managed to drive away there. Lane number 2, but they've dragged them with them for lane 2. That's Christchurch Girls School, Charlotte and Brielle. They're going to get second. There's a good battle for third, but I'm calling it. It's Craighead in lane 4. Craighead in lane 4, which is Kate Harrison and Kate Mackenzie. So they're going to come through. There's our 1, 2, 3. Remember, it's the first 4 go through to the final. So lane number 1 is going to take the win. That's Avonside Girls High. In lane 2, yes, lane 2, they're just losing a little bit of shape there, but they're battling and working hard. Lane 2 is Charlotte and Brielle. They're going to take second. Over in lane 4, Craighead are going to take third. Right on the far side, let me give it you again. In lane number 8, that's Wairau. Wairau 1, Georgia and Alice are going to take fourth. There's our winners going through in the next fastest time. So certainly the lane number 7 crew of Christchurch Girls High School, Georgia and Meredith will be watching the time carefully. Let's see what I've got time-wise. 8:06. So we had 8:01 in the first heat and 8:06 in the second. So that's excellent. That, I think, is our only 2 heats of the... I'll just put that sheet back in place now. And as we see, race number 14 starting off there. We've obviously got a race in between that, but we'll just pick those up for a second. Race number 14, that's the boys under 16 coxed quadruple sculls as they all go away. And you can see the umpire boat coming in there, creating a little bit of a wake, but there's been a good start there from one of those, from both the inside and the outside crew. That's Wairau and St Thomas of Canterbury. But there's 3 in the middle there: Christchurch Boys High School, Timaru Boys High, and Wakatipu. But let me concentrate on race number 13 first. So let's see who we've got rowing here. We've got Shirley in lane 2, Otago Boys High 1, North End 1, Christ College 1, Christchurch Boys High School 2, Christchurch Boys High School 3, and Wakatipu 2. You can certainly notice how we've reduced the time in between races compared to the Nationals. There's really no time to spend waxing lyrical. But as we come down now, this is going to be a close race. There's definitely a couple of crews in this that we're going to be middle lanes picking it up. Now, let's have a look. We've got Otago Boys High in lane number 2. They've gone away from the Shirley Boys High School crew. Coming out on the outside, though, that's looking like a Wakatipu crew in lane number 8. So, our leading crews are Wakatipu and Otago Boys High. And in the middle, we have Christ College. Christ College are in the mix, as are the crew just outside them in their magnificent row suits. Wonderful colours. That's the Christchurch Boys High School 2. So, looking at it at the moment, Otago Boys High, they've been working on the harbour. They've gone away from everyone else. Apart from way out on the other side, and I'm not sure if they've seen them, is the Wakatipu 2. So, Otago Boys is Charlie, Levi, Cameron, Archie, Chittock, and Rylan Nicol is coxing. They're definitely a second, but the Otago Boys are leading. Otago Boys in lane number 3, very much together. That's good to see, putting their back into it. They've just gone away from the Wakatipu crew. There's going to be a good battle for 3rd and 4th here between lane number 5. Lane number 5 is Christ College. And down on the inside, Shirley Boys in lane 2. Go Shirley Boys. Lane 2. They've put their work in. I tell you what, they've gone away from College. But leading lane 3 is Otago Boys. Well done, Otago Boys, looking quite relaxed. Out on the far side, yep, they're putting some work in now. They want to hold on to that second place. In lane number 8 is Wakatipu. And Shirley Boys have rowed away from Christ College. And let's look back, see who that is now. Lane number 6. Christchurch Boys High School. They're going to take a 5th place. So let's hope they've got the fastest time there. That's that race under the way, and we can see another race. Race 15 has started. That is the girls under 16 single sculls. Well done, those single scullers. But we're picking up the second heat of the boys under 16 coxed quadruple sculls. Let me check the time. These are unofficial times for you. This is 7:11. 7:11 in that first heat. Whew. And there's the last boat going across. Well done. That's the Christchurch Boys High School 3 crew. And the singles are underway. That's the girls under 16 single sculls. I'll just quickly tell you who that is. We've got Isabella Wall, Emma Spittle, Olivia Caulfield, Perry Hoare, Amelia Poulsen, Sam Rankin, and it looks like Wakatipu have been scratched. But the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, heat 2, 1, 2, 3, 4 go to the final, plus the next fastest. So we'll have 10, or certainly 9 racing. We've got Wairau 1, Nelson 1, Christchurch Boys High 1, Timaru Boys High 1, Wakatipu 1, Shirley Boys High 2, St Thomas of Canterbury. So just a shout out to everyone, but please stay in your bubble. Do not cross a rope. You know there are significant consequences of doing that. So just as we see, a big shout out there to Clem. He's gone now. That's it. He's come in and he's gone. He's just checking something. And as we come down now, I'm going to pick them up through the binoculars. I'm going to pick them up as they're still in the red, boys. We are just about 50 metres short of the 1750 as they come through. Timaru appear to be in second place. Timaru are in second place. First, Wakatipu. Wakatipu in lane number 6. Lane number 6, we have Timaru. Lane number 6 is leading, that's Wakatipu. Timaru are second. Got Timaru Boys High School in second. Again, we're looking for the first 4. So let's come back and tell you who I've got next. Oh, yeah, Christchurch Boys High. Those row suits are absolutely standing out today, and well done for them all getting behind that cause and raising money for a very worthy cause. I'm 99% sure it's cancer related. Over on the far side there, we have St. Thomas of Canterbury. They're holding on to third, which they'll be pleased with. So, as we look at it now, Wakatipu in lane 6. They've got a boat length over the Timaru crew. Wakatipu in lane 6 are winning. Timaru are trying to close them down. On the far side, we have got lane number 8. That is St. Thomas of Canterbury. They're trying to hold on, but I don't think they're going to, from that Christchurch Boys crew in lane 4. And also down the inside, Wire Out. Whoa, they're flying along in lane 2. They're doing a big move. A big move. Are they going to take them? It's going to come down to the wire. Christchurch Boys High have gone through. They're over the line now. Oh, yes, then they're... Oh. Wire Out were moving that boat, but I think they just left it too late. I think they just left it too late there, but let's have a come across to the time. See if I can give you a time. 6:49. Woo! 6:49 in that heat. That is quick. And then just 4 seconds back in second place. Wow. That's one to watch tomorrow. Boys under 16. Cox quadruple schools. Now, let's come back again to the girls under 16 single schools. We've got a few heats. Just to confirm, we've got 3 heats. And the first 3 progress to the final. And the next 4, 5 and 6 go to the B final. So, giving you this first heat, we've got lane number 2, Isabella Wall, coached by Justin. Oamaru 1 is Emma Spittle. Otago Girls High School is Olivia Caulfield. North End 2 is Perry Hoare. Canterbury 2 is Emil Poulsen. And Burnside High School is Sam Rankin. I believe that we've got a scratching from Wakatipu in lane 8. Yes, that is correct. That was Neve Bates. So here we go. We are on the water. They've gone past the 1,000 metre mark. I'll see if the screen is going to pick them up, but I think they're going to give me the second race, which is race number 16. Oh no, here they go. Here you see them going through. So from the 1,000 metre mark, looking back to the start line, and you can see it's a busy wee bank there with all the crews. Obviously, no spectators. One of the conditions, as we know, for these events, but everything's looking good for the big end of year event, which is coming through. So I'm sure everyone will be looking forward to rowing. And I know that the nationals, the North Island crews who came down, who've basically had no regattas at all, were just absolutely delighted to have a regatta down here. And you could see the you could hear the stories of the joy that they had to be back on the water and racing competitively. And obviously, it's wonderful what rowing can give. So, as we pick these up, let's see if I can spot it through the binoculars. There's Burnside High, Kashmir, Wairau, and Oamaru, or is that Wanaka? Ooh. Down on the inside, let me go from the inside here. So it's Oamaru. Oamaru have gone away from the Ashburton in the first lane. and coming in those middle crews. Burnside High School, Sam Rankin, the green and white. Sam is leading as we speak. It looks like they're under Canterbury too, but I'm sure that's Cashmere Colours. Emil Poulsen. Apologies if it's not Cashmere Colours, but it looks like it. She has a look across, but she can see that Sam has got a couple of lengths on her, but I think you should concentrate on what's happening on the inside here, because in the yellow with the lane number 3, it is lane number 3, I just want to confirm that, Oamaru, Emma Spittle, she's sitting in 3rd place at the moment. So, leading Burnside High School, lane number 7. Lane number 7, that's Sam Rankin. She's leading at the moment. She's got a good couple of lengths. Holding on to 2nd at the moment is the Cashmere Colour. She's lost her number off the front. That never quite helps, but I'm going to call that as lane 6, Emil Poulsen. I hope I've got that right. Down on the inside here, lane number 3, Oamaru 1, Emma Spittle. She's put a nice drive in, and she's going to certainly come 3rd, but putting her under pressure for 2nd. And in fact, I think she's going to do the work to go through to 2nd. Definitely our leader has just maintained that lead. And oh, here we go. Yes, she has come through to 2nd. In lane number 3, she's going to... So there we go. There's our winner going over the line. Then we're going to have Oamaru Emma going through 2nd. She's got in front now. 3rd is going to be Emil Poulsen for Canterbury. And 4th, it's going to be between Ashburton and lane 5. Lane 5, there she goes. North End 2. North End 2 got 4th, and Ashburton. That's great work from Isabel Wall. Well done. I think she just came in 5th. And there's a bit of a spread on this field. We're looking back. There might have been a little bit of an issue with one of these boats. Yeah, lane number 4. That's Otago Girls High School. Olivia. Well done, Olivia. Good work. Keep battling in there. Getting through. So that was the girls under 16. Race number 15. The race number 16 is underway, and we can see in the blocks they're just getting them sorted for race number 17. But let me concentrate on the time. There was 8:56, by the way, 8:56. So good round of applause going on there, which is nice to see. Girls under 16 single schools, Heat 2, first 3 to the A final, 4, 5, 6 to the B final. We've got Wairau, Poppy Lane, Cromwell 2, Kaylee Butler, Otago Girls High School, Danielle Milne, Ashburton 1, Sophie Gibson, Canterbury 1, Nina Oliver, North End 3, Ruby Flannery, Timaru Girls High School, Alana Berry Rankin. So they're about up to the 500, as we can see them in the... Got the grey clouds there, but it's actually quite pleasant. It's a lovely day down here. There's no breeze, so I think we're going to take that and run. In fact, there really is no breeze. That water's looking pretty good. And as we pick them up through the screen there, again, that appears to be a... Let me see if I can get a call on this. It's Canterbury 1, Nina Oliver, which looks like the Cashmere Colours. They appear to be rowing under Canterbury. Apologies if I've got that wrong. Just outside of there is North End. This is race number 16. There we go. Yep, we've got it again. We've got the coverage as they're coming into the 1,000-metre mark. It's flaring out, as Millsy likes to say, but they're all still in this. There's it's all to race for. We've got one just going away, but 2nd, 3rd, 4th is all pretty close. And just a reminder who's racing in this heat. We've got Poppy Lane for Wyrow, Kaylee Butler for Cromwell 2, Danielle Milne for Otago Girls High School, Sophie Gibson for Ashburton, Nina Oliver for Canterbury, Ruby Flannery for North End 3, and Alana Berry Rankin for Timaru Girls High School. So, they're leaving the 1,000 metre mark. As I pick them up through the... Oh yeah, there's a crew on the inside. So, picking that's Wyrow on the inside. The umpire boat is with those crews. That's Canterbury North End and Timaru Girls High School. So the inside lane of Wyrow have dropped away. Make sure there's no... Wyrow have been scratched. So it's actually Cromwell. Wyrow have been scratched there. Make sure I've got the right race. Race 16, yes. So Poppy Lane has been scratched, but we've got Cromwell, which are now in lane number 3. They found the pace a bit hot. Then we come out to Otago Girls High School, which is Danielle Milne. But in that middle lane, in the cashmere colours, so I'm going to say it's Nina Oliver, Ruby Flannery, and Alana Berry Rankin, who are making nice headway down here. Definitely it's those cashmere colours who are leading at the moment. Let's see if I can pick up down here. So Otago are back in, I'm going to say, 5th. In 4th place, we've got Ashburton. The umpire boats will just chop over there, and as I mentioned earlier, that zonal marking. So Cashmere, which I think is Nina Oliver under the Canterbury label. Outside of her is North End, Ruby Flannery, and then outside again is Alana, and that's Alana for Timaru Girls High. Let's see if I can pick who this is up in the middle here. As we see the eights, some eights making their way down. Lane number 5, Ashburton, Sophie Gibson. Sophie Gibson is sitting in 4th, but not much in it. So this is actually going to be pretty tight. This is all pretty tight. That's definitely cashmere colours. They're just trying to confuse me. Lane number 6, Nina Oliver. Just got her nose in front. On the far side, in lane number 8, we have Timaru Girls, Alana Berry Rankin. That's our 1 and 2, but not much in it. That's our 1 and 2. In 3rd place in lane number 5. Lane number 5, Sophie Gibson of Ashburton. She's in 3rd, but she's putting a good drive on, and she's gone away from 4th place, and now she's going to take 2nd. She's got the bit between her teeth, and she is driving on the far side. There's a lot of work going in there, but she's got to keep her eyes on the boat. She's dropped down to 3rd place. She's making a drive to go to 1st. Let's see if she's going to hold on. Cashmere, lane number 6, are just holding on. This is a great finish with these three. These three as we come across. Oh, wow. 1, 2, 3. What I can tell you is 4th was Otago. 5th was lane number 7. Lane number 7 was Ruby. So those I can tell you. 1, 2 and 3 changed. Nina Oliver was in the mix. Obviously Sophie Gibson, I actually think, came through and won it. And also in the mix there was Alana Berry Rankin. So Alana was holding second. I think she might have dropped into third, but anyway, they're 1, 2, 3 go the A final. So I've lost the coverage on the timing, but that was a wonderfully close finish, and it all changed in the last 20 metres. So yeah, we'll look forward to seeing that race tomorrow. There's the girls under 16 single sculls. Heat number 3 is on the way, and again I've got to pick them up. So race number 17, and I've lost the computer coverage, so I'm just going to be relying on the binoculars at the moment. Let's see what I'm getting here in this heat, which is the single girls under 16 single sculls. Let's look who's racing, and I believe we've got one scratching from Wakatipu. Cromwell 1, Hannah Dicey. Craighead Diocese School, Nadia van den Bosch. North End 1, Billy Asterund. Timaru Girls High School, Brody Young. And St Andrews College 1, Madeline Klukas. So we do have one clear leader at the moment, and that is looking like Craighead. The green with a little bit of white on it is Craighead. So Craighead, that's Nadia, is out in front in lane number 5. Just outside there of her, North End 1, Billy is trying to go with her, but she's got a couple of lengths on it already. And then again we see the Timaru Girls High School colours. So certainly in first place, and this is, quickly just watch some of that rowing there, because that really is, it's got a nice flow on it. You can have that with the singles, that they be a bit choppy, and I think that is moving very nicely. Lane number 5 from Craighead, Nadia van den Bosch, coached by Dean Milne, is the leader as we look at it. She's taken it out to 4 lengths. 4 lengths in second place. We are looking in lane number 6. Lane number 6 is North End Billy Askerund, coached by Dave Hannon, is in second place. Third place, out to lane number 7, Timaru Girls High School, Brody Young. Well done, Brody, you're looking in third. Billy in second. The first 3 go through to the A final. 4, 5 and 6 is the B. So, as we have it at the moment, lane number 5 actually rowing very well. Nice rate, and just keeping that boat flowing. It actually look out for that tomorrow. I think that'll be a good time. I don't have my timing clock, but that's looking really quite good. We come back. Lane number 6 is North End 1, Billy Askerund. There's going to be a battle for third as we pick up lane number 7 is Timaru Girls High School, who's just in third at the moment, but there's lane number 3 has put a really nice drive on. That's Cromwell's Hannah Dicey, and she's going to look to nick that spot and get into the A final. So there's our second over the line, and I tell you what, Brody's held on. There she goes. Oh, that was close, but she's just held on. And that was a nice drive from Cromwell. Hannah Dicey, I think she picked up 4th. So she's going to go to the B final, but nice work. Let's see what I've got coming down now, and it's the boys under 18 novice double sculls. Heat number 1, novice double sculls, 3 heats. Excuse me. Here we go. Let's see who we got racing in this as they're coming down. I'm picking them up quite late. We've got Wanaka 1, Wairau 2, Oamaru 1, Ashburton 1, Wakatipu 1, Nelson 1 and North End. And on the outside in the blue boat of Nelson is Ollie Locke and Murdoch Smith. Lane number 7, yes it is indeed. That's Ollie Locke and Murdoch Smith. They've got 4 lengths over the rest of the field. Wairau are in the mix, as are Oamaru, as are in lane number 5. Lane number 5, Ashburton. But out on that far side, and they are keep your eyes in the boat. He's looking right around, so the coach will be having a word with him. He's like his head's on a stick and going all around alternates one side then the next. That's lane number 7, but they've got a nice lead. Let's come into second place is Wairau in lane number 3. Wairau in lane 3, Tom Wilkin and Oliver Watts are holding on to second place. Third place is the lane number 2 crew. They've come through. Lane 2 is Wanaka, Philip Massey and Thomas Mitchell. They've managed to come through. So over the line is going to be our winners. Nelson. Second place in lane 3 is going to be Wairau, Tom Wilkin and Oliver Watts. Well done. Third place in lane number 2 from Wanaka, Philip Massey and Thomas Mitchell. And fourth place in lane number 5 is Ashburton, Travis Amos and Ashton Brook. And just coming over the line now is the Wakatipu crew in lane number 6, Charlie Mansur and Harry Lightfoot. So that is that heat. I still don't have any times for you, I'm afraid. That's just dropped out, so I can't give you times. There is 3 heats for this, so the time getting in those first 3 places is quite important. So there's still a crew coming down. I've got to assume they've had an issue. That's the lane number 4 crew of Oamaru, Connor and Patrick. So that was race R on the programme. Race R on the programme, and we're now up to race number 19. So I'm going through for another half an hour, and then Mills will be coming on. Obviously, unfortunately, didn't manage to get down for the Nationals. Work got in the way, as it does. But as we look at it now, we have race number 19, the boys under 18 novice double sculls. Let me give you some names here. Burnside High School, Nashil Singh and Gabriel Rubin. Wakatipu 3, Sebastian Watson and McKellar Thornton. Wairau 1, Thomas Pitts and Luke Martella. Oamaru 2, Cody Marshall and Zeke Goodser. Coached by Damien Goodser, there you go. And Christ College 2, Tom Lambie and Max Topham. And Ron Carley College, shout out to Ron Carley, Alexander Fitzgerald and Fraser Goff. So they're at the 1,000 metre mark. They've gone through. There's definitely a split in this field. I still can't let you know if there's any scratchings, but in this heat number 2, the first 3 go through to the A final and the next 3 are in the B final. So in the middle lane, I'm going to call it a Wairau. Let's see if I've got that right through the binoculars. Yes, it's Wairau. The Wairau double of Thomas Pitts and Luke Martella, coached by John Robinson and Matt Straker. They've got a comfortable lead there of 4 lengths. There will be a battle for second and third. 3 crews in the mix here. Let's see if I can pick those up. That's the yellow of Oamaru and the outside Roncalli College. Go Roncalli, because I've not mentioned you today. And down on the inside is Wakatipu. So they're our challengers for the second, third, fourth. And the honour of making the A final in the boys under 18 novice double sculls. So as we pick them up on the screen there, as they're coming through. They've got a very healthy lead, and that's looking pretty good. It's got a nice flow on. They're not letting it sit in the water. They're really driving that advantage home. I can't tell you the comparative time, but as we come through now, and they are just in the yellow, boys. Lane number 5, they've got a very comfortable in there, or a little bit of a splash there, but I think they're okay. Nice drive there from the stroke. Trying to get full value for each stroke. That's good on them. We really would be keen to see the time on that. Now, this is the next race. Wakatipu, Oamaru and Roncalli. Roncalli in the outside lane there. They'll be being put under pressure by the Wakatipu fast finishing, hard charging Wakatipu crew in lane 4. And I think they are going to come through and take second place. That's Sebastian Watson. There's our winner over the line. A good 10 lengths. But they are putting the drive through on Wakatipu. Wakatipu in lane number 4. That's the pair of Sebastian Watson and Michaela Thornton. They're going to come through and just nick that second place. Over on the far side, Roncalli in lane 8. Go Roncalli, that's Alexander Fitzgerald and Fraser Goff. They've gone over the line. So there's our 1, 2, 3. Fourth place goes to lane 6. Oamaru 2, Cody Marshall and Zeke Goodser. They're going to take 4th. So they will go in the B final. We're then a long way back down now to, let's see if I can see anyone else there. I think we've definitely had a scratching. But back on the water is the lane number 3, Burnside High, Nashil Singh and Gabriel Rubin. But they get to come back and do it tomorrow. And they'll be in that B final. And that's excellent work. Well done. Well done, boys. Keep going. They're coming down now. 20 metres to go. And they're going over the line. Let me look. Who what I've got next is the heat number 3 of the boys under 18. And as the last heat, we've got one crew way out in front, looking like the colours of Wakatipu, Keegan Green and Xavier Small, coached by John Morrison, in lane number 6. They are 10 lengths, comfortable 10 lengths. And again, if I had the times, I'd be able to give you a bit more information and give you a comparison, but unfortunately I've lost that at the moment. The mouse must have stopped turning on the wheel, probably stopped for a little cheese break. I think they were having a little bit of camembert or rochefort this morning. Excellent breakfast, by the way, today. I do need a cup of coffee, and I'll be having that when I break. Just a cheeky choccacino latte. Oh, we've got a boat underwater. Oh dear. Right, the safety boat's coming in. So let's just make sure they're okay, and they're there. Yeah, 2 heads bobbing up. That's excellent. I'll try and fill you in who that is. I think it was the Nelson crew. But concentrating on the race lane number 6 is Wakatipu, Keegan Green and Xavier Small. They are very comfortably winning this one. Coming back, just letting you know, with that boat that's gone in the water, there's 2 safety boats there, which is great. So I'm sure that everyone, the coaches and the parents, will be very happy to see that. There's 2 heads bobbing up there, and they're happy. That was a quite spectacular tip. But as we come back down to the race, lane number 6, the Wakatipu crew, Keegan and Xavier, are going to take a good win. John will be very happy with that, coached by John Morrison. Looking at those, yep, they're doing that really quite comfortably. Now, coming to second place, lane number 3, Burnside, Joel Hood and Max Wallace, coached by Christina Blackford. They've done a nice piece of work coming through in that middle middle 1,000, you'd have to say, and they are going to take a comfortable second place in lane number 3. There's our winners have gone over the line. Lane 3 is Burnside, Joel Hood and Max Wallace. Well done to those two. There's a good race for third. There's a battle between lane number 4, it's Canterbury, Patrick Clark and Hugh Thompson. They've gone through and they're just holding on to third. They've been put under a bit of pressure from the crew outside them in lane 5, which is the Ashburton crew. So it looks like it was indeed the Nelson crew of Aaron DeWall and Zachary Irving who got in the water. And I'm just going to pick them back up. Yes, the safety boats got them there. It looks like one boat's got the 2 rowers and the other boat has got the boat. So, hey, they're all okay, and that's all that matters, which is great. And fantastic work from the safety crews again. There was no call there for rescue, which is we don't want to hear. They've got in and done their work, and they're bringing those rowers back quite nicely, and it timed actually quite well. They've held that other race up, so they've had a bit of clear water just to drive them back through and bringing them back down here. So that's excellent news. They'll be bringing them back to the shore as it just turns in now. They'll be taking them to their zone. This is all part of the safety protocols now. They don't just drop them back to the main start area. They actually have to understand which zone they're in, and they take them to that zone. So everyone maintains in their bubble. The safety boat driver and assistant will obviously have their masks on, and they'll bring them in and just make sure someone's there to get a towel around them and get them nice and warm. Oh, there's a big wave there. They're happy. That's great to see, and I'm sure they'll look forward to getting back in the water, back on the water tomorrow, not in the water, back on the water tomorrow. And hey, they've had a row, they've had a boat ride, they've had a splash. Yes, their mates are meeting them on the shore. That's fantastic. That'll be a story for many years, I'm sure. So as they come in, the ducks are getting out the way. There they go. There's Mama Duck taking her other ones with her. Yes, come on, move along, move along. Nothing to see here. Oh, he's out the way. Oh, they're having a laugh. That's great. Well done to the safety crews. Excellent work. Getting them back in. I'm sure everyone's happy with that. They'll be bringing the boat as long as the boat's not damaged. That's what the coach will be worried about next. Once he knows, or she knows, that their rowers are safe. Did you damage the boat? Always try and say no. There they go. They dropped off. They're on shore. They're happy. And yeah, there's the towel going around the shoulders. Nice cup of tea is what I'd recommend. Possibly a chocolate hobnob, or a digestive. That's always good with a cup of tea. Yeah, there they are. They're fine. Oh dear. Right, great. So we have some nice big 8s going down. I know that Millsy will enjoy calling those. So let's just have a quick look and see what we've got. Looking at the time, we're at 9:40, and that was the last heat, if I'm not mistaken, of the boys under 18 novice double sculls. Yes, I can see some 8s lining up. Oh, I'm looking forward to these racers. This is the girls under 18 novice coxed 8. So let's just quickly go through. We can see there's actually boats on the water. Let's see who's coming through in this first heat. So heat number 1, the first 4 go to the A final plus the next fastest. 2 heats. We've got Craighead, Villa Maria, Columba College, St Andrews College, big shout out to St Andrews, St Margaret's College, Christchurch Girls High School. Let's see if I can give you some names here as we look through. From Craighead, we've got Ruby, Kate, Emily, Georgina, Carmina, Olivia, Chanel, Amber and Briar Allen coxing. Villa Maria, Naya, Annika, Ruby, Gabriella, Claire, Alexandra, Georgia, Kate and Kyra Thiel is the cox. Columba College, Bobby, Olivia, Isla, Grace, Cara, Hannah, Charlie, Briar, and Coxed by Claire Wilde. St Andrews College, Molly, Hannah, Lola, Jasmine, Sophia, Ella, Gemma, Peter Blade is coxing. St Margaret's College, Charlotte, Piper, Ain, Cara, Samantha, Belize, Ava, Anna, and Holly Cudd is the cox. Christchurch Girls High School, Sophie, Ella, Harriet, Annabelle, Holly, Elsie, go Elsie, Annabelle, Frankie, and Sophia Bomb is the cox. So there we go. So coming through, these 8s are making the way down. You can see the coverage on the screen there. Race number 21, race U, girls novice, under 18, 8 plus a cox as they're coming through. And ooh, yes, we've got a bit of a spread on the field, but as I look on the outside, Christchurch Girls High School are battling away with St Margaret's. So, St Margaret's in the red, white and green boat, the Where's Wally outfits. They're coming through. They're dragging with them Christchurch Girls High School. They're trying to stick with them. Now, I'd say they're probably 4 seats, maybe a bit of a splash there from St Margaret's. They'll want to get that under control. Yep, they've got a length on them. I think we can see that St Margaret's have got a length on the crew outside them, the Christchurch Girls High School. So St Margaret's is Charlotte, Piper, Ain, Cara, Samantha, Belize, Ava, Anna, and Holly Cudd is coxing. They've got a nice lead now. They can manage the crew outside of them. They can comfortably see that. On the inside, let's see what we've got. On the inside, Villa Maria College are making a good fight there, and they've got a good 3rd place. Outside of them, we see Columba College and St Andrews College. St Andrews College have got to drive through now and try and get Columba. Columba have just got their noses in front. Villa Maria are a length away from both those crews. There's a safety boat or umpire boat coming in again. Let's have a look. Are they getting a bit close? No, I think they're okay. Villa Maria are coming across on the inside lane. They've got a comfortable 3rd place. Comfortable 3rd place. What's happened there? No, we're okay. We're okay. We're all still okay. And we look back up to the front, and I see St Margaret's have just managed to just stretch that lead just a little bit. They're getting into their work. They'll be wanting to make sure that time's good. And here they go. There's some shouts from the sideline there. The girls will be supporting and the boys. There they go. St Margaret's. St Margaret's in the green, white and red. And they've all got their red caps on. In lane number 7. They're going to come across and they're going to take the win in this heat, remembering the first 4 go through. So, being in that first 4 is pretty important as we come across the last 10 metres. St Margaret's in lane 7. They go over the line now. 2nd place on the far side. Lane number 8. Lane number 8. Christchurch Girls, they go over the line. And the inside, Villa Maria, lane 4. They're our first 1, 2, 3. Oh, Columba College have gone away from St Andrews. St Andrews, yeah, it's Columba College, lane 5. They've got just a length on them. Columba go over the line now, and then St Andrews College. So they'll be hoping for the next fastest time. And then down here we pick up lane number 3. That's Craighead, lane number 3 going over. So St Andrews will be looking for that fastest time. I can't give you the times, I'm afraid. I've lost that facility at the moment. They're making me earn my money today. So that was that heat. Can't give you the time, but we can say that St Margaret's were first, Christchurch Girls High School 2nd, Columba College came in 4th, Villa Maria 3rd. So, race 22, girls under 18, novice coxed 8, heat 2, first 4 to the final. Let's see if I can give you some names here. Christchurch Girls High School, Annabelle, Ashni, Aria, Mia, Brooke, Olivia, Annie, Kate, and coxed by Poppy Glavin. Burnside High School, Julia, Georgia, Neela, Mila, Elizabeth, Emily, Laura, Jessica, Danielle Taylor is the cox. Rangiruru Girls School 1, Amelia, Harriet, Samantha, Charlotte, Izzy, Sylvia, Emma, Greta, Sienna O'Shaughnessy is the cox. Shout out to the Shaughnessy's. Nelson 1, Lily, Charlie, Samantha, Sydney, Casey, Anna, Maddie, Jessie, Brianna Williams is coxing. Olivia 1, Molly, Willow, lovely name Willow, Emily, Kalana, Evie, Sophia, Kyla, and Brianna Kingan is the cox. And last but not least, St Margaret's College 2, Poppy, Sarah, Elise, Emma, Jemima, Audrey, Amelia, Zoe, and Martha Lucetti. Classic Italian name there, Lucetti. In fact, a big manufacturer, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, there's our crews. Christchurch Girls High School, Burnside High School, Rangiruru Girls School, Nelson 1, Oamaru 1, St Margaret's College 2. The day is brightening up. You can see that misty, hazy fog is just lifting, but it's a beautiful day. Everyone's happy. The crews are coming through. Let's see if I can pick them up as we're down to the 1500. Yep, there they are. There's the 1500. They're coming. Oh, yes. Whoa, and it's that yellow and blue of Rangiruru. Here they go. St. Margaret. Is that St. Margaret's out there? Yes. St. Margaret's out there looking like they're in a second place battle with the Oamaru crew. Coming down, looking back is Nelson. We've got Nelson back off the pace, as we've got Burnside and also Christchurch Girls High School. But as we look at it, this Rangi crew are charging down here. They've got I'm going to say a couple of lengths over the St. Margaret's crew. So the St. Margaret's College 2 are holding second place. They're battling with the Oamaru 1 crew. But Rangiruru, Amelia, Harriet, Samantha, Charlotte, Izzy, Sylvia, Emma, Greta, Sienna O'Shaughnessy is coxing them well, bringing them through. And I think there's some of their schoolmates coming down to the bank to give them a bit of a shout. Yep, they've got a couple of lengths. St. Margaret's have got a length on the Oamaru crew. So they'll be looking to hold on to that second place. Rangi will come home first. Again, I can't give you the times. I apologise. You'll need to pick those up via Rowett. I might even try and open that up on my phone between. See if I can get them. Here we go. Meridian, South Island Junior Regatta. Let's give me the results page. And let's see. I know they won't come through terribly quickly, but let's see what I can get. Just press results. So as we come through, Rangiruru, lane number 5. Cox is talking to them, driving them to the end, doesn't want them letting up, wants to prepare them for the final. They'll be very happy with that, getting that through. They've done their work. Oh, and I tell you what, Oamaru have really closed up on that St. Margaret's crew. St. Margaret's just losing a bit of shape, but they've just got to hold it through, get it through to the end. Lane number 7, Oamaru, as they look across at them and they're taking a seat. They've taken a seat. They've taken a seat. Have they got another one to go? Oh, it's getting close. Yes, they've got another seat. I can see it's coming right down to the wire. They've got another seat coming down to the end. St. Margaret's. Oh, they've held on. They've held on. It was a canvas. It was a canvas by the end. That was a great finish for an Oamaru. St. Margaret's, well done for holding on. They were coming under pressure. Rangi have got third. Now let's fourth, because they make the A final. It's going to be Burnside in lane number 4. Burnside are going to take fourth place. Well done. You're in the A final. Christchurch Girls High School Take a fifth place, and over there is Nelson. Nelson are going to come in and take 6th place. So, whew, that was a good race. The boys under 17, coxed 8. Oh, this is a big one to watch, and this is close. Big one to watch, and this is close. We've only got 3 crews in this. The boys under 17, coxed 8, St Andrews College, St Bede's College, Shirley Boys High School. Let's have a look. Coming down, I'll get the binoculars on it. St Bede's are leading with Shirley Boys just in second, but there's nothing much in it with St Andrews. So St Bede's, Luke, Sam, Matthew, Thomas, Luke, Jack, Sam, Josh, Max Walsh is coxing, obviously coached by Dale Marr. Let's get the binoculars on there and see if we can see a typical Dale Marr crew. Just with that last little bit, yes, they are powerful and they're going through. Boys under 17, coxed 8. Let's have a look at St Andrews there. They look like they're still in the mix here. There's only 3 crews. Michael, Spencer, Brody, Benjamin, Tom, Cameron, Lachlan, Andrew, and Sam Moorhead coxing. Coached by Tim Hopkins. But at the moment it's Shirley. The Shirley boys down below will be calling, I'm sure. Shirley boys, Lackey, Hamish, Joel, Oliver, Sam, Noah, Tim, Liam, Jack. Jack Savage is the cox. So well done. Come on, guys. It's going to be close. But St Bede's in lane number 5. They're going to take the win. The bragging rights. The coxswain's talking to him all the way over. St Andrews have put a move on. They've lifted the rating. They're bringing it through. Yes, they are. They are bringing it through. Go, St Andrews. They close them up. Shirley, can you answer it? They're neck and neck. Nothing in it. Oh, they're just in front. Just in front. Oh, I'm going to say St Andrews got into second place there. They were half a length back, but they really did a piece of work and got into second. But we'll need to go to the official timekeeping to check that. And obviously Shirley boys might have just held on to a second, but I think they got third. So good, nice race from St Bede's as well. Mills has come in, so I'm just going to see where this one's at. And this is the girls under 17 Cox quadruple schools, race number 24. Mills has done his stretching. He's had plenty of water. He always likes to have an Earl Grey before he comes on, just with lemon, no milk. Everyone knows that obviously milk and sugar are no good for the voice. That was a 6:11. That's good time. 6:11 for St Bede's. The tight clock's just come on. And St Andrews did get second, 8 seconds back. And then Shirley Boys 0.28. So there was nothing in that. As we bring this down, Millsy's going to, I think, pick up the second heat of this. I'll just bring the first one down. Race number 24. Millsy's going to give me a thumbs up that he's happy with that. So let's look at these crews as they're on the water. And it's the first 4 who go through to the A final with the next fastest. And let's see who we've got. We've got Craig Head. We've got Nelson 1, Christchurch Girls High School, Columba College, Villa Maria College, Cromwell, Waihopa, Marion College, North End 1. Craighead. We've got Kate, Lucy, Paige, Elsie, and coxed by Mackenzie Copeland. Nelson, we've got Sky, Chloe, Alexis, Madeline, coxed by Maddie Taylor. Christchurch Girls High School, Toby, Janaya, Nina, Madison, and Poppy Jarman coxing. Columba College, Jendi, Bridget, Millie, Laura, Isabel, Davy coxing. Villa Maria College, Maria, Louisa, Keeley, Kararangi, and Sophie Tillard Lowe is the cox. Cromwell, Kaylee, Hannah, Kate, Olivia, Elisa Wilson is coxing. Waihopa, Katie, Thea, Caitlin, Holly, and Caitlin Hamilton cox. Marion is Millie, Imogen, Meg, Grace, Leela Spanton is the cox. And last but not least, North End 1, Maddie, Lucy, Petta, Kate, and Bonnie McGregor is the cox. I was listening to a little bit of Bonnie Tyler, would you believe, the other night. Taking you back. And here we go. This is a good race we've got happening here. Too early to call, but I'm going to say out on the lane number 8, we've got Otago Girls. Down on the inside, we've got, let's have a look at lane number 1 and 2. They're neck and neck. That's North End and Avonside Girls. But lane number 4 is St Andrews. Is that St Andrews College? No. 1, 2, 3, 4. The oars aren't St Andrews oars, but they're in that. Yeah, I think it is. Although they're not in their usual apparel. No one's been scratched, Millsy? No. It is St Andrews, but they've got different oars today. So here we go. Coming through. Back from them is the sorry, apologies. It is Columba College. It is Columba College. Columba College are in the lead. It helps if I'm reading the right race. That's a classic. St Andrews are in the next heat, I apologise. So it is Columba College. Down on the inside, we're looking at Craighead and Nelson, who are going neck to neck. Neck and neck here, and it is nothing in that with that Craighead and Nelson 1. But leading at the moment is Columba College in lane number 4, and looking way out on the far side. Let's see if I can pick them up now. Yeah, lane number 8 is Marion College. So there's our first 4. There's Marion. Go Marion. Columba, lane number 4, have just got their noses in front. So down on the inside, we pick up lane number 1, Craighead. They've got into second place. Craighead are second. Columba College are first. Craighead are second. Third place is Nelson. Third place is Nelson as we come down to the end. And I tell you what, Craighead have really closed it up, and they are getting, they're getting right close. Are they going to take it? They're getting close. Craighead, no, I think that Columba have just held on. Columba have held on. Craighead second. Third is Nelson. Fourth, over in lane number 8, is Marion College. There's our 1, 2, 3, 4. Woof. Fifth is going to be lane number 5, Villa Maria. They'll be hanging on the time. I'm going to hand you over now to Millsy. Thank you very much. I'll see you later. Bye.
Oh, thanks, Clive. Millsy's on for a couple of hours and Clive will be back, guys. Welcome along, for all the ones that haven't been welcomed along. There's no spectators, of course, so you've all been here. So it is the Meridian Energy, of course, a new regatta, generally rowed on Lake Hood, but it's now been called especially for this season anyway, the South Island Junior Championships here on the mighty Lake Ruatanava. That's the lake with the two monsters. And all through the New Zealand Rowing Nationals, and so far today, we have seen no sign of the monsters whatsoever. Clive gave you the first heat of the girls under 17 coxed quadruple sculls. The next is race 25, which is that second heat. Qualification, first 4 going through the final, and the next fastest time of those 2 heats. North End, Avonside, Canterbury, St Andrews, Burnside, Wakatip, Ashburton, Otago girls and Wairau. And we look out to the top end. Round about Otago girls. Pretty sure this is Otago girls. I'm sure Emily, is in the coxswain seat. Mike is the coach, of course. Mike, the girls are going pretty well, sitting right out in front there. They're heading down and inside those yellow buoys. They'll come inside those. All the stroke girl takes a look across. We'll go across with them. We see the yellow boat in the middle. That's the boat of Wakatip, so that's Wakatip's number 2 crew on their left-hand shoulder, but quite some way back is Burnside. These 2 crews out in front have opened up a pretty good gap on the rest of the field. and we're looking for 4 to qualify. So we then have to go right out the outside, Wairau's in with a chance, and down through the middle of the course, 3 out is Canterbury. Canterbury, oh, it's not Canterbury. It's out of lane 4. It is St Andrews. So it's St Andrews 2. So down inside they go, 100 metres to go, and you'll see the crew on the far side, Otago Girls off the Otago Harbour and Dunedin, of course. And they down, 100 metres to go. They'll go straight through to the final for tomorrow. Just talking about it. It's the Meridian Energy Junior South Island Championships. Been shifted from Lake Hood, as you all know. Of course, there's no use telling you there, and there's no spectators out there, so there's no use telling you anything else as well. So second is going to go to the crew from Regatta. They'll get the second buzzer. And then we go down the inside. We go to St Andrews, and the third qualifier is going to be crew from Wairau. And the next 4 crews will all go through into... Oh, no, they won't. They'll be eliminated by the look of it. So they're now looking for the next fastest time. They have gone through that first heat went through in 7:35. The second heat goes through in 7:26. So considerably quicker with the second heat. Now, just a little reminder about some of the rules and regulations going up to the start. If you go up to the start, you are to go over into the first lane. So if you're going up to the start, you go over into the first lane, which normally would be lane number 1. Also, if you finish your race and you're going back to your zone, you go up into lane 1 as well, and then you cross over into your loading bay zone. So from the bank to the first row of boys is a loading zone. That's all. It's a loading zone. All crews should move from your loading zone out into lane 1 and go up to the start that way. And exactly the same coming back from the finish. You should move into lane number 1, which most of the crews are doing, and then come into your loading zone when you get to your loading zone. Clarence. Also, COVID rules, guys. Don't forget. Stay with us and make sure that you don't move over any ropes whatsoever. You stay in your zones. Don't step over any ropes. We have got people walking around checking, and we have been told to let you know that if anyone is caught going over a rope into somebody else's bubble, they will be extracted from the regatta. Right, race 26. The boys under 15 coxed octopus. They'll all go to the final. It's just a matter of finding who's going to get the fast lanes. We've got Christ College 2, Christ College 1, Christchurch boys smack bang in the middle, Otago boys alongside them, Christ College 3 and Wairau, and it looks very much like they have all gone to the start. I've gone through the 1,000-metre peg. They're going into that last 500. We cannot see colours whatsoever. I don't know how Clive handled it. We don't see colours whatsoever. We just have to go on lanes. And it looks like right out the very far side, it looks like the crew from Wairau. So Wairau would have a slight advantage, most likely about a 3/4 of a length advantage on Otago boys. Christ College number 3 is way back off the pace at this stage, and then right down the inside looks like it's the crew that could be in front. It's the Christ College number 2 crew. So it's Christ College. No, it's their number 1 crew. Christ College number 1 crew would have a length and a half advantage over the crew in the middle, which is Otago boys, and they in turn would have about a length and a half over Wairau. So they're in Indian file as they head down inside the last 500. Still 3 crews back off the 500, but these 3 crews opened up a big gap on the rest. You'd think there's 2 divisions out there. So it's Christ College. Christ College's number 1 crew still with us, length and a half advantage over Otago boys. Christ College off the Avon and Christchurch, Otago boys off the harbour in Dunedin, and Wairau off the river up there in Blenheim. Let's take a look and see what happens inside the yellow boys. It's just a matter, they will sit in front and most likely got a wee bit of racing to be done today. Oh, gosh, they're a tidy crew, that Christ College crew. Oh, just when I said that, there's somebody looking around to see what's going on. Taking a look at the good old Mackenzie Country Rabbits across the far side on the bank. Right in the middle, still Otago Boys. There's been no change to it. They're a little bit closer than a length and a half. Otago Boys are only about 3/4 of a length away from Christ College number 1 as they head down towards the 100-metre buoy line. We appreciate the sponsorship of South Island Rowing, Meridian Energy. And here we go, the Octies. The Octies for the under-15s. It's a Māori Cup event. This program is the South Island Secondary School Rowing Championships program. They head down towards the line. Good 3 lengths, 3/4 of a length clear. Otago Boys, 3/4 of a length clear of Wairau. And that's the way they've gone through. Unfortunately, going through to the B final is Christ College is 2, Christ College is 3, and Christchurch Boys. They have gone through the course in 6:39. Due to go out of the 2,000 metre starting blocks. That's right down there in the eastern end of the lake. That's the big concrete wall. Is race number 27, the girls under 15 Cox 4. It's a straight final today. They'll come back and row it again tomorrow. They'll be in different lanes just to get the arrow effect. And we've got Wairau 2, Wairau 1, the club mates facing each other down on the inside. Oamaru 1, Rangiruru 1, St Margaret's 2, Wakatip 2, St Margaret's 1, Wakatip 1, and Christchurch Girls. And they are on their way. They are in the start zone, race 27. Now don't forget the live streaming, of course. We are live streaming this regatta. In fact, we're live streaming all regattas. So if you're a school that haven't been here to the New Zealand Champs or the Canterbury Champs or the South Island Champs, we are now live streaming to the world. We are live streaming to the world pictures and commentary for all the regattas this season on Lake Ruataniwha. The only lake in the country that can run a regatta under COVID rules. The only lake in the country that can run a championship regatta under COVID rules. Yeah. Mr. Justin Wall won't be very happy. There is obviously a crew late to the start for this. The girls under 15 Cox 4s. Be aware that at a race every 4 minutes, there is no time to hold up the regatta because you haven't got to the start, and it looks like they're still waiting for another crew to come. So Mr. Justin Wall will get to the stage where he will let them go whether you're at the start or not. So just be aware, guys. Make sure you're putting your boats on the water on time so you're not holding the regatta up. A race every 4 minutes, you've got to be there. They cannot afford to hang around waiting for you. They are in the start zone. It's just waiting for the late crew to back down. We appreciate the support. I think of the Avon Rowing Club, I think, that are doing the boat holding for this regatta. There must be a scratching somewhere. We can see nobody from lane number 3 there. Oamaru, we don't see the Oamaru crew there. Yeah, just going back to that live streaming, guys. Tell your mates, make sure you get on the live streaming so you can sit and watch racing all when you're not even actually here on the course. And that goes for the spectators since they can't be here. You go to South Island Rowing. I think you'll find there's a live rowing link there. You may have to prescribe to Facebook if you're not already on there. They have let them go, and I would imagine it's Oamaru, yeah, Oamaru that is not there. And the best of the start is coming from top side of Oamaru, which is Rangiruru. So Rangiruru have gone out of the blocks, plus the 2 inside crews. The 2 Wairau crews, Rangi gone out of the blocks, and the girls under 15 coxed 4. Straight final race today. It looks like Wairau won. Wairau won in that first 200. Has got the advantage already. Gosh, they haven't even finished their racing start. They're still in the racing start mode, and it's Wairau number 1 opened up a gap. Good 3/4 of a length over their number 2 crew, and a length over Rangiruru on the other side of them. Then we go back out the outside to Wakatip, St Margaret's, Wakatip and Christchurch girls. So it was Wairau that went out from the blocks. They went out very, very quickly. They brought Rangiruru with them, who was on their right-hand shoulder, and brought their number 2 crew with them on their left-hand shoulder, and it's still Wairau. Go past the island. We call it Alcatraz. That's where we put all the naughty people. It's the prison. And that's Wairau. Still Wairau in front going through that 500. Then we look out right on the far side. Wakatip looks like they want to come out of the bunch as well. Just on the right hand side of Wakatip is the crew from Christchurch girls. They're just back off the pace a little bit, Christchurch girls. And on the inside of Wakatip we should have St Margaret and the Wakatip number 2 crew, but there's a huge gap there, so it tells me somebody hasn't made the start. Or is that where Oamaru should be? No. Still down on the front, it's Wairau. They've really opened a gap on their number 2 crew. They've opened a gap on Rangi. And then on the right-hand side of Rangi is St Margaret's. That's St Margaret's 2. They're back off the pace by a couple of lengths as well from those leading crews. And then from St Margaret's we go to Wakatip 2. And then there is a crew from St Margaret's 1, Wakatip 1, and Christchurch girls. Wakatip 1, well up in the firing line. They've got Christchurch girls behind them by 2 lengths, and St Margaret's on their left-hand shoulder behind them by 2 lengths. And then also their number 2 crew. The second 500, the next marker they get, the little coxswains, the Wairau coxswain will certainly, that's Molly Wilkes in the coxswain seat for Wairau. She'll be letting them know that we're heading towards the 1,000-metre peg. We've got to make that second 1,000 a lot stronger than the first 1,000. They're out in front by about 2 to 2.5 lengths over Wakatip. That's the Wakatip number 2 crew. Pretty sure it'll be Millie, their top coxswain, in there. It is Millie Ulrich doing the coxswain for Wakatip off Lake Hayes there in the Lakes District. Wairau. That'll be a Blenheim girls crew, I'm sure. Wairau still in front. Oh, they're still in front by about 2, maybe 2.5 lengths over Wakatip. Then we come to the right-hand side of Wairau. That should be Rangiruru. But I can't see the gap where Oamaru would be. There's a gap. Then from Rangiruru, St Margaret's 2, feeling the pinch. They're about 4 lengths off the leading crew, and ahead of them is Wakatip's number 2 crew. And then we go out to the right side, St Margaret's number 1 crew. Oh, just there's another missing lane out there somewhere, guys, and we haven't got anything on our computer to tell you who it is. We can't see the colours. See if we can get it some other way for you. It's lane number 8. That's Wakatip. So we had that right. It's Wakatip and Wairau. Wairau would most likely have 2.5 lengths over Wakatip. And then Wakatip's getting some pressure put on them. They may not even be in second place. Well, the qualification is nil. We're just looking for the quick times. It's on the right-hand side of the leader, which is Rangiruru. We'll just check their colours as well. Yeah, we've got a scratching for Oamaru, but we've got somebody in their lane. So they've changed them around a wee bit. We've got the first 3 right for you anyway. So it's Wairau. Wairau here in that second lane out, which would be lane number 3, Wairau. Number one still got this 2.5 lengths advantage, maybe more, maybe 3.5 lengths advantage. Them on their right hand shoulder, it's Rangi Ruru. Then we have to go out to Wakatip's number one crew, right out the far side. There's the first three. Looks very much like Wairau number one want the fast time for the finals tomorrow. Trying to bring with them Rangi, Wakatip, Rangi trying to get away from Wakatip on the far side, but there is a good 2.5 lengths back to there. So those three crews have sorted themselves out. They'll all get the fast lanes tomorrow. Then we have to come on the inside of Wakatip. That'll be the crew from St. Margaret's. It could be their number two crew. It is their number two crew. Wakatip's number two crew. They're up in fourth place and they're trying to bring with them Wairau's number two crew. Wairau number two crew might be slightly ahead of Wakatip. They're up into fourth. Then Wakatip. Then on St. Margaret's two's about 7 or 8 lengths back from there. And then we go out the far side to Christchurch Girls. Down inside, they're all crews just about inside that last 500. And Wairau, they absolutely blew out of the starting blocks down there at the eastern end of the lake, 2,000 metres away. They went out to a lead from the first 3 or 4 strokes. Nobody's got near them ever since. Their number two crew went with them. Also, Rangi went with them. But they're too strong for this field, and they will get that fast lane tomorrow. Down towards the 100-metre buoy line they go, Wairau. Rangi Ruru sitting in second. Can't get the commentators very excited in this race. Wairau, Rangi Ruru, big distance back to Rangi Ruru. Then we go about 3 lengths back to Wakatip. There's your first 3. Then we go another 4 or 5 lengths back to Wairau number 2, Wakatip number 2, Christchurch Girls across the far side. And it must be St. Margaret's number 2. There's the buzzer for Wairau, Rangi, Wakatip 1, Wairau 2, Wakatip 2, Christchurch Girls, St. Margaret's 2, and that's the field. Right, the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls, though, well down through the course again. It's a straight final, which will come back for lanes, which we've got Ashburton, Burnside, Shirley boys, Wairau, Canterbury, Timaru, Otago boys, and Christchurch boys. It's coming out, it's Wairau. It's Wairau again. So Wairau, it's this under 18 crew of Wairau. Posse Willow, Stacker, Jenkins, Lockie, and Wickham in the coxswain seat. The coaches, John Robinson, of course. Welcome along, John, and Matt Stacker. And now Wairau are in front by a good 2.5 lengths. We go 2 out from there. We go to Timaru boys. Timaru boys in turn would have about a 4-length advantage over Canterbury. I think Canterbury is showing as the Cashmere colours. Yeah, it is. Cashmere colours. So it's Wairau over Timaru, over Cashmere, or Canterbury in your day sheet. Then we go out the top side. It looks like Otago boys. There's your first 4 crews. There's quite a big gap between all crews. Then we go about 4 or 5 lengths back to the inside. Ashburton, 2 out from them. Shirley boys, a couple of lengths away. Shirley boys has a couple of lengths on the crew on the far side, Christchurch boys, and then we go another couple of lengths back to Burnside. Down inside the yellow boys, Wairau, they're just sitting pretty, no pressure going on them whatsoever. Timaru are quite happy to sit there through the 100-metre buoy line they go. They'll be quite happy to just sit there and go through to the qualifying to get the second fastest time lane tomorrow. And then quite a wee way back to Cashmere. And on the top side of Timaru is Otago boys. They're all looking for lanes. Down the inside, the yellow boat of Ashburton's. And then we go to Shirley Boys. Inside of Shirley Boys is Burnside, and right out across the far side we have Christchurch Boys, which appear to be rowing in a different uniform than normal. So they may have a nice new uniform for Christchurch Boys. They have gone through the course in 6:42. The boys under 18 coxed quadruple sculls race 28, 6:42. The girls under 18 coxless pair, Columba College looks to be scratched out of your day sheet. If you're working off a day sheet, or you won't have a day sheet because we're working under COVID rules. We got Craighead in lane 3, St Margaret's 1 and 4, Wairau in 5, Columba College out of lane 6, Rangiruru in 7 and Oamaru in 8. This is the elite class at school rowing. The girls under 18 coxless pair-oared here at the 2022 Junior South Island Championships, virtually a school regatta. You can be a club member and not a school member that can compete here today, long as you're in that age bracket. And this is the elite class at Māori Cup level. The coxless pairs came into the Māori Cup program in 1999. Many years prior to that, they used to have a pair race at the Māori Cup. It was a coxed pair when coxed pairs were in, and it was dropped very early in the program. Then there was nothing for a long time, and the coxless pairs came back in 99. That was the year they rode Māori Cup in Karapiro. And it looks like it is Rangiruru. It's Rangi out there in lane number 7. They've got a commanding lead over the crew from St Margaret's. Both crews, of course, eyeball each other on the Avon River when they train. That 10-metre strip of water from bank to bank. Been up there numerous occasions and watched the training go on. I'm utterly amazed that there's not a prang every 10 minutes on that lake. But Rangiruru, Phoebe Wallace and Alice Wallace, Rangiruru coaching team, of course. I would imagine they're sisters. They might even be twins. If they are twins, then they should make for a very good combination, because I coached myself a pair of twins myself many years ago. And, of course, they went on and done exactly the same thing when they rode the coxless pair. Down on the inside it is St Margaret's, Grace Farrell and Gemma Burrows for St Margaret's. Chris Everett is the coach there for their St Margaret's combination. There's only about a length and a quarter difference between the two crews, but they have really opened up the gap. We go to Oamaru from there, Amelia Wilkinson and April LaRose Fontana. Ivan Doherty and Domain Goodsir. They are up into third place, or they may not be. It could be coming from down on the inside here. Craighead, Harrison and Paul from Craighead. They'll be up into third place, so they'll get the third fastest time for tomorrow. Then we go across the far side of Oamaru, and then Wairau in between them, which has got Matthews and Feltham in it. So it's only down to about a length. So Rangiruru through the 100-metre buoy line. St Margaret's want to have a crack at them. I think they go through now. They're about a length and a half down off them as they head down. Tough event. It's where the selectors look, so it's a good event to get into in the under-18 grade. The selectors were here at the Nationals last week, and they were looking at all the coxless pairs. That's looking for the people that can move the boats. Rangi go down, they're a length clear of St Margaret's, and then we go quite a long way back to Craighead on the inside, Oamaru on the far side, and Wairau down through the middle. They're gone through in 7:50. Boys under 16 fours well down through the course. We've got first, second, third and fourth going to the A final, plus the next fastest out of the 2 heats. So there's 2 heats, race 30, race 31. The first heat up should have St Bede's, Christ College, St Andrews 3, Christchurch Boys 3 and Christchurch Boys 4. So say 3 crews. Looks like they've all gone to the start by the look of it. And they're just coming up towards, they've gone through they're halfway through the third 500, and it's coming from down on the inside, which is St Bede's, of course, Glen, Woodgate, Hockling, Hammer, and little Maxie Welsh in the coxswain seat. On the right-hand shoulder, Christ College number 1, they were a length and a half down. These 2 crews have opened up quite a gap now from Christchurch number 2 crew. And Christchurch number 2 crews opened up a gap of about 3 lengths now over the number 3 and over St Andrews number 3 crew. The first 4 crews that'll go through, there's one going to have to look for time, so you need to be right on the back of the leaders, and I can't see. We'll just keep an eye on the times as they come through the course. Coming up with that 500 metres to go, Bede's in front. Swinging along very nicely on 34.5. So they're not at full clip as we go down towards the yellow boys. They're bringing with them Christ College number 1. They're a length and a half down. Christ College number 1. They may even be 2 lengths down. Then we go out the far side to Christchurch Boys number 2 crew. They are 4 lengths off these leading 2. And then in turn they have opened up 4 lengths on the 2, which is Christchurch Boys 3 and St Andrews 3. All crews off the Avon River. Oh no, St Bede's off the Waimak. All the other crews off the Avon River. So Christchurch is going to dominate the boys under 16 fours. We'll see if the South can come up with something in the second heat. The Bedes, they're a good 2 lengths, good 2.5 lengths clear. Doing it nice and easy, swinging off big oars. The coxswain sits up so you can get a good look of where he's heading. He's smack bang in between those 2 rows of boys. A powerful looking crew. There's some real beef going on, but they're not on a high rating. I had them on 34.5. Nobody's looked out of that boat. They're straight down with their heads toward that eastern end. And they'll go down and get the buzzer. Little coxswain's getting a good view of what's going on, all right. He sticks his head up out of the cockpit. And they'll go down and get the buzzer. Good 3.5 lengths clear of Christ College. That's the Christ College number 1 crew. And then we go across the far side. Christchurch Boys 2 will also qualify. And St Andrews will qualify. It's Christ College number 3. We'll have to look for times. And they've gone through in 7 minutes neat. So we'll keep an eye on that for the second heat. Second heat has Wakatip in lane 3, St Andrews 2 and 4, Canterbury in 5, St Andrews 1 and 6, and Christchurch Boys out in lane number 7. So we'll just keep an eye on the time there, 7 minutes. Again, we're looking for those first 4 to go straight through to the final and the next fastest time. So it'll be interesting. You've got to be close, like I say, if you're not going to be in the qualifying position through the row. And you've got to do it by times. You need to be right on the back side of them. So we go right out the far side. That should be Christchurch Boys. So it's Christchurch Boys, Browning, Yole, Galvin, Dawson and McPherson in the coxswain seat. Maisie Scott and Bradley Leighton are the ones doing the... Bradley Leighton is a well-known name in New Zealand rowing, of course, and Otago rowing. And Bradley, where did you come out of? John McGlashan? Logan High School, somewhere, Bradley Leighton. Good to see you back, putting some time back into it, Brad. So it's on that far side, it's Christchurch Boys. Christchurch Boys with a 2-length advantage over St Andrews number 1. Both these 2 crews have opened up a good 5, 6, 7 lengths then on Canterbury. Canterbury has opened up 2.5 lengths over St Andrews 2, and they in turn have opened up good 2.5 lengths over Wakatip number 1. It'll be interesting the time. I'm picking the St Bede's crew, had an awful lot more juice in the tank, and I think you'll find they'll go into the final in one of the fast lanes and will be very hard to beat. So Christchurch boys, inside the yellow boys they go. They've still got this 2-length lead over St Andrews. Jonty Pye will be asking St Andrews for a little bit of an extra little bit of a push to try and see if we can close the gap on them a wee bit. But they look too strong for them in this heat, and they're going to go down and get the buzzer. 100 metres to go just about. And they've opened up a huge gap of about 10 lengths over the rest of the field, which is followed up by Canterbury and Indian File, St Andrews 2 and Wakatipu. The boys under 16-8 are in the, if you're watching live streaming on your computers or anyone overseas watching it, the boys under 16-8 are in the hands of the starters. You'll be getting the shots, you'll see them away. Down towards the line they go, 2 lengths clear. They'll get the fast lane, depending on time. St Andrews gets the second buzzer. And then we come down to Canterbury, St Andrews 2, Wakatip, and they've gone through in 6:54. So that's considerably quicker, 6:54. So that's going to give Wakatip a chance of going through. They may be the next fastest time through Wakatip. So keep an eye on the clock. John, you might have got that crew through. Right, the girls under 16 coxed 8s, we saw them in the start zone. Girls under 16-8s, Christchurch girls, St Margaret's, North End, Rangiruru, Christchurch girls 2 and Marion College. It looks like they all go to the start, race 32. Live streaming throughout the world with pictures and commentary. We're getting an awful lot of very good feedback from France, Australia, the UK regarding the racing on Lake Ruataniwha and the brilliant water and the beautiful scenery that they get through the pitches set up from Glen. Not quite ready. They're just straightening the boats up. They're not using any pop-up buoys, so the water conditions are absolutely brilliant here on Lake Ruataniwha. In the Mackenzie country. Well, they are using the pop-up buoys. Or I'm saying pop-up buoys, it's pop-down buoys. Ruataniwha many years ago, it used to be a pop-up buoy. You used to hang on to the little buoy that popped up. Now it comes down from up above you and you hang on to it. The bow person hangs on to that buoy. And again, if you're on the live streaming, you'll get excellent shots of them sitting in the bay. Just slightly touching it around here in lane number 3. Get them out. Christchurch girls ready to go. St Margaret's ready to go. That's all we see on his screen. North End in the middle of the course. I think that North End crew will be St Hilda's. I'm not too sure who's coaching Mike. Well, Mike and Millie are doing the coaching. They're away. They've let them go out of the blocks. They've got to get these big 8-packers up on top of the water and moving, so they'll be stroking around the 38, 39, 40 mark to get them out. Down on the inside, Christchurch girls got away very, very cleanly and very quick. They've got about a half a length advantage already over St Margaret's. St Margaret's are locked up with North End. No, North End half a length back from St Margaret's. Ahead of North End, Rangi. Oh, Rangi went out like a rocket fire. They've gone out and they've already gone and put 3/4 of a length on Christchurch girls 2 and Marion on their right-hand shoulder. So very quick from Rangi and also Christchurch girls on the inside. Three in from the outside. That's Rangi Ruru. Oh, yes, the poor Christchurch girls with them, and Christchurch girls haven't got much of advantage over St. Margaret's. All the big shot crews from the Avon River. Christchurch girls, St. Margaret's, Rangi Ruru. North End just starting to feel the pinch a little bit. Also Christchurch girls number 2. And where's Meridian College? They really blew out of the blocks from there. All those two outside crews both drifted off. Rangi Ruru, Christchurch girls number 2, and Meridian College are back about 2 lengths off Rangi Ruru already as they head in the second 500. St. Margaret's are starting to put it to Christchurch girls as well out in that second lane out. St. Margaret's, there's not much between St. Margaret's and Christchurch girls down on the inside. Then there's a gap back of about 2.5 lengths goes to North End. Then ahead of North End is Rangi. It's hard to tell who's in front out of Rangi and Christchurch girls on the inside. Then we go right out the far side by about 1.5 lengths. We go to Meridian, another length back to Christchurch girls 2. And Christchurch girls 2's locked up with North End. Off the back of the field, these two crews. Hard to tell who's in front. Is it Christchurch girls on the inside? I think it's Rangi. We have to go to Rangi in the second 500. They haven't gone through the 1,000 yet, and I go to Rangi for you. I'm going to get a clock on them for you to see what Rangi are doing. They're on 35. I was going to say 34.5, but it's so close to 35, it's not funny. So it's Rangi Ruru. We go Rangi Ruru in the middle of the course, the multicoloured boat with the gold caps. No use us. The little Pakeha fella up here is coloured blind. Oh, they've got a pretty good lead over St. Margaret's, really putting pressure on. Christchurch girls on the inside. They're certainly second and third, but I think Rangi's got an advantage from them. Right out the far side, we can't leave out Meridian. They would only be about 2.5 lengths off the leader, but they're locked up, or most likely only about 1 length away from the two inside crews. I think there's advantage now gone to St. Margaret's over Christchurch girls. I think they've moved up into second place. Rangi said goodbye to them. They've opened up a gap of about 3 lengths now over St. Margaret's. St. Margaret's about 3/4 of a length over Christchurch girls. There's the first 3. And then we have to go out to Meridian, another 2 lengths back from Christchurch girls. And then just feeling the pinch a little bit, North End and Christ College number 2. Through the 1,000 metres goes Rangi Ruru. They'll be enjoying this, the under-16 coxed 8s, race 32 here at the 2022 South Island Junior Championships on the Lake of the Two Monsters. Gosh, they've been locked down the bottom of the lake for a long time this season. I don't think we've hardly had any wind at all in all regattas. Or if we have, we've forgotten about it. Rangi Ruru still with us, 3 to 3 lengths advantage over St. Margaret's. St. Margaret's got about 2 lengths advantage, maybe not that much, maybe only 1.25 lengths over Christchurch girls. Then we have to go back 4 lengths to Meridian College across the far side. On the inside of them is Christchurch girls 2, and then on the inside of them is North End. Back to the leaders in Rangi. I had them on 35. I think they're still holding up 35. Let's see who's chucking the... Bridget Pye's doing the coxing from them. And I would imagine Bridget Pye... We'll just take a look, but she's got the boat smack bang in the middle of those 2 lanes. And she's got everybody looking straight down the lake, and I'm sure if anyone looks out of that boat, she will let them know. We had that young lady many years ago, Rangi Ruru's top coxswain, Isabel McClernand, and if she put her finger up and she wanted a little extra, boy, she got it. And she also got 5 gold medals at Mardi Cup. And I think Isabel's putting time back into rowing again now. But Rangi is too good for this field. They will get the fast lane by a country mile. They're going so quick they'll have to put the old parachute out to slow them down when they get the buzzer. Rangi, Goldangi, Goldangi. St Margaret's still just holding off from Christchurch Girls. They can't get away from them. Christchurch Girls can't close the gap on them. And then we go back to that 4-length gap back to Meridian. Another 4 lengths back to Christchurch Girls. And Christchurch Girls are locked up with North End in the middle of the course. Look at the beautiful run they've got on their boat. Gosh, coaches have done a great job there for them. It's the Rangi coaching squad. They go down towards the line under a nice row and a nice little run on their boat as they head down and get the buzzer. Stroke Girl is way out off the end of the handle. She's almost knocking the knees of the coxswain, the Stroke Girl. She's only as big as the coxswain. St Margaret's take the second buzzer. Not to tour, we're looking for most likely about 7:13, somewhere around about there. These ladies will go through in. Christchurch Girls, then we go Meridian. Christchurch Girls 2. Oh, 6:49. Whoa, that is pretty quick. They've gone through in 6:49. Boys under 18 novice coxed 8, straight final. Let's come back and do it again tomorrow, but see who gets those centre lanes. We've got St Bede's, Shirley Boys, Otago Boys, Oamaru, St Andrews 2, Nelson and St Andrews 1. They're in the second 500 and we're looking to see, it looks like all crews have gone to the start. Oh, we do have a crew out in front in the middle. 1, 2, 4 in from the outside. Oamaru. Oh, yeah, very impressive at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals last week was Oamaru with their novice 8. I don't think they took the gold medal, but they certainly took the silver medal. I think they were beaten by Hawke's Bay. I think might have won the novice 8s here at the Nationals. And Oamaru was second. Now, right on the inside, St Bede's. So it's going to be a clash between St Bede's and Oamaru because both these two crews have opened up a huge gap on the rest of the field. St Andrews 2, that's chased up by St Andrews 2. Then we go Nelson and St Andrews number 1. And then we go from St Andrews number 1. Oh, it goes to Nelson. We then come down to the two crews on the inside, which is Shirley Boys and Otago Boys. I'm just trying to get it to see who's in front. Oamaru doing a good job. In the middle of the course, there's not much between it. It could even be St Bede's. It could be Oamaru. These two crews locked together. It might even be St Bede's. Scott will be pretty happy with the way the St Bede's boys are going in their novice 8. I think they're in front. Yeah, they're definitely in front of Oamaru. They've most likely got a length and a half over Oamaru. St Bede's, of course, off the Waimak and in Christchurch. And Oamaru off the little 500-metre harbour and bar Lake Ruataniwha. They've opened up a gap of 7 or 8 lengths on the rest of the field. It's on there. It's St Andrews number 2 crew that's clearly up into third place over their number 1 crew, another 4 lengths back. And then from St Andrews number 1, they are locked up with Nelson. Nelson's about 2.5 to 3 lengths ahead of the crew from Otago Boys. And then we go quite a wee way back to Shirley Boys. Gosh, there's a big gap from the crews out in front, and the tail enders are almost looking at 2, 3, 4, almost looking at close to 500 metres. Nevertheless, guys, you're out there racing. That's the main thing. And like we continue to say, what they say in the Bible, blessed are the losers, for they create the winners. And Bede's Beads hanging on to it over Oamaru. Can the little coxswain crew from Oamaru pull St. Bede's down? St. Bede's, who had an absolute brilliant training camp on Lake Dunstan this year. Oamaru not that far away from them. The sun's just starting to come out, guys. When it does come out, it'll get extremely hot, so just be aware of it. So Beads have only got 3/4 of a length on Oamaru. Silver medalist at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals here a week ago was Oamaru. In this event, in the novice eights, St. Bede's, to take a look, would only be less than 3/4 of a length. It would only be about a half a length. The coxswain's really giving it to St. Bede's, making sure that they keep that boat moving, because Oamaru is just getting a little closer to them. They head down towards the line. 3/4 of a length advantage to St. Bede's. They'll get the fast lane. Oamaru will say we'll have a go at them again tomorrow. They have gone through in 6:27. That's not too bad a time for a novice 8, 6:27. Look at the distance back to the rest of the crews. St. Andrews 2, St. Andrews 1, Nelson, Otago boys and Shirley boys. Girls under 18 novice double sculls. Again, the elite class at school level, or elite class at junior level, race 34. 1, 2 and 3 to the A final, 4, 5 and 6 to the B final. Tells us there's 3 heats. North End, Wanaka 2, Burnside 2, Nelson 2, St. Andrews 1, Marion 1, Villa 1 and Columba College 1. Looks like those outside crews going through the 500 metre at the island, those outside crews look to have the advantage over the rest of the field. I think Columba College has got a very good novice double scull. I think the double scull at the Nationals was won by Otago. I think Otago won the women's novice double sculls at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals. I think Columba College just about pipped them on the line, so Columba College, I'm pretty sure, has gone through that first 500 in front. Yep, Columba College in front, over right in the inside. So the very, very outside lane and the very, very inside lane it is. Over North End, I'm picking North End, and then right on North End's right-hand shoulder is Wanaka 2. And just slipping back off Wanaka 2 is Burnside, though, just back off the pace. Ahead of them is Nelson 2. And then we go back, St. Andrews just feeling a little bit of the pinch as well. That's a surprise. Then we go to Marion College ahead of St. Andrews. And Villa Maria on the left-hand side of them as well. So we go back to the leader in Columba College. Villa Maria are a good 3 lengths off Columba College at this stage. They've got a chance of going through as they head towards the 1,000 metre pegs, but the rest of the challenge is coming from the inside. North End, Wanaka 2 together. And then 2 out from there, Nelson number 2. They got a chance of qualifying. They're up in about 4th place, but so is 2 or 3 other crews, which is Marion College and Villa Maria as well. No, St. Andrews just feeling the pinch a little bit. I'll just check those lanes for you to see that that's who it is. Yes, St. Andrews. Just back off the pace a little bit along with Burnside, number 2. So they're just about ready to hit the 1,000 metre peg, and Columba College goes through the 1,000 metre peg in front. They bring with them Villa Maria on their left-hand shoulder, but about 2 lengths down. Villa Maria is locked up with North End. Nothing between these two. There's your first 3 going through the 1,000 metre peg. Oh, on the right-hand shoulder of North End, Wanaka was right in that firing line through that first 500. They're just starting to drift off a little bit now because the crew from Nelson is just ahead of them slightly. But also on the left-hand shoulder of Villa Maria is Meridian College. So Meridian College has got a chance of qualifying, but at this stage we go out to Columba College, Villa Maria. They are the first two. And then there's nothing between Meridian College and North End down on the inside. Who will qualify out of those, or who will go through to the B final? North End trying to bring with them Wanaka 2, but they're about 2.5 lengths down, and then another 2 lengths back to Burnside from there. Oh no, it's Nelson it is. It's Nelson. Burnside back off the pace. And then on the right-hand shoulder of Nelson is St Andrews, and they're right back there with Burnside as well. So we go out to that top side again. Silver medalist at the New Zealand Nationals a week ago is Columba College. On their left-hand shoulder, oh, it's more than 2 lengths, Millsy. It's a good 4 lengths. It's a good 4 lengths out in front. They're too good for this field over Villa Maria. Villa Maria clearly in second place. Then we come down to the inside. From there we go North End. They are in the third qualifying position. Any pressure going to go on North End? I can't see it. The rest are going to be looking for the B final. Columba College out of the harbour in Dunedin. I'm not too sure what sheds they're out of. North End sheds, I think. Columba College, Gracie Heath and Charlie Sinclair. Matt and Sakaya are the coaches, and boy have they made a huge difference to Columba College's rowing over the last 3 or 4 years. And this crew is just too good for the rest of the field. They're not only going to qualify, they're going to get the fast lane. I think you'll find that the crew down on the inside, we get a better look at, is actually ahead of Villa Maria. So it's North End down on the inside. That's Mike and Tania. Tania Crampton and Mike Hill. Good to see you back, Mike. And that's Sanaya Hall, and it's Maddie Cockburn there for Otago. They are clearly up into, they're up into third place, only just over Villa Maria. But these 3 crews are clear of anything around, not being put under any pressure whatsoever, and they'll go down and go straight through to the final. And Columba College, I'm pretty sure, will give the fastest time out of the 3 heats, because they are the crew that's got to be beat. Yeah, it is St Hilda's. North End is out of St Hilda's. There's a St Hilda's colour in the bow seat. No, it looks like Columba College. Quite happy to just row it through. By gosh, that St Hilda's crew got very close to them. They've come through over that last 500 in a very strong 500 St Hilda's. They're only a length and a half down off them in the finish. Villa Maria quite happy. They're buggered. They're just letting it coast over the line. They know they're in qualifying position, and then you'll go from there. You have to go to Meridian College, down the inside to Wanaka. They will all go through to the B final, and Nelson. They're gone through in an 8:11. Right, your second heat has got Burnside 1, Canterbury 2, Nelson 1, Avonside 2, Oamaru 1, Wairau 2, Meridian College 2, and Otago Girls number 1. And we're looking 3 out, which is Nelson. It looks like Nelson, one of the top clubs here at the Nationals. Nelson out in front in the second heat. We're going to have to keep an eye on the times just to see where the rankings will come time when it comes to the finals, because Nelson's got a commanding lead on the field. We then go right out to the very outside crew, Otago Grills. So Mike and Matt will be pretty happy with the Otago Grills. They haven't had a lot of racing this year out of Otago Grills. But two very, very high-profile coaches taken over the job. Are we allowed to say that, Mike and Matt? High-profile coaches? Of course we are. Nelson in command. They won't have to turn their heads around like the Exorcist here. They'll just gaze out to the left. They'll gaze out to the right. I think on the left-hand side of Nelson is Canterbury 2. I think you'll find that that's the crew that's in the third qualifying position. They are bringing Burnside with them, but Burnside's a good 2.5 lengths down from that. Up into second is the crew right on the very far side. That's Otago Girls. Just check their colours out there. Yep, we can see colours now. I'm not so colour blind after all. Otago Girls sitting in the second qualifying position only just. Nelson sitting out pretty. They're quite happy to qualify. Trying to bring on the inside with them. Canterbury 2, Burnside. Burnside would have to have a very, very powerful last 400 to get up into the qualifying position. Nelson quite happy to sit there. They've got their rating right down. I'm picking them down under 30. They're down to about 39. So it tells me that they're a pretty good crew with a lot of power. We'll see them in the final. I don't think they'll be worried about the time. It's very, very little between the outside crew, Otago Girls, and down here for Canterbury 2, showing the cashmere colours. Well, they should be showing the cashmere colours. Out of the Canterbury Sheds on the Avon River on their left-hand shoulder. Another 2.5 lengths back is Burnside. They're going to have to look to go through the B final. Nelson still on that very slow rating. As they head down, we've already got an 8:11 for the first heat, and that's the top crew. So it'll be interesting to see here. I don't think Nelson will do that time. Through the 100-metre buoy line they go. It is the outside crew that's going to take the second buzzer. Otago Girls, well done, Mike, Matty. And then we come down the inside. Oh, the stroke girl has a wee look across. Oh, novice rowing. That's pretty dangerous, guys. The bow girl wants a look across now. Canterbury, I think, have just sneaked through over and above the outside crew over Otago Girls. Doesn't matter, they both will qualify. Burnside's going to have to go through into the B final, along with the gold in the middle, which is the crew from Oamaru, and then back from there we've got a crew across the... Oh, it could be anyone that goes through the B final. They've really slowed down right across the far side. The Wairau combination, now they're in trouble. The novice crew in the middle. That gives Wairau a chance now. Wairau dearly punch it. It's 1 minute it looks like Wairau was just cruising along and didn't want to qualify, and it looks like could be the crew from Avonside in the Avonside colours, and then they caught a big crab. Wairau went to the front again. Avonside's come back at them, and they will qualify. So there's your 6 qualifiers, and we'll just check that time. Yeah, yeah, cool. They have gone through in 8:22. Yeah, just as expected. We didn't think it was going to be as quick because that Columba College crew is the crew to be chased in the final. We have got another heat, of course, and we have got Avonside, Meridian 3, Oamaru 2, Canterbury 1, Wanaka 1, Wairau 1, Craighead. Whoa, this will be a little bit closer, I think. Coming out of lane number 6, it should be showing the colours of Wanaka. Wells and Richie from Wanaka. Matt and Rachel doing the coaching. Annie and Lola. That looks like the crew that's in front. I'll just have a wee check, because they're all over the course here. Yep. It is Wanaka. It's in Wanaka, and then we go to the outside lane, which should be Craighead. So Craighead Dyson right on the outside. Oh, Carapero's putting the old kick in, guys. They just called us up from the live streaming that they've been watching just to advise them that we're not the only regatta running under COVID this weekend. We all knew that, but we didn't think they'd be listening, that's all. So that just shows you what live streaming's doing. They're up there in Carapero, very annoyed that the commentator says we're the only regatta going over COVID. Well done, Carapero. It looks like you're looking at the live streaming. That's the main thing. Wanaka. Wanaka's still sitting out in front. They've got commanding lead. They still go out to the outside. There's been no change from there. We've got Craighead Dyson up into second place. We're looking for the third qualifier. It's coming from the left-hand shoulder of Wanaka. It should be Canterbury, but boy, they're about 5 or 6 lengths back. Cashmere. And then from there, looking to go through the B final on the right-hand shoulder of them is Wairau. They'll look to go through the B final along with Marion College. No, it looks like Avonside down here on the inside. And with 100 metres to go, the two young ladies out of the Wanaka rowing sheds. They're brand spanking new rowing sheds up there in Wanaka. Down towards the line they go. There will be, I'm going to imagine Wanaka will get a regatta up there one year. They'll get it. They've already had a regatta there before they got their sheds. There was a regatta up in Wanaka. It was a Central Otago Junior Championship regatta. So Wanaka go across and get the buzzer. They're really having troubles listening to the buzzer today for some reason. They're not stopping on the buzzer. They're all rowing through it and rowing through it powerfully. Then we go to Craighead. They'll take the second buzzer. And then in the middle of the course we go to Canterbury. They'll take the third buzzer. And the rest will go through to the B final that's in behind that. So there we go, guys. We just finished telling you. We got a call from Carapero. They must be watching the live streaming, and because they're having a wee grizzle because the commentator mentioned that we were the only regattas being rowed under COVID. They obviously didn't listen properly because I said we were the only regatta, championship regatta, being rowed under COVID. That heat has gone through an 8:09, so that is the quickest heat. So we've got an 8:09, an 8:11 and an 8:22. So it looks like Wanaka's going to put up a pretty good show against Columba College. Boys under 17 double sculls, race 37. Again, we're looking for the same qualification. There must be 3 heats. First 3 through to the A final, 4, 5 and 6 through to the B final. Burnside 2, Wakatip 1, Christchurch Boys 3, Timaru 1, Christchurch Boys 1, St Andrews 1, Shirley Boys 2. Boys under 17, this is the drop-down grade from the under 18s, of course. Second top grade in the country, or a little bit closer out here. 5 and 6 it is. Timaru Boys and Christchurch Boys. Christchurch Boys got an advantage, but it is also a crew almost putting some pressure on them, coming out of about lane number 2. This very good crew that comes out of Wakatip. So Wakatip as well. So there's not much between Christchurch Boys and Wakatip, and steaming their nose in between them is the crew from Timaru. Both crews setting up. Christchurch boys heading towards the goal, boys. Wakatip, I think Wakatip's in front of both those two crews, certainly Timaru anyway. So it's now down between Christchurch boys. We're looking at 3 to go through. These 3 crews have sorted themselves out. And the next 3 home, it looks like it's going to go through to the B final. Christchurch boys, I think you'll find Wakatip's got a slight advantage over Christchurch boys as they head down with that 100-metre buoy line to go. They bring Timaru with them. Timaru quite happy to just sit in between the 2 crews, knowing that they've gotten a qualify as well. As they head down, 100-metre boys, Wakatip go through first. Now Christchurch, and now Timaru as they head down towards the buzzer. Wakatip, I think John will coach these boys as well. I think John Morrison. We missed your cruise at the Nationals, John, but here they go out here, a half a length clear of Otago boys and 3/4 of a length back to Timaru. There's your qualifiers. Then from there, looks like the colours of Christchurch boys again. Christchurch boys number 3 will go through to the B final, along with St Andrews across the far side, and inside St Andrews. Or it could be Shirley boys and then St Andrews. They've gone through the course in 7:04. That's not a bad time. Your second heat with the first 3 to go through to the final tomorrow has got Shirley Boys 3, Wakatip 2, North End 1, St Thomas of Canterbury 1. First call for you this morning, St Thomas of Canterbury. Welcome along. Christchurch Boys 2, Ashburton and Wairau. Gosh, the old starters, Mr Justin Wall and Barry Clydesdale are real at the 2,000 metre peg. Oh, I think we go right out the far side. We go to Wairau and 2 inside them, Christchurch boys. They're in the third 500. They've gone through the 1,000 metre peg. All crews are through the 1,000 metre peg. And there's nothing between Christchurch boys and Wairau. Now, sticking their nose in between them, but they're a good 3 to 4 lengths back is the crew from Ashburton. And ahead of Ashburton is the crew out of is Wakatip's number 2 crew. So Wakatip number 2 crew bringing Shirley Boys 3 on their left-hand shoulder. And 2 out from there, St Thomas of Canterbury, another couple of links back from there. And then a wee way back to the North End crew. And also, like I say, the Ashburton crew. So in the third 500, and it's coming from the centre of the course. Oh, they're bringing with them 2. Wakatip 2's in a qualifying position. The centre of the course is right out the far side, Wairau, but this crew in the centre of the course, we're just 3 in. We think it's Christchurch boys. We'll just get a look at their new colours. It's Christchurch boys swinging along. The bowman takes a look to the left. We look out to the left with him, and it's Wakatip he's looking at. So the Wakatip number 2 crew clearly up into third position, and they in turn got no pressure put on them. Because from Wakatip, they're the third qualifier. We have to go a good 2.5 lengths back to Shirley Boys 3. And then from Shirley Boys 3, it's St Thomas of Canterbury. Then we go Ashburton and North End. Wairau on the far side. They're in the second qualifying position. The crew in front is Christchurch Boys 2. They've got advantage over the field on their right. Wairau, 2 out from them. Then we come 2 down from them. We go to St Thomas of Canterbury. But it's the crew from Wakatip that's up into ahead of St Thomas of Canterbury. Also bringing Shirley Boys with them. But again, 3 lengths down. Then St Thomas of Canterbury. Then Ashburton. And then a wee way back to North End. Shirley Boys 3, they are up into 4th place. They'll be looking to go through to the B final. We go back to the leaders. It's still Christchurch Boys over Wairau. Not much between. Wairau starting to sprint up now. Christchurch boys quite happy to just keep it nice and steady and let them go. Wairau's considerably quicker on the stroke rate. Christchurch boys doing it with leg drive. They've just quickened up again now, Christchurch boys, so they do want to win the race. I thought they would be quite happy to just go through and qualify. Wairau, the second buzzer. Wakatip get 2 crews through to the final. And then going through to the B final, Shirley boys. Ashburton, it looks like, will go through to the B final, and St Thomas of Canterbury. And they've gone through in 7:09. Right, your third heat. We'll go up and pick up your third heat, race 39, going out of the 2,000 metre blocks. Christchurch boys 4, Burnside. Shirley boys, Wanaka, Cromwell, Waihopai. First call for you for me this morning, Waihopai. Good to see, Russell, you're keeping the good job of coaching the Waihopai guys down there on the Ariti River. Russell Jenkins has been coaching the Waihopai crews for quite some time now. I think he's an ex-rower and an ex-masters rower off the Avon River down there, Ryan Smith and Declan Crombie. Down on the Ariti River, that's down south where the pineapples will grow. It's so hot down south, the pineapples grow. They plant them and they've got fruit on them within 2 weeks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's coming from lane number 5. It's Shirley boys. That should be Shirley boys. It don't look like their colours. Coming out of lane 5 though, unless they've changed lanes. Shirley boys, so we'll call it Shirley boys in front. By gosh, they got a commanding lead on the rest of the field as well. On their left-hand shoulder, but quite about 4 lengths down is Burnside. They're the next up in qualifying. They're 4 lengths away from this crew that's sitting in front. Let's take a look at that. Shirley boys, Tim Chapman and Sam Clark. David Knight and James Lilly. Oh, well, they've got a star-studded coaching line up there for this crew. Shirley boys, the coaches will be happy. And look at the margin they've got. They've got a good 5, if not 6 lengths over anybody at all, which is Burnside. So Burnside up into second place. Their next qualifier is going to come on the right-hand side of Shirley boys, which will be Wanaka. They could get 2 crews through as well, but there's some pressure going on Wanaka. Because on their right-hand shoulder, the crew from Cromwell. That's putting pressure on Wanaka, and Cromwell's locked up with Wanaka. There's nothing between the 2 lakes crews. I don't think anything from there. The rest will be going through to the B final. We go on the right-hand shoulder of Cromwell. That's why I hope they're a couple of lengths back. And then down on the inside here, we should have the crew from Christchurch boys number 3. We've got a 9:04 and a 9:09 heat so far. And this crew is a good 6 lengths clear of the rest of the field. So Shirley boys, we're going to go down into the 100-metre buoy line, well clear of any challenges whatsoever. We're looking to be the first 3 through. Through the 100 they go. They'll go down and get the buzzer. Their rating's down on about 33 as they head down, and through the buoy line now goes the crew from Burnside now. Then on the top side of them, there's been no change whatsoever. It looked like Wanaka, but it looks like Cromwell was moved right past Wanaka and gone and through to the qualifying position. So Cromwell Connections will be pretty happy with Cromwell. Maud and Brandon and Natalie, as they go through, they'll qualify. It looks like Wanaka, unfortunately, is going to have to go through the B final. Waihopai as well will get through to the B final, and the Christchurch boys number 4 crew. That time for that third heat is 7:14, which is considerably slower than the other two. Race 40 of the program. Now, just don't forget the rules going to the start, guys. Just make sure you keep it up in the top of your head. The bank to the first row of boys is a loading bay. Once you load up, you go over into lane 1, the racing lane 1, and go into lane 1. You move up to the start to there. When you're coming back around the buoy down the back of the course here at the finish, you go into that lane number 1 as well, and then you cross over into your zone when you get to your zone. Also, the COVID rules, don't jump over any ropes. If Mr. Peter Midgley catches you, that'll be the end of it for you, and you will be disadvantaged by not being able to row your whole crew. We didn't have any problems at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals. We do not see any problems here, but without those rules, there's no way we would have been able to row this regatta. Under 17 single, we should see some competition here. It's for the ladies. Otago girls, Wakatip 3, Wakatip 4, Cromwell 2, North End 3, Canterbury 2, Craighead and Burnside. Elsie Torbett should be the gun here for Craighead. She should be out in lane number 8. We'll just check her and see. That's the crew that's in, or the young lady that's in front. She also was very impressive at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals here. I can't remember what grade she was racing in. I think she was racing in the intermediate grade, and I think she medalled as well. So she is a class above the rest of this field. It'll be a great lineup for qualifying after that. We're only looking at 2 to go through to the A final, and 1 extra fastest time tells us there's 4 heats in the ladies or girls under 17 single sculls. But you'll find that Craighead is right out in front and just too classy for this field. We're looking for another qualifier. The 2 down on the inside are eyeballing each other. That's Otago Girls 1, and that's Merriman for Otago Girls 1, and Wakatip's Kavanagh for Wakatip. They are eyeballing each other down on the inside, and there's also one out from there. Wakatip 4's just back about 2 lengths off those 2, and Cromwell 2's got a chance of qualifying as well. That's Piebinger from Cromwell. She needs to put in a very powerful 400 though, because they've got to be in the first 2. So there's a line-up for qualifying here. We've got Cromwell in the middle and the 2 down the inside, Wakatip 3 and Otago. Wakatip 4 back off. I don't think they're in a qualifying position, along with North End and also Canterbury 2. Don't look as if they're in any qualifying position as well. The next fastest 9 crews go through to the B final. So if you can't be in the first 2 and right on the back end of the first 2 to try and get the fastest time, the next 9 fastest times go through to the B final. Come on, Cromwell. She crank those hands up now. You've got a chance of qualifying. If you go now, Olivia, if you go now, you've got a chance of qualifying. It's going to be pretty tight. It's still hanging on to the qualifying position as Otago Girls. So Micah Matt will be crossed fingers that she doesn't get run. There's some pressure coming on from Wakatip. Johnny Morrison's girl coming there as well. And then we go out to Maud O'Connor, coached Kavanagh, but out in front. Dean Milne does the coaching for the young lady out in front. Like I say, Elsie Talbot, a great New Zealand Rowing Championships a week ago. Who's going to take the second qualifier? At this stage, it's been Otago Girls number 2 all the way through the course, Merriman. And I don't think they're going to pick her up now. Cromwell, unfortunately, is not going to pick her up. The only one that can pick her up now is Wakatip. Wakatip 3 can pick her up, but again, we're running out of time very quickly. Merriman's hanging on to it. She's going to take the second qualifier, but it's good rowing from Wakatip and Cromwell, because the fastest time here Perhaps not for Cromwell. She'll unfortunately go through to the B final. And depending on how quick this heat and the next two heats are, they go down towards the line. There's the buzzer for the leader. She'll get the fast lane, you can guarantee it. She'll certainly get the A final, and the second qualifier is going to Otago Girls, and they'll just have to, Wakatip's going to have to sit back and take a look at the clock. If not, she'll go to the B final along with Cromwell, I would imagine, out of that heat. And then from then on, you're all at the lap of the gods, guys. It's got the Wakatip 3. We've got Canterbury right across the far side, Burnside and North End just ahead of them. So we'll keep an eye on the times as well, and an 8:26. Your second heat, well down through the course. It's got Otago 2 in it, Otago Girls 2, Oamaru 1, Avonside 1, North End 2, Roncarley College. First call for you this morning from Millsy, guys. It's Roncarley College in lane 6, Burnside 2 and 7, Waihopai in 8, and Wakatip 2 in lane number 9. We go the inside crew, Otago Grills. Whoa, Mike and Matt, you might just about get two crews through to the final. Oh, clearly in front, the Otago Girls sculler on the inside. I don't know where we go from there. We go right out the very far side, Wakatip 2. So Wakatip 2's got a chance of qualifying. Waihopai's about 2.5 lengths down from Wakatip 2. And then there's a huge gap back to Burnside 2, but well ahead of them is Roncarley College, and ahead of Roncarley College is North End number 2. So there's going to be another tight for qualifying. It's the North End sculler at this stage in the St Hilda's colours. That's the crew that's in qualifying position in second. The leader is sitting out in front watching everything happen behind her. I'm sure that's the young girl Thompson. Yeah, Harriet Thompson for Otago Girls. Oh, she's all on now from right across the far side. Wakatip 2 in the middle. We go to Roncarley College has got a chance. Just ahead of Roncarley College is North End. And then right on the inside is Waihopai as well. They've all got a chance of qualifying. They have to be a big sprint finish from them, though. It's right across the far side. It's Wakatip, Olivia Key across the far side. That might be Kesey's daughter across there. It is. She's got a chance of qualifying. You also got St Hilda's down here in the middle of the course. St Hilda's are bringing with them. They're bringing Roncarley College. Roncarley College is bringing Waihopai with them. I think it's going to go. Let's take a look at this rower, boys. I think it's going to go to the outside. The yellow boat on the outside, clearly. Oh, I tell you what, there's not much in it. There would only be a couple of feet. It might be a canvas across the far side. Wakatip, can they hang on? The only one that can challenge now for qualifying is St Hilda's. St Hilda's want to move it. It's not quick enough, St Hilda's. You have to move those hands quicker. Mike, you'll have to work on that. Across the far side. Oh, the girl across the far side is looking out over her shoulder to see where the finish line is when she should be racing the boat because she's going to get rowed right through. St Hilda's come through on it. Oh, don't know who. Don't know. It could be St Hilda's. Oh, I tell you. Unfortunately, the Wakatip girl seemed to be looking around to see how far away the finish line was. I don't think she knew that the North End girl was there because I think she's rowed right over the top of her. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, you've got to be on the job in this game. Just waiting for those times to come up. In the meantime, we go through to the third heat. So you got the qualifiers there. Otago Girls with two crews through into the final. I think you'll find that North End number 2 might have got over for the qualifier. Okay, your third heat has got Wakatip 1, Cromwell 1, Otago Girls 3, Avonside 3, Craighead 2, North End 1, Marion 1, Canterbury 1. Girls under 17. Right, we can now give you the second heat. They've gone through in 8:25, so that's 1 second quicker. They've gone through in 1 second quicker in 8:25, and third has gone to North End. Yep, North End. North End took the second qualifying position, 0.11. 0.11 over Wakatip number 2. It's a good rowing from North End. A little bit disappointed from Wakatip, but good rowing from North End. It's put them through into the final. The two have sorted themselves out for qualifying. Lane number 7, which is the crew from North End again. That'll be the Queen's crew this time. This is the Queen's. Dave Hannon does the coaching, and also down here on the very inside is Wakatip. That'll be John's crew, John Morrison. Neve Bates down on the inside. She will qualify and get the first buzzer. So Wakatip looks like they will get maybe 2 crews. Have they got 2 crews through? I'm not too sure. The young lady just missed out in the last heat. Should have got through. And then North End. Ella Edwards for North End. These are your first 2 qualifiers. The rest are going to be looking for the B final. And that's on the right-hand side of North End, which is the crew from Marion College. And on her right is Canterbury. The one in between is Marion College is between is North End and Canterbury. It's not North End, it is Craighead. So I do apologise there, North End and Craighead. I couldn't see the colours, we just picked it up now and we just got the right lanes it is, but it's down the inside, it's Wakatip. We'll go through, Craighead will take the qualifier, that's Paige Butler Bird. So they will go through and be the second qualifying buzzer, and then we go back to the crew from North End. So North End will go through into the B final along with the crew on the far side, Canterbury. Down on the inside, we then go to the crew from Cromwell. They'll go through, I'm sure. Don't forget, the B final's taken on time. So we've got an 8:34 this time. So that heat is slower again. So there's a great chance in the first 2 heats for getting into the B final. Then we go across that far side. That should be Canterbury across the far side, Cromwell down on the inside, and then one other crew that looks like Marion College. And there's another crew quite a wee way back. We'll just pick up, we missed it. That's Avonside. Right, the regatta's running completely to time, guys. The girls under 17, the 4th heat with the 2 to go through. Columba College, Wakatip 5, North End 4, Avonside 2, St Margaret's 1, Timaru 1, Marion College 2, and Wairau. We're up to race 44 of the regatta. They were due to go out of the 2,000 metre blocks at 11:30, and they are well down through the course. They were in the third 500. 4 and 5. Looks as if the challengers at this stage, North End 4 and Avonside. We'll just get a check on that again for you. Four and 5, yep. That's North End 4 and Avonside 2. Libby Greaves for Avonside 2. She looks as if she is up in qualifying second. On her left-hand shoulder is North End. She's down on third. The leading crew is the crew down on the inside. Columba College, Laura Samet from Columba College. We've already saw their novice double scull compete exceptionally well half an hour ago. And here they go out here. They've also got a very strong under-17 quad, Columba College. And their scullers out in front in a qualifying position. I think the second qualifier will be the crew from Avonside. That's Avonside number 2 crew, Libby Greaves. Mariwa does the coxing for them out of Avonside. These two crews, yeah, they've opened up a big enough gap to qualify quite comfortably without any pressure going on them. Left-hand shoulder of Avonside is North End 4. That's the first 3, but only 2 qualify. Then we have to go right out the far side. We have to go about 10 lengths back. We have to go to Wairea. Another 3 lengths back to Meridian 2. Another 3 lengths back to Timaru. I can't see St. Margaret's. That might be St. Margaret's. There's a crew missing somewhere. It's coming from Wakatip. Wakatip 5's not there. So down inside the yellow boys they go, and it is Columba College going to qualify. And this the 4th heat of the girls under 17 single scull at 2022 South Island Junior Championships. She has a wee gaze across. She knows she's got her under control. Down through the 100-metre buoy line she goes. She's only got 3/4 of a length advantage over the Avonside sculler. Maybe a length as they head down towards the buzzer. There's the 2 qualifiers. They'll be interesting at the time. She's pushing it a little bit harder from Columba College. Down towards the buzzer. Laura takes the number 1 qualifier. Libby's going to take the 2nd qualifier, and everyone else behind that's going to be looking for times. It is North End, and then we go right out that far side. We have Wairea, Marion, Timaru, and St. Margaret's. There is another boat missing from out that outside somewhere. It's Wairea that's missing. So it's Marion, Timaru, and St. Margaret's. That heat has gone through an 8:49, which is slower again. So the first 2 heats were the quickest. Your program moves on to 44. Girls under 15 coxed octopus. This is a Māori Cup event, of course. North End, Rangiruru, Wakatip, Christchurch Girls, St Andrews and Cromwell. It looks like they've all gone to the start, and we've got a crew that is a country mile out in front, and that is the mighty Rangiruru. Coached by the Rangiruru coaching team, train on the Avon River in Christchurch. Oh gosh, this is a good crew, guys. They are swinging along very nicely for under 15s. And as always, those gold caps, I tell you what, the old story is you could put a spirit level across the top of their heads and the bubble would be right in between the 2 markers. What beautiful height they've got on their boat. And got a lovely body swing to them. Congratulations, coaches. This is only an under 15 crew. They don't look like any novices there. They look as if they'll be under 2nd year rowers. Statistics say, I think it's something like 90% of people on the dais in the under 15s are 2nd year rowers and not novice rowers. By gosh, they're swinging along nicely. The rhythm is really good. I'll get a clock on them for you. They're only on 35. I would have thought but they are well out in front, so we won't make any comment on that at all. Rangiruru, Wakatip. Wakatip's in second, but they are a good 6 lengths away from the leading crew, who is very impressive indeed. And then from Wakatip, there's another 4 lengths back. We go to Cromwell on the very far side, and Cromwell would only be slightly ahead of North End down on the inside. And the other crew we're looking for is Christchurch Girls and St Andrews locked together off the back of the field. At Rangiruru, heading down towards the 100-metre buoy line, the coxswain for Rangiruru will be letting them know that the 100 buoy line's up. That's Emma Townsend doing the coxing for Rangiruru. And this is an exceptionally tidy looking crew. There's no novices in that boat. Down towards the line they go. 100 metres to go, Emma. Let them know. 100 metres to go, girls. Keep the pressure on. You come back and do it again tomorrow, but we'll get the same lane number, I would imagine. Oh, we'll get lane number 5 tomorrow. Rangiruru, ever impressive. They'll get the buzzer. The Octo looks like they got a great chance for Mardi Cup for the Octo. Wakatip crew, nice and tidy. They'll go down and take the second buzzer. Cromwell will take the third buzzer. The 2 Lakes crews, really good to see Cromwell with an Octi out there. A small club on the build. These Octis are really good for novice rowers to get their timing and rhythm together. Teaches them to enter the water nice and quickly because they go so fast when you get them running. Then we come down to the inside. That's the St Hilda's crew. And then St Andrews, Christchurch Girls together. When I say these boats move along, their times are slower than a normal sweep-forward boat. And if you're a novice rower out there and says why, it's because there are 16 riggers and 16 oars, so they're considerably heavier. They take a lot to get them up and running once they get a good run on their boat. But if you row them too slowly on the rating, they'll drop back in the water and you'll never get them back out of the water again. They have gone through in 7:12. Right, your program moves on to girls under 15 coxed second heat. Craighead, the qualification, of course, was first 4 home, and the next fastest out of the 2 heats make up your 9. So Rangi, Wakatip, St Hilda's all would go through to the final. So you got Craighead down the lane number 3. You've got North End 2 and 4. You've got Marion 1 and 5. You've got St Margaret's 1 and 6. You've got Rangi 2 and 7. Villa Maria 1 out in lane number 8. And it looks like they are heading towards the 1,000 metre peg. It looks like the inside crew, which is Craighead. So it looks like them heading towards the 1,000 metre peg. It looks like Craighead's in front of the field. And then come from the middle, we go 2 out from Craighead, we go to St Margaret's. St Margaret's number 1, and right along them is the Rangiruru's number 2 crew, and right on the far side, Villa Maria. The only 2 crews to drop off so far is North End 2 and Marion College. So they'll go towards that 1,000 metre peg. It could be right out the far side. It could even be Villa Maria right on the far side. It's really hard to tell between Villa Maria and Craighead down on the inside. Right in the middle on the left-hand side of Villa, and Rangi 2's going along well. Just slightly ahead of Rangi 2 is St Margaret's. Yep, St Margaret's got about a half a length on Rangi 2. Villa Maria's only got about 3/4 of a length on St Margaret's in the middle of the course. And Craighead down the inside's got an advantage over all of them. It's Craighead in front. It looked like Villa might have had a chance, but I think it's Craighead in front. There's a line up in behind that, especially out wide. Villa Maria with maybe only 3/4 of a length over. Oh, it looks like it's even the middle crew of that bunch on the outside, which is the crew from Rangi 2. Rangi 2 starting to put some pressure on St. Margaret's. Oh, no, St. Margaret's have still got about a canvas on them by the look of it. Villa Maria on the far side. And Craighead down the inside. All those 4 crews are in qualifying position. Then we have to go back about 2 lengths back from there. We go back to Marion College, and Marion College has got a couple of lengths on North End, and behind that, that's the North End number 2 crew. We just seen North End's number 1 crew go through. Craighead, beautiful rowing conditions as you look down the lake and see these octies come through. Villa Maria just starting to put a little bit of pressure on the 2 inside crews from them and creep away from them a little bit. Still nothing between Rangi 2 and St. Margaret's. There would only be a canvas in it, maybe a half a length tops. Villa just starting to open that gap up a little bit from St. Margaret's. There'd be about a length and a half from Villa to St. Margaret's. Craighead in front, then we go Villa Maria, then we go St. Margaret's, and then we go right in between the 2 of them. We go to Rangi Ruru 2. They'll get 2 crews through to the final, Rangi. And then we have to go quite a wee way back then to the other 2 crews, which is the crew from North End and Marion. Craighead went through the 1,000-metre peg in front, and they haven't closed the gap on them at all. They would have a good 2.5, maybe 3 lengths advantage over Villa Maria. The race is on from there. St. Margaret's has still only got this canvas over Rangi Ruru's number 2 crew. I think Villa are clearly into second qualifier. All these 4 crews will qualify. As they head down towards the yellow buoys, Craighead still got this 2.5 length advantage over Villa Maria on the outside. Oh, Rangi Ruru 2's going to have a go at St. Mark's. There's absolutely been nothing locked between these 2 crews in the middle all the way down the course. Rangi Ruru is having a go at St. Margaret's. You'll all qualify, guys. Don't worry about it if you don't. Rangi number 2 crew, St. Margaret's. I think Rangi number 2 crew's moved up along St. Margaret's into 3rd place now. I'm pretty sure they go into 3rd place. Only now by a canvas, a half a length only. Can St. Margaret's come back at them? There's no... Yep, Rangi Ruru's just starting to open that gap up now. They came up. There's been nothing between them all the way through the course. Now Rangi's finishing it off a little bit better. And they've now gone out to 3/4 of a length lead over St. Margaret's. They can't hang on to them. Craighead, there's not much. Craighead hasn't got as big a lead as we thought. It's only about 3/4 of a length advantage. Craighead over Villa Maria. It's hard to get an idea when they're inside and outside like that. Now let's take a look at this row of boys. Yeah, 3/4 of a length advantage. As they head down towards the bother, Craighead 3/4 length over Villa Maria. Maybe a length because they've just caught something. So they've now opened it up to 1.25, a length and a half now. Down to a half a length between Rangi 2 and St. Margaret's, and then there's always been that gap back to the crew from Marion and back again to North End. Time-wise, they've gone through 7:34. Boys under 16-8 are on their way down through the course. They've just gone past the island. They're heading towards the 1,000-metre peg. Christchurch boys, we've got a full field of 9. Christchurch boys, Christ College 3. Christ College 2, Shirley Boys 2, Wairea, Christchurch Boys 2, St. Thomas of Canterbury, Christchurch Boys 1. Like Christ College 1 looked to be just back off the pace a little bit on the outside. So they're feeling the pinch a little bit. St. Thomas of Canterbury is there. St. Thomas of Canterbury, and then just slightly ahead of St. Thomas of Canterbury is Christchurch Boys 2. And then locked up with Christchurch Boys 2 is the crew from Wairau. There's one back off the pace a little bit. It's hard to identify all these crews. Down on the inside, that's the crew that's got the lead. That's right on the inside. That's Christchurch Boys number 1. The boys under 16-8. It's a straight final now. We're looking for lanes. Christchurch Boys swinging along really nicely right down here on the inside. You won't see them. And then we go out, the 3 crews out. St. Thomas of Canterbury, Christchurch Boys 2 and Wairau. All there together. Then we have a drop off to Shirley Boys 2. Shirley Boys 1 is locked up with Wairau, Christchurch Boys and St. Thomas, but they're all back off the leader. And also from Shirley Boys there we go Christchurch. That's Christ College 2. They're locked up with Shirley Boys. They're all still 3 lengths off the leader, these crews. And then we go back to Christ College number 3. And Christchurch Boys on the inside, that's the crew that's in front. So they're all over the shop here. Christchurch Boys number 1, they're in front by a good 4 lengths over the rest of the field. We have to go out to the outside. There's still nothing separating those outside crews, which is St. Thomas of Canterbury, Christchurch Boys 2, Wairau 1, Shirley Boys 2, feeling the pinch. They are off the back of the pace. Also Christ College out on the outside are back off the pace as well. Then we come down to the middle of the course. We go Shirley Boys 1. Then from Shirley Boys 1 we go to Christ College. They're a couple of lengths back from there. And then Christ College is a couple of lengths ahead of their number 3 crew. So it's down here, Christchurch Boys still with that 3.5, maybe 4 lengths lead. The race is going to come from St. Thomas of Canterbury, Christchurch Boys 2, and also Wairau. And then we have to go back to Shirley Boys 1, and then we go back again to Christ College 2, Christ College 3, and then we go back Christ College 1 across the far side and Shirley Boys 2. Inside the yellow boys, down towards the 100-metre boys, Christchurch Boys. They'll be under the guidance. Christchurch Boys is under the guidance of Maisie Scott and Rob McKenzie, of course, this crew. With their new tidy uniform, for Christchurch Boys by the look of it. They'll go down and get the buzzer. And the coxswain, I tell you, is still dishing out the commands. There's a lot of power in that under 15, 8. They should go through in about the 6:29 mark. It's right out the middle. It's Wairau. It's Wairau that's taken over from that big race that's been going on between the 3 crews on the far side. St. Thomas of Canterbury is only half a length away from Wairau. Wairau the second qualifier. St. Thomas of Canterbury's, no, there's no qualification. They're just coming back for lanes again tomorrow. St. Thomas of Canterbury, then Wairau. Shirley Boys 1, Christ College 2, Christ College 3, Christ College 1, and Shirley Boys 2. They have gone through in 6:36. Boys under 18 Cox 4, only 3 crews entered, the 3-gun crews off the Avon River. Christchurch Boys, St. Bede's and Canterbury. So Christchurch Boys and... Oh no, we've got a 4 race, so that's the girls under 18s behind it. Christchurch Boys on the inside, St Bede's quite a wee way back. That's a bit of a surprise. This is under 18, so there might be something problem with St Bede's. Christchurch Boys. Oh, this is a tidy looking crew from Christchurch Boys. Westport, Main, Penberthy, Templeton, and it looks like the coxswain is Kern. They're looking very sharp indeed, really neat. I'll get a clocking on them for you as they go through towards the yellow boys. 35, they're on 35, right on their shoulder. They have got the crew from Canterbury, Higgins, Clotworthy, Anderson, Cleland, and Brown in the coxswain seat. It's only about a 3/4 of a length advantage between the two crews. It's Christchurch Boys. Both these two crews look pretty strong. Tandem rig boat for Cashmere. Down into the 100-metre buoy line they go. A half a length's difference. Cashmere trying to come over the top of Christchurch Boys. They're not going to be able to do it, but they've got within a half a length of them as they head down, and we'll just see if there's any problem in the St Bede's boat. That's the way they're going to come back and race it again tomorrow. 3/4 of a length. The buzzer goes to Christchurch Boys, Cashmere. And then we go to St Bede's. I'll just check and see what the problem is with St Bede's. Doesn't look like their top crew, that's for sure. So St Bede's, would have to say, is not their top crew. So the girls under 18, coxed 4. This is the elite. That's the elite class of boys for school level. And now the ladies, Rangiruru 1, Christchurch Girls 1, Columba College scratched. Rangiruru 2, Christchurch Girls 2, and St Margaret's, all the crews from out of Christchurch. Coming from the inside crew, that's Rangiruru number 1. Oh, there we go. We see the Wallace girls again. And then also teaming up with them is Lil and Bethel. And, of course, O'Shaughnessy's got the coxing job this time. So it's Rangiruru with the under 18, and then we go right out the far side, St Margaret's, Farrell, Wiley, Early, and Burrows, and Harris in the coxswain seat for St Margaret's on the far side. Then the other three crews, these two crews have opened up a gap of about 3 lengths over the rest of the field, which is followed up by Christchurch Girls number 1. And then we locked up with Christchurch Girls number 1 is Christchurch Girls, which is Rangiruru 2. And then Christchurch Girls number 2, another 2 or 3 lengths back from there. But I think we'll have to go to the crew on the outside. We'll go to St Margaret's. St Margaret's on the far side of the course. They have the advantage over the Rangiruru number 1 crew. The elite class at school level, the girls under 18, Cox 4. Getting themselves ready for the Mighty Marty Cup to be held here on the 28th of March, 2022. St Margaret's. St Margaret's over Rangiruru's number 1 crew. Oh, there's absolutely nothing in it, Millsy. It's pretty close. I don't know if it is St Margaret's. There's very little in it. We usually have to favour that outside crew when we've got an angle like this. On the left-hand shoulder of Rangi, Christchurch Girls is about 3 lengths away, and then Christchurch Girls has got a length and a half advantage over Rangi 2. And Rangi 2's got about 3 to 4 lengths advantage over Christchurch Girls number 2. Is it St Margaret's or is it Rangiruru? Oh, I'm going to almost pump for Rangi. We get a better look at it now. Oh, there's very little between them. I think almost Rangiruru. Where's the Rangi supporters? They're always very vocal down. You're not allowed out of your bubble though, guys. Don't forget, you've got to stay with it. Oh, gosh, it's hard to tell who's in front. Let's see who's got the best run on their boat. I think Rangiruru's got the better run on their boat. I'm pretty sure they're in front. Yep, we have to stick our nose out now. It's too late mucking around. We'll take a look at this rower, boys. Oh, gosh. There's St. Margaret's across the far side into the rower, boys now. Rangi's into the rower, boys. There would only be a half a length between the two of them. Rangi body language tells me they're going to have to work. So St. Margaret's haven't cranked it up yet. Rangi certainly wound it up. They're getting off the end of the handles. They're getting out there. Lovely, shortened it up on the slide, but they're still getting out off the end of the handles. Yep, they've got the advantage over St. Margaret's. We'll take a look at this rower, boys. As they head into it, we'll just see what they've got. They go through Rangi this time now. Oh, they've got a good 3/4 of a length now for St. Margaret's. No qualification. You'll get the first fast lanes tomorrow. Great racing though. There's been very little between you. It could be turned around tomorrow. There's only 1.25 lengths difference. But they have opened up a big gap from the rest of the field. Christchurch Girls 1, then Rangiruru 2, and then Christchurch Girls 2. 7:21. 7:21 they've gone through in. Race 49, the girls under 16 coxed quadruple sculls. We're looking at 1, 2 and 3 to go through to the A final, and 4, 5 and 6. We've got a pretty good gap in the program. Clive's coming on for a couple of hours, guys. It goes really, when you're outside there, it's slow going, and when you're up in the tower, it's quick going. So Clive will come on. So congratulations to all the crews that have been on the water also today, because you're making the racing very exciting. I'm on.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and here we are. The racing's on, and I'm just going to double check with Millsy before he departs that we're on race 49, and indeed we are. We're on the girls under 16 quad. We're in heat number 1, the first 3. Yep, see at 2 o'clock. The first 3 will progress to the A final, and as Millsy said, there has indeed been some good racing today. It's been great that all the crews are giving it their best shot, and definitely there's been some close finishes. So as we look at the crews racing in this heat, Ashburton 1, Marion College 1, Rangiruru Girls School, Burnside, bit of a cheer there for a crew, Burnside High School, Wakatipu, Villa Maria College 1, Christchurch Girls High School 1, and St Andrews College 2. So let's have a look. Oh, this is looking like a good race. Just you can see from the screen there at the 1,000 metres, and they'll pick them back up from the next camera shortly. But as I have a look through the binoculars, let's see what I can get on. Yes, there's a couple of crews. There's certainly going to be a battle for third and fourth, third, fourth, fifth. But as we look through the binoculars here, in the middle, It's looking like a Burnside High School have got the lead at the moment, and that's Poppy, Katie, Kate, Sam and Abby May coxing. There's Sam Rankin, Kay Ryle. So they were rowing earlier in a double, if I'm not mistaken, and had a good row. So as we come through, the Burnside High crew coming down, they've got good lengths over the Rangiruru crew in the yellow, white and blue boat with their yellow caps. Looking well back is Ashburton. Marion College are in front of them just on the inside. But let's look on outside of the Burnside crew, and that is Christchurch Girls High School, who've got a couple of lengths on the St Andrews crew, who are out in lane number 9 there. So lane number 9, St Andrews, is probably back in, I'm going to say 5th or 6th. But Burnside are holding the lead. Second place is Rangiruru, but a couple of lengths back. Villa Maria are doing a nice little bit of work there to try and get up into that 3rd spot, but they're a length or so back from the Christchurch Girls High crew out on lane number 8. So looking at this, there is Christchurch Girls is Coco, Kate, Sienna, Kira and Erin Kang as coxing. But as we come down to the line, and 100 metres to go, the Burnside High School crew of Poppy, Katie, Kate, Sam and Abby May coxing. They've got a length and a bit on this Rangiruru crew, who have closed a little bit. They've got their caps on there and they're lane number 4, and they're trying to just close that gap so they know they're going to have a race in the final. That's Sophie, Alice, Jessica, Sophie and Bridget Pye coxing for Rangirurus. They're going to come second. Burnside coming down the last 10 metres to go. Burnside are going to take the win. Rangiruru are going to take second. There they go. That's the win. Rangiruru go over the line. Now third. It's closed up for third on the far side. Christchurch Girls. On the inside down here in lane 3, that is Marion. And Marion are going to take them in the last 20 metres. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's Marion. Marion have just pipped the Christchurch Girls crew. Oh, there we go. That's Villa Maria going over now. And then St Andrews. Oh, yes. No, unfortunately, they've been pipped by... Let me just make sure who that is. I'll get it right. That must be Wakatipu. They've just come through and pipped them there. But let's see if I've got some times here for you. On that last race, we have 7:36. So let's keep a note of that. 7:36. And that is for the Burnside High crew. This is the girls under 16 Cox quadruple schools as we go through to the next heat. And I can see that Mills has changed the clip. He's gone away from the traditional bulldog into a more, dare I say, modern, minimalistic, not quite a stylish paperclip, if I like to think. But anyway, moving through as they're coming down, let's see who's racing. Craighead, Marion College 3, Otago Girls High School 1, Rangiruru Girls School 2, Waihopa, Wanaka and Canterbury. So this is a good looking race here. We look out the screen, see if I can pick it up. You can see there's there's 2 boats that have got away from the pack, and there's also a couple in the middle there that are looking to come through. But as we have it at the moment, Otago Girls High School are sitting in second. And leading out in the yellow and black is Wanaka 1. Oh, hold on, let me make sure I've got that right. No, I apologise. Sorry, that is Canterbury 1, actually in the cashmere colours. So Canterbury 1 in the cashmere colours. They have got the lead at the moment, and then actually back from them is Wanaka 1. They are a few lengths back, who are battling. Wanaka 1 are battling with the crew from Otago. Let me just check that up. So yes, the cashmere colours are leading as we have it. Cashmere are leading. They are That's Abby, Nina, Emily, Poppy, and Meg McDonald is coxing, and that is in lane number 8. Coming back across, there's Wanaka, who are battling with lane number 4. That is Otago. So lane number 4, I'm going to say Otago have just got their noses in front as they come down to the yellow boys. They're in the yellow boys. There's not much in it against lane 7 from Wanaka. Wanaka, Lucy, Anika, Annie, Lola, and Thomas Mitchell coxing. That's going to be a good battle. But right now, out in front, Kashmir or Canterbury in lane number 8. Lane number 8, those girls are going very well. Be interested to see the time. As I say, that's Abby, Nina, Emile, Poppy, and Meg McDonald. So they're going to take the win. Otago are going to come through and take second if all things stay the same in lane number 4. There's going to be a little bit of a battle for third. Remember, it's 1, 2, and 3 for the A final. Down on the inside here in lane number 2, they've left their charge a bit late. In lane number 2, Craighead. Let's see if they can close it all up. I'm going to stand up and just change the position here because the winners have gone over the line. Otago go over the line now. And I tell you what, Craighead are putting a charge on. Oh, I think they've just left it too late. Craighead, I think, got 4th there, but there was nothing in it. And I think that Wanaka came in, came in there 3rd as well. So, hey, that's some good work. The rest of the crews go over the line. Let me look at the time for you. Burnside High School, 7:36. And if I just go back to my previous... there is going to be an interesting race then, because the first heat was 7:36 and the second heat was 7:36. In fact, 7:35. 7:35 in that second heat. So a second in it, and then 10 seconds back to second place. So, yes, they'll be very interesting to see that Canterbury 1 crew tomorrow battling it out against the Burnside High School crew. One to watch tomorrow. As we now pick up, we've got the girls under 16 Cox quadruple schools heat number 3. So hence why there's obviously 3 going through. No fastest losers. It's just the next 3 go through to the B final. So girls under 16 coxed quadruple schools, they're underway, as we can see from the screen. Race number 51, picking them up. There they come down. There's already, looks like one of the crews has just dropped off. But let's look who's racing here. We've got North End 1 and lane number 2. Wairau 1, St Andrews College 1, Avonside Girls High School, Christchurch Girls High School, Ashburton and Marion College. So quickly looking, we have to mention the St Andrews crew here. We've got Abby, Rosa, Libby, Gretel Tavendale, Isabel, and Isabel Forsey is also coxing there. And just having a quick look at this, let's see if I can get another crew mentioned. Avonside Girls, Georgia, Chloe, Ruby, Sari, and Lottie Ann Whitehouse is coxing. Christchurch Girls 2 is Rosa, Imogen, Aria, Tyler, and Jordetta Haller. Ashburton is Lee, Chloe, Sienna, Amelia, Lily Davidson is coxing. Marion College, Katie Highgate, big shout out to Justin Highgate. Katie, Isabella, Nina, Francesca, and Charlotte Pender is coxing there. Let's come back to North End. Olivia, Jessica, Anna, and Bonnie McGregor. And Wairau is Hazel, Leah, Ella, Jessica, Elizabeth Bowron. So here we go. I think I've covered off everybody there. Let me have a look as we see coming through the screen in the middle lanes. St Andrews are doing well. They've got a length from the crew inside them, which I'm picking is Wairau, but they're still in it. On the outside of St Andrews, we're looking out and seeing Christchurch Girls High School, and I've just lost them from the screen there, but there comes St Andrews, the St Andrews crew. I'll pick them back up shortly on the binoculars, but as we come through here and they're just starting to pan it round, which is lovely. Great work from the team downstairs who are getting to grips with this new equipment. It's controlled by a series of mice, and they obviously do need regular feeding. But this St Andrews crew, Abby Baxter, Rosa Hill, Libby McNee, Gretel Tavendale, Isabel Forsey, and coached by Marcella Turfus. They're looking very nice there and going through very much together, and keeping that lead. But we can see there the crew inside them wire out. Strong rowers, that's Hazel, Lila, Ella, Jessica and Elizabeth Barron. They have closed up slightly and certainly keeping them honest. So this is going to be some good rowing through to the end. There they are. There's the front two. The front two. Down on the inside is North End, who seem to be making waves to close up with that crew on the outside there, which I'm picking is Christchurch Girls. Thank you very much. Look at that, Millsy looking after me. He's a good man. So as we coming through, and we can see here race number 51, the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. I'll move shortly to the binoculars and just see if I can. Yes. Here we go. That St Andrews crew in the middle there, lane number 4. Is going well. They've not got it all their own way. Wire Out are certainly trying to dig in and way on the outside there, not the far lane, but I'm going to pick it's the Ashburton crew. They're very much in the hunt, but they're in second. The Christchurch, the Marian College have dropped away right on the outside. They've dropped away a couple of lengths back from that Ashburton crew. So as we have it at the moment, Ashburton are in second place. St Andrews College. Ashburton is Lee, Chloe, Sienna, Amelia and Lily Davidson, coached by Justin Wall and Mary Hefford. So they'll have been put them through the paces. And as we come here, we're still in the red, boys. We're probably hitting around about the 1500 metre mark there, just after. They're swinging along really quite nicely there and going well. Wairau have definitely closed the gap. I think Wairau in that last 500 have put some work in and they've closed the gap. But St Andrews should be able to manage that from there as we come through for the top three going through to the A final. So the priority is obviously making that A final, but they'll all be keen to make sure that they're in a decent lane in the middle so they can see their work and manage both sides. But let's get this race done first of all. Wairau, Hazel, Leah, Ella, Jessica and Elizabeth Barron. They're working away and they've got a good second spot now. The Ashburton crew on the further outside have just dropped away slightly, but I think they're still going to comfortably hold on to third. So St Andrews, as we get into the yellow boys, we've hit the yellow boys. They're moving nicely. I can see the coxswain there barking out the orders. That's Isabel Forsey. She's barking out the orders to them, keeping them driving through to the end. They don't want to let that gap go. Wairau have done a lot of work. Those girls are really putting it in there. They're very keen to close the gap. They want them to know they've got a battle, and they've got it down to a boat length, and there was more than that. But that's our lead two crews. Here they come through. They're 100 metres to go. St Andrews are going to be pleased with this. I'm sure they'll be working on just tidying that up a little bit, but that's actually looking pretty good as they're coming through. They've maintained the gap. It's a boat length, but Wairau have upped their rating in that last 500. You can see they've got a big finish. And they're going to take second. They'll be happy with that there. First and second. St Andrews are going to take first. Wairau are going to take second. Who's taking the third spot? Looking over the far side there in lane number 7. That's Ashburton taking the third spot. St Andrews 1. Wairau 2. There they are, lane 7. Ashburton are going to take fourth. Is going to be lane number 2. Sorry, lane number 2, North End. They're going to be fourth. And then we come through. Further back there we have lane number 6 and then lane number 8. So lane number 6 is Christchurch Girls High School, and then lane number 8 is Marian College. And then there's a second crew coming through here. Let's have a look at this. Is lane number 5. That's the Avonside Girls crew just there. So great, good racing there. My phone keeps pinging at me, so yes, I'm sure that James and Zoe will be very happy with that. They'll be absolutely rapt to know that that race has gone well. A big shout out there to James and Zoe. So here we are, race 51. That's finished and done, and it's going to be an interesting final. If I can give you a time, that's 7:43. 7:43. So certainly the first 2 heats were quicker. Just let me cross-reference 7:35, 7:36, and 7:43, if I've got that correct. That's unofficial, but that's our times. Now on the course now, as we move on through, it doesn't stop, is the boys under 16 double sculls. I know we've got a couple of scratchings in this, but let me try and get you through to this. This is race number 52, boys under 16 double sculls. Shirley Boys High School, Wakatipu 3, Christ College 1, Wakatipu 4, Wairau 1, Timaru Boys High School 1, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Otago Boys High 3. And I'm going to pick them up now straight off the binoculars. You can see there's a little bit of spread over this field, but as you tend to get in the heat. So Timaru, always a strong rowers. I know it is indeed. It's Brian Smith. Shout out to Brian. Hope you're well. First time I ever had whitebait was actually at Brian's house, Brian and Bob's house, and I did have to wonder what it was. They all seemed very excited, the Kiwis. Obviously, being new to the country at that point, I was a little perturbed with what I was eating, but I decided it was best just to fit in with the locals. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed the little bit of lemon on there with the whitebait. Took me a number of years before I had it again and decided that I did actually like it. I thought it was quite weird. But anyway, I hope Brian and Bob's are doing well. And here we go. Timaru, we know he's going well. We don't have a number on the Timaru crew, but they are in lane 6. So they're leading, but without a number on their bow. That is definitely Timaru. Wairau, they've got Z6. That's the Wairau crew there coming into second place. Third place, in lane number 3, that'll be Wakatipu in lane number 3. They're going to be third. And on the far side, fast charging, is Otago crew in lane number 9. That's Otago Boys High. So they're going to come in fourth. They're going to make the B final. Our next B racers are going to be Shirley in lane number 1. And I'm going to pick, in those wonderful row suits, for a worthy cause, well done again, lane number 8. It's looking like Christchurch Boys High. They're not out of it, the crew's inside them, but let's see if they can hold on. So there we go. Shirley are probably 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes to go, they're going to be over. And Christchurch Boys are going to have to do their work, but they've upped their rating. They're really pushing it through. They're looking across. I'd just keep your eyes. Don't look that way. There's no boats that way, son. Anyway, lane number 8. Let's hope they hold on, because there's a big charge here from crews inside, which is Christ College. And I thought it... And I'll just give you that last crew. No, they've held on to it. That's great. They've held on to it. So they're going to make the B final. That is the boys under 16 double sculls. Do I have a time yet for you on that? Looking like 7:14. 7:14. With a 7-second gap to second place. So there we go. We're looking back down the field. The boys under 16 double sculls. I've just had a text clarifying that about the question around the whitebait, about the whitebait, and I can say that it was quite traditional, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And now, you know, I'm a big fan. Let me, you know, I am now a Kiwi, so I do feel I have to point out that I now love it. And in fact, had some on a recent trip to the West Coast when I was doing the that wonderful bike trail that they've got that goes past that magnificent little hotel at the junction there. Very fine china for a cup of tea. I'm actually having a cup of tea currently. I wish I was having it from a nice fine china cup, but I'm not. But anyway, we look at who's racing in race number 53. I've just lost the screen. Oh, the screen's back on now. There we go. Race number 53. We've got North End, Shirley Boys High, St Thomas of Canterbury, Wakatipu 2, Otago Boys High 1, Timaru Boys High 2, Wakatipu 1, Canterbury is scratched, and Christchurch Boys High. And again, we've got a big spread across this field. But out on the far side, looking like a Wakatipu crew, the Wakatipu crew that is Ashton White and Toby Rorison, coached by John Morrison. They'll be pleased with that. I'll be keeping an eye on the time for them too. So Wakatipu out in lane number 7 are going along very nicely. Coming back in the yellow boat is the second Wakatipu crew, if I'm not mistaken, which is Josh Viana and Xavier Small. So John will be pleased with a 1 or 2. That second crew will be wanting to close that gap. Outside there is also looking like Timaru in the mix. Timaru in the mix, and down on the that's Shirley. So I'm sure there'll be some shout out from the Shirley boys. Down here we've got Noah Visor and Flynn Hutchinson Ray. So they're currently sitting in 4th spot, and they're battling against the Timaru boys, which is Max Henry Clayton and Mackay Sparks. But currently we have the Wakatipu 1 crew of Ashton and Toby Rawlinson. They're out there, lane number 7, and moving very nicely together. Not the biggest lads in the world, but they've got that boat moving. Nice rating, keeping the clear water. And actually I can say that lane number 4 are also moving along nice. Just having a little look, but they're a couple of lengths back, but they're going to take 1 and 2. There we go. Wakatipu go over the line, and the second Wakatipu crew go over the line now. They're over the line. Oh, yes, and actually Shirley have come through. Shirley have come through in lane number 2. They were a length back, but and there's a bit of an issue for Timaru there, but they're still going to get through. There you go. They're into the final. 1, 2, 3. And 4th, laying back now, Timaru. Timaru are going to take a 4th there. Let's see who else is coming through. This is for the making the B final. Pegasus Engineering sponsored A3 lane against number 5. So they're neck and neck there. Lane number 5 is Otago Boys High. But in lane 3, St Thomas of Canterbury, sponsored by Pegasus Engineering. There we go. Well done, boys. A shake of the hand. And away they go. That's good to see. So that's how race number 53. They're in the A and B finals. And let me see if I think I've got one more heat here, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I have. Boys under 16, double sculls. In this heat, again, we've got a scratching, which is Wairau. But we've got St Thomas of Canterbury 1, our Oamaru 1, Shirley Boys High School 3, Wanaka 1, Nelson 1, Canterbury 1, North End 2, and Ashburton 1. Let's have a quick look at who's racing here. St Thomas of Canterbury, we've got Frankie and Ben, Oamaru, Nye and Patrick Spillane, he's been writing those books again. Shirley Boys High School, Keegan and Charlie Norton. Let me tell you about the featherbed frame Norton of the 1950s, winning races at the Isle of Man. Oh my word, beautiful motorbike. Anyway, moving through, we've got Wanaka is Philip and Anton, Nelson 1 is Ethan and Thomas, Canterbury 1, Angus and Jimmy, North End is Charlie and Magnus, Ashburton, Ashton and Isaac. So, coming through here, there's not quite so big a spread here. We're going to have definitely 3 boats fighting this out as I give you the Cashmere colours, which are obviously rowing under Canterbury. Rowing under Canterbury today is Angus and Jimmy. Down on the inside is the St. Thomas of Canterbury crew. They are right up there with them. There's not a lot in it. St. Thomas of Canterbury, Frankie and Ben, coached by Alex Coulthard. They, in fact, I'm going to say they're in the lead. They're in the lead down on the inside lane there. They've snuck on through under the bushes. And I tell you what, they have got the lead, but it's close for second and third. In the middle lanes, we've got Nelson, Ethan and Thomas. They're sitting in third place and a comfortable third. They'll just need to just keep an eye on that crew on the inside there from Amarama. But as we sit right now, on the inside, lane number 1, coming through, moving nicely, St. Thomas of Canterbury, that's Frankie McCarty and Ben Hancock. They're going to come through and take the win. Canterbury 1, Angus Mackenzie and Jimmy Middleditch. They are sitting in second place in lane number 7. They're having a quick look across on the inside them to that lane number 6 Nelson crew. The lane number 6 Nelson crew, Ethan Steele and Thomas Goody. They're still holding third. So there's our 1, 2 and 3. 1, 2 and 3. They've done well. Here we go. Over the line now. Over the line now. St. Thomas of Canterbury, well done. Second place. Holding on to second. But it's closing. Nelson are finishing strongly. But Canterbury, Cashmere, they go second. There we go. Nelson go third. Fast charging fourth is lane number 3. Lane number 3, which is our Oamaru crew, and just outside them is the Shirley Boys High School. They lay down. There's a bit of breathing going on there, and then the next making the final out on the far side is the Ashburton crew in lane number 9, Ashton Brook and Isaac Carr. They're our crews going through to the A and B final. Whew, time to take a breath. We've got the girls under 18 singles schools. Girls under 18 singles schools are on course, and just so people, I've already had a couple of messages through just checking what tea that I drink. Of course, English breakfast first thing in the morning, everyone knows that, but mid-afternoon an Earl Grey or a Lady Grey is the best tea to have. I mean, it's a mistake having English breakfast in the afternoon, and frankly it's appalling that people do. But anyway, I think if we can educate people to move them to the Earl Grey or Lady Grey, that's really the future of tea, I think you'll find within New Zealand, if not the greater Pacific area. But anyway, let's have a look who's racing here. Girls under 18 single schools. We've got Rangiruru, Holly Turnbull, Avonside Girls School, Stella Cook, Rickton High School, Grace McConnell, Timaru Girls High School, Heidi B, Marion College 2, Bridget Finn, Burnside High School, Briar Moriarty. There's that name again, fantastic name. And great books. Oh, there's some good racing going on here. Let's see if I can pick it up on the screen. No, they've gone past and I'm seeing them from behind there as we look. Right, so definitely down on the inside, and there's that green and white stripe of Burnside High School. So I'm going to pick that Briar Moriarty, coached by Christina Blackford, is lane number 8. She's got her nose in front, but down on the inside there's a good battle developing between, and let me make sure I've got this right for you. There's a good battle developing between, I'm going to say, Rangiruru, Holly Turnbull and Avonside Girls, Stella Cook. So, looking back on the outside there, we can, and she's just looked across just to make sure she's still got it in control. In the single is Holly Turnbull, Briar Moriarty. Down on the inside here we have Holly Turnbull from Rangi. Yeah, that's Rangi there, and then just outside her is the Avonside Girls High School, Stella Cook. So that's our 1, 2 and 3. Remember, the first 4 go through to the A final and the next fastest. So as we have it here, let's pick up the view again in lane number 8. She has a good look across. She just needs to keep moving that boat as she is doing. Don't spend too much time looking at the others. Just keep nice straight line. Keep moving that power through. She's rating along quite nicely. She's actually got a good gap now. The race between Rangi and Avonside has definitely closed up. Rangi have just got a lead, but it's definitely been closed up by the Avonside girls rower Stella Cook. Stella's really putting in a bit of a piece, and Holly Turnbull is answering it, but way out in front. Well, I say way out. 3 lengths in front, but doing well and really putting her back into it there in lane number 8. She's going to take the win. Briar. Mr. Moriarty. Here we go. So Briar Moriarty is a good 3 lengths. And I tell you what, there's been movement here from Overside Girls. She has just got a canvas. Nothing more than a canvas. I think there might have been a little... Oh, she's got half a boat now. She's up the rating. She really has up the rating. And whoa, there we go. There's our winner. There's our winner. Briar goes over the line. She takes the... But look at that. That's a lovely finish from Avonside Girls, Stella Cook. She literally put a boat on it in the last 30 metres. Still a good finish from Rangiruru's Holly Turnbull. So Briar Moriarty first, Stella Cook second, Holly Turnbull third. Coming in fourth in one of the middle lanes in lane number 5. Lane number 5 is Rickerton High School's Grace McConnell. Well done, Grace. She's done well there. And over on the far side, let's see who we can pick up there. That is indeed the lane number 7. Lane number 7 from Marion College. That's Bridget Finn. Well done. Remember that the first 4 go through to the A final and the next fastest. We've got quite a gap now back through to lane number 6, which is Timaru Girls Heidi B. So that's that race done. Let me get the time on that. 8:34. 8:34, and that was race number 55. We're in race number... It is D. That's great. It's the girls under 18 single. A smaller heat this time. We've got, in fact, there's only 5 in this, but Avonside, Ash Fleming. Oamaru 1 is April Leonardo Fontana, lead guitarist for Santana. Christchurch Girls High School, Charlotte Chatter. Marion College, Amelia Meets. Roncalli College, Molly Phillips. So as we look up here, and again, we've got a good race developing, but out in front, just coming through the last of the red boys as she hits the 250 mark and hits those distinctive yellow boys. She's wearing the yellow top of Oamaru 1. That's April. April Leonardis Fontana, coached by Ivan Doherty and Damien Goodser. She's coming through. We'll definitely compare the times here. So she's leading in lane number 4. That's April in lane number 4. She's got a good 2 or 3 lengths. Back in second place, in the colours of Avonside Girls, is Ash Fleming, coached by Maria Cryer. She's in second. Third place, I'm looking out to the far side. I think it's Roncalli College. It is indeed Roncalli College in lane 7, Molly Phillips. Molly Phillips is third. And let's just pick up fourth, so we've got it sorted. And in fourth in lane 6. Lane 6 is Marion College. Amelia Meets, obviously a name well known with the rowing family and fraternity there, so they're still heavily involved. And as we come down to the finish line in lane number 4, she's finished very well. April is indeed going to take the win. I'll give you the time in a second. April takes the win. Coming over second from Avonside Girls is Ash Fleming. She's going to take the line now. Coming to third, out on the far side, as I said, in lane number 7 from Roncalli. Shout out to Roncalli College, is Molly Phillips. Well done, Molly. She's going to take a third. And fourth in lane number 6 from Marion College is Amelia Meets. So that's our 4 into the final. Obviously, we'll be looking for the fastest fastest next crew. So as we come through here, let's look at that time. 8:37. So all close. 8:34, 8:37. And both the second places in that were 8 seconds behind the leader. So there's going to be a good final developing in the singles tomorrow. I think the next heat is on the course, and yes, they've all cleared the finish line there. So race number 57, boys under 18 single sculls. Let's have a quick look. Race E is what we've got from Shirley Boys High School. We've got Matai Washbourne. St Thomas of Canterbury, we've got Angus Lucas. Burnside High School, Jacob Wadley. Ashburton 2, Matthew Pearce. Wairau 1, Ashley James Fitzgerald. Christchurch Boys High School, Angus Groom. Union 1 is Alex Fletcher. Timaru Boys High School 2 is William Talbot. Timaru 1 is James Patterson. So, James Patterson, William Talbot, Alex Fletcher, Angus Groom, Ashley James Fitzgerald, Matthew Pearce, Jacob Wadley, Angus Lucas and Matai Washburn. This is the boys under 18 single schools. In many ways, rowing those singles, it's the toughest race to do. You're doing all your training or most of your training on your own, and it certainly develops good technique with the right coaching. I watched a fascinating little documentary last night with one of my friends, and it was something I'd not seen before. Obviously a historical piece of New Zealand rowing history, pieces of 8, and I've got part way through it, and I look forward to finishing that off tonight. It was precursed by Top Gun, which was obviously topical in the events of what's happening, and then it'd be obviously a lot of thoughts at the moment are with the people of Ukraine. So hey, I know it's incredibly tough and incredibly sad to see what's happening over there. So as we come through here, the boys under 18 single schools, they're making their way down. They're coming up. They've gone past the 1500. Let's see if I can pick them. Wairau are definitely in there. Timaru are in the mix. That's William Talbot from Timaru and Ashley James Fitzgerald. They're very much in the mix. Let's see who else is there. So Wairau, Timaru there. There's a Timaru rower further back, but a few lengths back. And outside there, I'm picking that is a Union top with Alex Fletcher, if I'm not mistaken, in lane number 7. So as we see Timaru 1, James Patterson, I think he's further back, and then we've got actually William Talbot. So William Talbot, but in the lead at the moment, in lane number 5 is Ashley James Fitzgerald. He's leading, and leading well, probably 2 lengths to the outside Timaru rower in lane number 8, which is William Talbot, coached again by Brian Smith and Jamie Harrison. Let's coming back down on the inside here, the inside lanes. We've got Shirley Boys High just slightly back there, but in front of them is St Thomas of Canterbury, Angus Lucas, who's probably holding 4th at the moment, but that's going to be a battle for 4th spot with outside him there in lane 4 is Ashburton Matthew Pearce. So that's probably the race to watch now as we come down to the last 100 metres, and Wairau in lane 5 is going to take the win, which is Ashley James Fitzgerald. He's going to take the win. Second place should be in lane 8 William Talbot. He's going to take second. There's 1 and 2. Third, as it stands at the moment, in lane 7 is Union, which is Alex Fletcher. He's holding on to third. There's been a big finish, a big strong finish from the St Thomas of Canterbury rower, lane 2, Angus Lucas. So he's going to come through 4th and make the final. Well done. And certainly I'm going to say that the he'll be looking for a fastest finish there, the lane 4 rower from Ashburton, Matthew Pearce. He might be faster. Let's have a quick look at the time, see what I can give you. 7:29. 7:29. That's our lead time, and 7:39 was second place. So there we go, 7:29.09 for our winner, Ashley James Fitzgerald. I'll pick the other race up in a second as we can just see some action on the screen. But that might be... Yeah, I'll just have a quick look over the other side there. Oh, that's what we're picking up there. That's the... Over that side, yeah, that's the... There we go. So, this race is well underway. They're coming down. They're at that 1,000-metre mark as we come to the screen coverage of race number 59, which is just lining up, which is the, and I shall tell you what it is in 1 second. It's the girls under 15 double sculls, and we've got 2 or 3 heats of that. Girls under 15, yeah, we've got 3 heats of that. So anyway, we're concentrating on the boys under 18 single sculls. So in this race here, we've got Wakatipu, Marley King-Smith, St Andrews College, Sam Wrighton, Cromwell 1, Matthew King, Ashburton 1, Zane Cameron, Timaru Boys High School, Sam Wilson, Shirley Boys High School, Kaorangi Watini, Otago Boys High, Henry Kirk, Wanaka 1, Jem Curtis, and St Thomas of Canterbury, Xavier Ainsey. So, looking forward to this. And again, there's not so much of a spread in this. There's certainly one rower who's dropped back on the inside there, but I'm picking that is the St Andrews College Sam Wrighton, who's dropped away on the back there. But up front in the middle is Timaru, and outside him I'm picking is Otago Boys High Henry Kirk. So Henry Kirk in lane number 7 is currently leading, with Timaru Boys High Sam Wilson lane number 5 in second. Let's see if I can verify that with the screen. Yes, you can see them going down. Slightly challenging to pick the lane, but I'm picking that as Timaru are right up there with the Otago crew, but there's not much in it. Back on the inside lanes, there we have Wakatipu and Cromwell Matthew King, and Wakatipu is Marley King-Smith. There's Wakatipu on the inside lane. Outside there we have the Cromwell rower of Matthew King, and then the Ashburton rower of Zane Cameron. So they're going to be battling for that 3rd and 4th spot. 1st and 2nd though, and it is really heating up to be quite a nice finish this. They're both still in the red, but they're getting close. Let's see who hits the yellows first. And it is... Yes, he's into yellow. So we've got Timaru. I can tell you that Timaru, lane 5, Sam Wilson, lane 5, is taking the lead and pushed into second place. Otago Boys, Henry Kirk. Let's have a look again. He's got half a boat length on him. Timaru, there's no looking across there. And Otago, he's just got to close it back up if he can. He's looking across, and every time he does that, it costs him a little bit of distance. There is a great race for 3rd and 4th. So we've got here lane number 4, lane number 3, lane number 1. Let's call them out. Lane 1, Wakatipu, is currently in 3rd place. Lane 4, Ashburton Zane Cameron. Wakatipu is Marley King-Smith. He's going to come through and take 3rd. Oh, and we've just had I think there was a little issue there for lane number 4. Lane number 4 is Ashburton Zane Cameron. He's had a little issue. And lane 3, Cromwell, Matthew King has gone away from him. There they go, 1 and 2 over the line. Lane number 1, Wakatipu, over the line now. And final spot in lane 3 is Matthew King. There's our first 4. Well done. So 1 was Sam Wilson, 2 Henry Kirk, 3 Marley King-Smith, and 4 was Matthew King. And I'm going to give you the time is 7:32. Ooh, so nice time for 7:32 and 7:37 for second spot. So I tell you, tomorrow that is going to be a great wee final to watch. Have I got any more? No, they're the 2 heats. Going back to the first heat, just hold on for me, was 7:29 and 7:39, second place. 7:32 and 7:39. So I think there's going to be a great wee battle there, and I look forward to that one tomorrow. As we pick up now, though, without further ado, oh, my tea's gone cold. That's a nightmare. There's worse things in life, definitely, but a cold cup of tea's not good. Girls under 15 double sculls. Otago Girls High School, we've got Monica and Eva. North End 3, we've got Meg and Lucy. Cromwell 3, we've got Tori and Millie. Waihopa, we've got Caitlin and Holly. Otago Girls, Francis and Kate. Burnside, Kate and Fern. Christchurch Girls High School 2, Charlie and Annabelle. North End 5 is Georgia and Holly. And Craighead, Isla and Lily. So fantastic. They're on the water. Let's see if I can pick something up in the screen there. There's the lead boat. That's looking like picking it up through the middle. There's definitely one of the middle lanes is in the mix there. They're leading. There they come. They come into screen now. I actually think the lead crew is right out on the far side. The lead crew is Craighead, Isla Crawford and Lily Grant, coached by Dean Milne. Craighead, I think, have got a couple of lengths coming through the middle lanes there. We have Burnside High School and Christchurch Girls. That's our 1, 2, 3. Back in fourth appears to be the Waihopa crew. No, Waihopa are there. It's actually the Otago crew. Otago crew are sitting in fourth. So as we have it at the moment, out on the far side, in the girls under 15 double sculls, Craighead, Isla and Lily. Isla and Lily have got a couple of lengths on the Burnside High crew. The Burnside High crew of Kate Ryle and Fern Harrison, coached again by Christina Blackford. So as we see, Craighead, if they can hold on to that and manage that through. Yep, there they are, and their second place is coming under a little bit of pressure from the Christchurch Girls crew of Charlie and Annabelle. They've certainly kept up with them, and if they can put a piece through here and lift that rating and get some power transferred and keep that boat moving, they will put them under a bit of pressure. But at the moment, Burnside High and that red boat are looking quite comfortable and seem to be really putting some power into that boat. So they're not rating terribly high, but I tell you what, they've got nice power going through. Christchurch Girls, no, they're not going to put them under pressure, but they are going to come 1, 2, 3, which obviously means that gets them in the final. So we're well and truly into the yellow boys. The girls on the far side in lane number 9, Isla Crawford, Lily Grant, have got probably 3 lengths now. 3 lengths on the crew in second place, which is Burnside High School's Kate Ryle and Fern Harrison. Third place is in lane number 7. Lane number 7, Christchurch Girls High School, Charlie Hellier and Annabelle Uren. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. And fourth at the moment in lane number 5 is the Otago Girls High School, Frances Donald and Kate Merriman. So there we go. There's our leaders go over the line. Second place will be Burnside High School, Kate Ryle and Fern Harrison. So the winners, Isla Crawford, Lily Grant. Burnside comes second. Third is the Christchurch Girls crew of Charlie Hellier and Annabelle Uren. And then fourth is Otago Girls, Frances Donald and Kate Merriman. And fifth night is Waihopa. Come over the line now. They come in at fifth. Down on the inside we come down to Otago Girls 2. They're going to cross the line in a second. and then it's a good battle between the North End crew and right on the North End on the far side, who are just going to pip the crew down the inside, which is North End 3. So, good work. Giving you the time, 8:15. 8:15, unconfirmed. That was race number 59. Moving on to race 60. They're underway. They're underway, but they're probably not even at the 500 yet. Just at the 500. I can see the island there. So then in this heat, we've got in the girls under 15 double sculls, North End 4, Liv Steele and Xanthi Payne, Cromwell 1, Rebecca Thompson and Amelia Dickey. Wairau 2 is Grace Straker and Jessica Brown Shea. Oamaru 1 is Chloe Southard and Atalanta McDowell Williams. North End 2 is Lola Castles and Perry Hoare. Canterbury 1, Abby Higgins and Poppy Wyndham. Nelson 1, Sydney Booth and Sarah Schofield. And Wakatipu 1 is April Bentley and Lucy Clark. So, the screen is just showing me, that's showing the finish. Let's see if they take me back over now to the 1,000 metre mark and pan back from the 1,000 metre mark for me to give me something to look at, because at the moment all I'm seeing in the binoculars is there's a nice I think there's going to be 4 or 5 in the hunt here. There's definitely a couple that have dropped off the back down on the inside lane. North End appear to have dropped away, and in the middle lane Oamaru appear to have dropped away, and there's the blue boat out in lane number 7, which is Nelson. So they're the 3 that appear to have dropped away, and the others are up with each other. There's the Canterbury crew of Abby Higgins and Poppy Wyndham, who in the stripes of Kashmir High School. But there's, certainly there's lots in this, even right on the outside there. The Wakatipu crew, they're slightly back, but not much in it. So, here we go on the screen. Here we can see that's the Canterbury 1 crew of Abby and Poppy. As they... That's it. Take it out. That's what I need. There we go. So they've got a good lead. But as you can see, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th are all in the mix. And there's plenty to go from that 1,000 metre mark. So as we see, there's 2nd and 3rd. But there's a good charge there from one of the inside crews. So I think this is going to develop quite nicely. And this is, let's see, this is heat number 2. And there is a 3rd heat. So with girls under 15 double sculls, it's the first 3 who progress. 4, 5 and 6 go to a B final. So 3 heats, all to play for. As we look at it now, picking it up through, we can still see here through the binoculars that we've got that lead Kashmir Canterbury crew. Wairau, Grace and Jessica are in the mix. In the middle lanes, and I'm going to pick that as North End. They're in the mix. But as I said at the moment, Canterbury Kashmir have got this under control. Abby and Poppy, they're well and truly in the lead by several lengths. It'd be interesting to know the time. Wakatipu coming on the outside are just had a bit of a weave there, so they just need to straighten themselves back up, because they were moving along quite nicely and just had a bit of a weave, but I think they've got it sorted now. I'm not recognising the colours. I'll need to go and do some homework tonight as I check the colour chart. and see who I can pick that up as being. I think it could be North End, so I apologise here. I'm not getting that crew yet. I'll tell you later. Wire Out are definitely in the mix, so we know that. Out in front is the Canterbury 1 crew. Wire Out of Grace Straker and Jessica Brown-Shee, coached by Mike McManaway. But in the front and well out in front, in lane number 7. So lane number 7 is that Canterbury crew. In the mix for the top 3 is Wakatipu out on the far side there. That's April and Lucy. Wakatipu are in the mix. Wire are in the mix. Wire in lane number 4. And it must be North End wearing a slightly different uniform to I'm used to. Yes, in lane number 6 it is indeed. So it's North End actually. It's North End who are battling for that second spot with the crew from Wire. At the moment, Wire have got their nose in front, and also battling for that third spot is Wakatipu. So as I see it at the moment, well out in front, they're in the yellow boys and looking very controlled, very comfortable. Lane number 7 is Canterbury. So I'm going to leave them to finish because they've only got 100 metres to go. But there is a nice race developing for second, third and fourth. And at the moment, it is the Wire crew in lane 4. They're into the yellow boys. On the far side, Wakatipu, who are looking across their lane number 9. They've got to go now, and they can secure third spot. But North End 2 have just fallen into fourth spot. They're into fourth spot, but there's not much in it. So second place, Wire are now looking comfortable. Over the line goes our Canterbury crew from Kashmir. They're the winners. Second place, Wire are closing it down. Closing it down in lane number 4. They're going to take second. Oh, it looks like they've answered it back. North End have answered it back, and it is neck and neck. It is too close to call between the Wakatipu crew on the outside and in lane number 6, the North End crew, Lola and Perry. They've just got their noses in front. Just now, a canvas. One seat. A canvas, one seat. One seat. They're going to take it. They're going to take the third. And Wakatipu get a fourth. And then down here on the... I think that was the Cromwell crew going through 5th. So the rest are just coming through now. But that was a good finish. And time-wise, the computer says no time today. So I'm not able to give you a comparison time with that first heat. Hopefully it'll pop back up. But that Canterbury crew will be the one to watch tomorrow. They looked very strong. And if that time comes back up, I will come back to it and just to let you know. So I apologise that I don't have that for you now. The girls under 15 double sculls continue. Heat number 3. They're on the water. So I'll just give you a quick rundown of who's rowing. We've got Christchurch girls, Quinn Abercrombie and Greta Lofthagen. Villa Maria College, Lexi Dixon and Molly Niehoff. Canterbury 1, Eliza Omerga and Gemma York. Burnside High School, Olivia Moriarty and Poppy Knight. Wire 1 is Miller van Riesberg and Sophie Sagers. Cromwell 2, Alicia Wilson and Alaya Cunningham. North End 1, Adi Davies and Billy Asterund. And Waihopa 2 is Maria Simpson and Ella Norman. So, there's 3 crews. As we see, lining up is the boys under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. That's race number 62, but we're looking at race number 61, the girls under 15 double sculls. And there is going to be a tight finish here. There's 3 or 4 crews in it. Canterbury Kashmir are 4th. Burnside High School are battling with Wire in the middle lanes. And I'm picking 3rd, battling for 3rd place out on the far side is... Is that Waihopa? Waihopa. Yep. So, currently leading Burnside High School, Olivia Moriarty and Poppy Knight. They've turned that round pretty quickly. I thought they were racing not long ago, but they're Burnside girls there. They're having a good look around, looking both ways. They want to control it. Wairau are just outside them, and Canterbury Cashmere are on the inside. But the crew sneaking up on the outside in lane number 8 is actually the North End crew. So I'm going to say at the moment that they are third I think. Leading crew, Burnside High School. That's the leading crew, Burnside High School. And then it is too close for me to call. I'm going to give it at the moment to out on the far side, lane 8, are sitting in second with Wairau just in third and Cashmere just back in fourth. But it could all change in these last 100 metres. So as we come down now, they're into the yellow boys. The day is clearing. The blue sky is starting to shine through. Sunblock's going to be needed soon. Keep that water up. But the day's just getting better and better. Twizel delivers yet again. As we come down, they are still leading. The Burnside High School, Olivia Moriarty and Poppy Knight are coming through. And this is a good row from Cashmere. Canterbury Cashmere in lane 4. There's a big veer off from where are Waihopa going? Where are Waihopa going? Not sure. They've gone completely in the wrong lane, and they've cost themselves certainly a third. And right now, over the line, there they go. That's second place is Cashmere. That's a great row. From fourth to second, that is a belting row. That's Eliza and Gemma. That is a great row. They were well in fourth, and they've come through. And I'm really not sure what happened with the Wairau girls. They ended up finishing in a completely different lane. Waihopai. I'm just being educated here. Waihopai. It's further down south. I'm not sure I've been down there. I don't have a passport for it. But anyway, I can see I'm going to need some extra tuition later on tonight. We'll get the map out. Waihopai, and they were doing very well, and unfortunately just took a bit of a detour. So let's look at the time. I can't give you the time. I'm interested to see this race. This is the boys under 15 coxed quadruple sculls. Waihopai. There we go. I'm going to write that down a few times. And they're off. There we go. This is race J, number 62. We see them all out and all clear. There's a good start from lane number 7. Lane number 6 is slightly back, and in the middle there, lane number 4 has also gone well. As we see the umpire boat clearing behind. In this, we've got the Otago Boys High 3, Shirley Boys High 3, St. Bede's College 1, Wairau 2, Christchurch Boys High School 2, Otago Boys High 1, Christ College 1, St. Thomas of Canterbury 2. So, they're on the water. They're making their way down. They're at the 250. The safety boat now comes across as well. The next heat is coming in. Let me look at race number 63. Yes, it's the second heat. So, in this, the first 4 progress to the final, and the next fastest crew. So, as we come through, Otago Boys High, Shirley Boys High, St. Bede's College, Wairau 2, Christchurch Boys High School 2, Otago Boys High 1, Christ College 1, St. Thomas of Canterbury 2. There is no Waihopai in this one. Yep. Here we go. I'm going to have to start picking which races that I commentate. And we see there's nice little bit of coverage there on the screen, and you can see the day starting to clear up. Looking at the wind has just increased slightly, but it's still very, very gentle. Oh, we're playing with the zoom button there. And as they're coming on down, there's a good race developing with it's looking like 4 crews in the boys under 15 coxed quadruple sculls. Not sure what time we're going through to today, but let me tell you how many races we have coming up. There's race number 1, so let me see. 101 races today, so we're a good chunk through the program. We're in race number 62 now, race J on your dance card. And it looks like moving through the water nicely, out in one of those outer lanes, the Otago Boys High. They've already managed within the first 1,000 to get a good lead. They'll be managing that from the 1,500 if they're sensible, just saving a little bit in the tank, but coming back. There's a battle for second and third. Out on the far side, it's looking like St. Thomas of Canterbury. But as we come through, we're at the 1,000-metre mark here. You're looking across there and you see both a safety boat and an umpire boat with the zonal system that they're working. As we heat the 1,000 there's our first boat going through, and 2-3 lengths back. There's St. Bede's coming through third. And on the far side, I'm picking that's Christ College. But here we go. Let's get the binoculars on them and see what we can see. And right through the middle there with their white and hoops showing is Otago Boys High. There seems to be a very fluoro pink hat on there. Nice and distinctive. And there's second place. I'm picking Wairau. So Wairau, Ashton, Fergus, Brody, Oliver and Tyrone Carter Coxing are in second place. Just behind them is St. Bede's. St. Bede's appear to be sitting in third, but they'll be battling with the crew on the outside there. St. Thomas of Canterbury. So there's our leading crews way out in front with a fluoro pink, you'd say 80s, well 90s disco, or dance party, more like a dance party I'd say. Yep. Definitely dance party. They've been rowing on the harbour down there. This will be flat water. They've probably never seen it like this. They're absolutely loving that. Moving through nicely is Tamati, Levi, Harrison, Jack and coxed by Ryland Nickel in lane number 7. Lane 7, yes, Wairau are in second place. St. Bede's are sitting in third with a potential challenge on the outside there, which is coming from St. Thomas of Canterbury. Out in lane 9, there's a big gap back to the crew in the middle, which will be Christchurch Boys High. And also down on the inside is the Otago Boys 3. So there's a fair chick back, and also Shirley away back down there as well. So looking at it as we have, St. Bede's got a bit of work to do to just get away safely from St. Thomas, but I think they will do. Out in the front, and that is, yep, they're coming through here in their lane number 7. That is indeed the Otago Boys High crew of Tamati, Levi, Harrison, Jack and Ryland Nickel Coxing. They've got 4 or 5 lengths over the Wairau crew, and it is the first 4 who make the final. So there could be a little bit of foxing going on here, but I don't think there's too much. Not in under 15s. They just get out there and give it a whack. So here we go, lane number 7. They're going to go over the line shortly. And second place will be Wairau in lane number 5. Third place, still 100 metres to go, but getting through their work as that sun comes through. In lane number 4 is the St. Bede's crew. Quinn, Jamie, Bruno, Hugo Van and Finn O'Kane coxing. So there we go. That's second place. First and second have gone through. St. Bede's are going to come through for third. And out on the far side, St. Thomas of Canterbury are going to come through for fourth. So that's our top 4. They're making the A final. I still don't have any times for you. Apologies. So, working their way down, we've got the magnificent coloured rowing suits in lane number 6, which is obviously Christchurch Boys High. They're looking fantastic. Shirley are still coming through and getting their work done, but these lads will only get better. Time on the water, first races out the way in the under 15 coxed quadruple sculls. So as we go through now, the next race is underway, and I'll tell you who's rowing in this as we come through how. So Wairau 1, Shirley Boys High School, St. Thomas of Canterbury, Wakatipu, Shirley Boys High School 2, Otago Boys High 2 and Christchurch Boys High School 1. So having a quick look here, and this is going to be a closer heat. This isn't going to be a walk in the park. We've just got a safety boat coming through to the shore. Maybe just getting some new batteries. Oh, yes, we're going to have a good race here. This is Otago are in there with Wakatipu. And down on the one of the inside lanes here, inside lanes, we've got Shirley Boys High. Shirley Boys High battling with Wairau. So we've got Wairau just slightly back on the inside lane. Shirley Boys High are battling with the Wakatipu crew. Wakatipu, one of the middle lanes, and then out on the far side there we can see Otago Boys High 2, which is Eddie, Zion, Henry, Judd and George Anderson coxing. But leading at the moment is Shirley Boys High. Shirley Boys High are leading. I think they've dragged Wairau with them. So Shirley Boys High in lane number 3, that's Mackay, Noah, Sven, Ollie, Jasper. Jasper Muir is actually coxing. And let's just confirm that. Yep. Wakatipu in 3rd, Otago in 4th. Second place currently, but they have shown a big finish previously, is this Wairau crew. There's not a massive amount in it. They may be just on the back of their boat. They'll be looking to take a seat or two, and I think that's what they're trying to do. But surely, just based just down here, I was actually interested to see their Latin phrase earlier on. So do it right is a loose translation into English. And benefit of all, if I remember correctly, with interest omnium, or for all. Latin classes were a long time ago for me. But anyway, here we go in lane 3. Just holding on, but it's definitely closed up. Wairau will fancy their chances here because they were a boat length back. And there's some big boys in that boat, in that lane number 2. And they are closing it up. So it's going to be a nice finish to this race. And it is neck and neck. They've still got their nose in front. Shirley Boys, Joel, Mason. Here we come. Let's have a look. Let's see what we've got. Are they going to hold them off in lane number 3 against lane number 2? Shirley Boys, Mackay, Noah, Sven, Ollie and Jasper Muir. They just held them off. Just holding them off. They've well done. Well done, boys. That's actually really good. That's a great finish. And well done to Wairau. 3rd place is lane number 5. Lane number 5, and they've got a bit of growing to do, that lane number 5. So they've done well there. Wakatipu come through 3rd, and 4th place making the A final is the Otago crew in lane 7. Otago boys come through 4th, and then the 5th spot will be St. Thomas of Canterbury in lane 4. St. Thomas of Canterbury come through 5th. They'll be interested to know the time. Still no times for you, I'm afraid. So that is the boys under 15 quadruple sculls. Just quickly going to have a drink of water. Give me a second. So we have a big race here. This is the girls under 17 coxed 8. We've got St Margaret's College, Christchurch Girls High School, Rangiruru Girls School and St Margaret's. So looking at this, and there is 2 boats who have charged out, and they are looking for the bragging rights, and it's Rangiruru, no surprise there, with St Margaret's. St Margaret's crew are maybe a length back, maybe a length and a bit. So let's have a look at this Rangiruru Girls crew. It's Arabella, Abigail, Molly, Polly, Francesca, Caitlin Muir, big shout out to the Muirs, Caitlin, Nicole, Georgie and Annabelle Wynne Williams. They are in lane number 6, and they have got this at the moment. The second St Margaret's crew are further back there, and they are battling with the Christchurch Girls High School. So St Margaret's 1, Elise, Olivia, Marianne, Frankie, Elsie, Annie, Annabelle, Holly and Poppy Jarman is coxing. So these 2 crews have probably put 3 or 4 lengths on the other 2 in here. But Rangiruru, as we speak, in the under 17 coxed 8 heat number 1, they're all going through to the final. They're all coming through tomorrow, but they'll want that middle lane. They've got a length on the St Margaret's crew, so coming through, coached by this Rangiruru coaching squad. Very big squad of rowers. And they'll be, let's have a look at how they're moving through the water. Yeah, they'll be pretty pleased with that. The coxswains talking away there. A little bit of gesturing there from Annabelle Wynne Williams. She's not even looking back. She's just focused on the rate. Oh, there she has a look now. A second look. Just making sure. Just being safe. There it goes through in lane number 6. And I'm going to put a call out to St Margaret's because I think they've actually closed it slightly. Well done there. They're working away. Doing well. They're going to come through second. Rangiruru take it. The gap definitely closed. So I think St Margaret's can take something from that. And there we go. And then we've got 2 of the crews. And in fact, the Christchurch Girls High School have actually come through the second St Margaret's crew. They were definitely behind them earlier on. Still don't have any times for you, I'm afraid. But that's the girls under 17 coxed 8. Now we have the boys under 17 coxed 4. This is always a competitive race, and let's see who we've got. We've got St Bede's College 2, Canterbury 1, Christchurch Boys High School St Bede's College 1, Christchurch Boys High School 2, St Andrew's College 1. This is the under 17, so there's some rowers who are into their 3rd season. For St Bede's, we've got Neil, William, Leighton and Harrison. Max Walsh is coxing. For Canterbury 1, Kashmir, Jimmy, James, Sam, Oscar and Charlotte Clatworthy is coxing there. It looks like it's her brother, Oscar Clatworthy, also in the boat. Christchurch Boys High School is Charles Nicholson, Will, Jackson and Luca and Sebastian Kuhn is the cox. St Bede's, Sam, Luke, Jack, Sam, Liam Duff coxing. Christchurch Boys High School, Ben, Logan, Connor, Lewis, Miles Chatter is cox. And St Andrew's College is Brody, Spencer, Tom, Cameron and Sam Moorhead is coxing there, coached by Tim Hopkins. So as I pick them up now, you can see them charging through here on the screen. This is going to be a nice finish. Let's see who we've got. And it is St Bede's. St Bede's have got it over at the moment. St. Bede's, Sam, Luke, Jack, Sam and Liam Duff, coached of course by the ever young Dale Marr. He knows how to put a wall up straight, I can tell you that. St. Andrews are probably sitting in 4th spot. 2nd spot is the Christchurch Boys High Crew of Charles, Will, Jackson, Luca and Sebastian Kuhn is coxing. 3rd place is the Canterbury Cashmere Crew. Oh, nice. Yep, just in third is the Canterbury Crew of Jimmy, James, Sam, Oscar and Charlotte Clapworthy coxing. And St. Andrews are just sitting in 4th at the moment. They're further out on lane number 8. So there are 4 leading crews, and they actually all of them progressed to the A final. So it's really just about positioning. The Christchurch Boys crew have closed up on the St. Bede's crew. They've obviously done some work through that middle section, as have Cashmere. St. Bede's having a quick look here. Yes, they've always got that nice snap just at the end of their pulling it in there, pulling it in and just getting the last of it out. I'm going to put a call out again to the wonderful fundraising rowing suits from the Christchurch Boys in lane number 5, Christchurch Boys High School, and they've really closed it up. They've really closed it up on St. Bede's. They're right on their tail. I think they've left it too late. St. Bede's are going to take the win. St. Bede's 4 there are going to take it. Neil, William, Leighton, Harrison. Sorry, Sam, Luke, Jack, Sam and Liam. There we go, Christchurch 2nd, and Canterbury 1 are 3rd, and 4th coming in will be St. Andrews. There they go, and if I look back now, we've got the 2nd St. Bede's crew who are just going to pip the 2nd Christchurch Boys crew, which is indeed the names I mentioned earlier. So St. Bede's 2nd crew come through now. They're just about to cross over the line, and that's the boys under 17 coxed 4. So girls under 18, I don't think they're just lining up now, so we'll get to see this race all the way through, which is fantastic. Let me just have a quick look here, make sure I've got it. Race number 66. Race number 66. I've obviously got a team of statisticians working for me in the background and get regular updates of what the news is, what's happening around the place, the toings and froings in the boat park. So it's been great to get some of those comments coming through. Thank you very much, crew. Really appreciate it. So as we come now, let's look at this race here. This is a big one. This is race number 66, and we can see them lined up there in the starters blocks. It's the girls' novice coxed quadruple sculls. Heat number 1, 2 heats, 3 heats, 3 heats. First three through to the A final. Cromwell 1. We've got Bella, Melia, Lilani, Millie and Elizabeth Engstrom coxing. Villa Maria College, we've got Lydia, Ava, Lily, Jessica and Gemma Strick coxing. Columba College 1, Hannah, Briar, Charlie, Grace, Isabella Davey coxing. Marion College 2, Amelia, Hannah, Sophie, Annabelle and Rosie Richards is coxing. Wakatipu 2 have been struck. Burnside, Julia, Georgia, Emily, Neela and Danielle Taylor is coxing. Waihopai. Waihopai, have I got a thumbs up? Yes. Waihopai 2, Madison Mackenzie, Ellie, Kira and Sophie Kundal is coxing. Villa Maria College, Nia, Anika, Aviana, Sophie and Louise McGoldrick is coxing. She'll probably be an auctioneer too at some stage with that name. But anyway, as we look at it, we can see them in there. Starting at lane number 3. So maybe they're still waiting for another boat to come in lane number 2, which should be Cromwell. There's the photographer there with the media. These shots will be obviously sent out. I'm sure the Times will be picking them up. Not sure if they're under orders, but we can see the clock ticking through. It's nice to get the shot there looking across. From the look of this, it may well be that Cromwell 1 have been scratched. I don't have the computer screen updating for me, I'm afraid, so I can't tell you that, but certainly there doesn't appear to be a boat coming in. And have they let go? Yes, they've let go. They must be under orders, getting ready to go. Just steady as she goes, listening for the call out. You can see the coxswains all holding on to that the drop line, just to help keep them straight. That's the last of the water. I'll be parched now as we come through. They're holding them for some reason. Maybe there's another issue I'm not aware of further up the field. Race N, number 66 for the day. I think we're on time. 1:25. That's actually pretty good if my watch is correct. Let me just check on the cell phone. 1:28. We're 3 minutes behind. The Japanese would have something to say about that. Very timely. But anyway, as we look at it, the lake is looking fantastic. Mills is nipped off. He's obviously gone for a little nap. He likes to have a mid-afternoon snooze. He says he talks to people, but I know he just curls up in the corner like a little mouse. Just needs his rest now. Not as young as he once was. Sprightly though. Oh, here we go. Here's the other bit. I think they're getting ready. Oh no, there's another crew coming in. They've obviously gone off to find them. They got lost. It's easily happened, and they're coming across now. Is there anyone else making their way? You can just see from that shot, there's the chute that the crews line up in to the right-hand side of the screen, just where that umpire boat is, just behind them. They come into a chute, so as the next race is going to be run, they get onto that warm-up area, that bay, and they pull the boats through and certainly crack the whip to get them organised so we can stay on time. It is important we're not waiting for crews, so they'll be getting a bit of a telling to here. This crew is coming at number 2, and I'm going to say it's the Cromwell crew. It may well be their shout for doing the dishes later. Certainly Justin will have something to say about that. And but anyway, they're there now. They won't be given much time to get ready. I think you'll find that they'll get them underway soon. In race number 66, the girls' novice coxed quadruple sculls. To be fair to them, they are novices, so now's the time. It's not like they're senior rowers and they've done it all before, so they'll learn from that, and I'm sure it won't happen again. The coach will be probably having something to say as well, which is Maud O'Connell, and I'm sure that'll come up in the race debrief later on. So I hope they enjoy doing the dishes. Maybe they like doing the dishes or doing the drying, I don't know, but I think it should be their turn, just so we can nominate their other team members. It's Bella, Melia, Lilania, Millie and Elizabeth who are going to be on dishes duty later on. So here we go. Hopefully we're about to start soon. They're away. There we go. So there's no lane number 6, which is Wakatipu. So lane 7, we see Burnside out there, and lane 5, we've got Marion College. It's a good start from lane 4, Columba College. That's a very good start, nice and quick. On the far side out there is also Villa Maria and Waihopai. Hope I've got that right. Anyway, as we come through, Cromwell are in the inside lane, Villa Maria 3 in lane number 3, Columba College 1, then Marion College. Wakatipu aren't racing, Burnside High School, Waihopai and Villa Maria College. They're all away. The umpire boat has drifted in behind there. We're using a zonal system, and in fact you can see here the other crews now start to come across. They get themselves organised early, and certainly the race umpire likes that. That's the next heat of the girls under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls. So as we look out to the wonderful Lake Ruataniwha, we can see the day just keeps getting better. There's some nice high cloud now. All the fog and mist has gone, all the low cloud has burnt away. We've got a nice mixture of blue skies there. That's great to see. We've got a safety boat coming in down the end. As we pick up coverage on the island, on the island, it's at 500 meters. Here they come through. Here's our lead crew, and I'm picking that is Columba College. And here we go on the inside. We've got Cromwell. That's Cromwell there, and just outside them is Villa Maria. So they're all through the 500 meters, all through the 500. Excellent to see. So let's have a look at this Columba College crew. It's Hannah, Briar, Charlie, Grace and Isabel Davey is coxing, coached by Matthew Adam and Saskia Kalin. As we pan across there, we pick up the safety boats and the umpire boats. As we say, we are organising. We're running the zonal umpire system, which has worked very well during the recent nationals, which was fantastic to get that underway. And I think it's great that this regatta's underway, and I think that we'll get the next two as well. That seems to be the word on the street. I think accepting that that it's time to go. Oh yeah, look, and there's a nice shot there of the red boys, and I think he's actually showing those because he was involved in straightening them all up in the week. They got on the boat, and yeah, it is indeed very straight. Good work there. They were all a bit higgledy-piggledy for the nationals, but we've got them sorted out now as we pan across. And you see we're going to pick these crews up as they come through in this race number 66. Race N we've got, and here we go. Let's see who we've got here. Columba College. They've gone through. There they go. They've got a good lead. Let's pan out and just see. They've got a very good lead. It's only the first three who go through to the final, and then the next three go to the B final. Oh, I've just lost the coverage there, so I'm sorry. Oh, wait, they're back on, yeah. So there's going to be a bit of a battle here. You can see on the inside there the lanes number 2 and 3, which is Cromwell, Villa Maria. They're going to have a battle together, and they'll drag each other along. But picking is Columba College. Marion College are in lane 5, and I think they've dropped off the pace as the next race starts. They're all away. They're all away there, and there's those droppers that they hold on to keep themselves nice and straight just before they get ready. So we're going to have 2 quick racers coming down here. Millsy will just be waking up now, just giving a little stir just to get himself sorted, and he'll be having a nice cup of tea, I'm sure, just to warm the larynx. And as we come through, it is indeed that Columba College crew. Looking out, there is Villa Maria are out on the far lane. They're lane number 9, and they're in the mix. I think they're a solid second place. Down on the inside here, we've got Cromwell and Villa Maria. Yeah, Cromwell just there. They're back a little bit. Villa Maria are probably sitting in 3rd spot. So Villa Maria College 3, that is, in 3rd spot. Outside of them there, yeah, there we see the Marion College crew, who are but out in front with a big lead over those other crews I just mentioned. As we come through is the Columba College crew of Hannah, Briar, Charlie, Grace, Isabella Davey is coxing. So they'll be really very happy with that. That is a dominant performance. And I've got the times back up now as well, so that's great to see. Hopefully I can compare these 2-3 heats for you. I'll keep a record of the times for the first 3 finishers. They are looking very good. Lane number 4, Columba College, a dominant performance, 10 lengths. Second place is going to be a battle between Villa Maria out on the far side and Villa Maria. So the 2 Villa Maria crews, Villa Maria 3 are up against Villa Maria 4, and way out in front in lane number 4 is the Columba College crew of Hannah, Briar, Charlie, Grace and Isabella. They should be very happy with that. I'm just going to watch the time, but they are they're actually looking very good. And they're novice under 18. So you could have a mixture of ages in that, but that boat's going really well. Under control, no panic. Nice arm, yeah, nice twist there just at the end. They're going to be going over the line. Now they take the win. That's Columba College. Well done, girls. Excellent rowing. There's a good battle here between the 2 Villa Maria crews. At this stage, they are both going to make the final, and it is in lane number 3, Villa Maria College 3, who are going to pip Villa Maria College 4, who are out on lane 9. So well done to those 2. They're going to be 2nd and 3rd. They're all going to go through to the A final, and next is lane number 2. Lane number 2 is Cromwell, who are going to go through to the B final with lane number 5. That's Marion College. So you 2 are going through to the B final. There's our 1, 2, 3 all over the line. Next they come down, and it is indeed lane 2, Cromwell, who will go over, and they're in the B final, as are the Marion College crew. Well done. Time wise, let's see what I've got. 7:52. 7:52. That was a pretty dominant performance there. Very keen to see this next heat, and in this next heat we have heat number 2, Wakatipu, Columba College 2, Waihopai, North End 1, Villa Maria College, Nelson, Marion College, Wairau. So let's have a look as we're past the 1,000 metre mark. There they go. Again, we've got a little bit of a spread, but it's closer. Certainly there's going to be a battle for that 2nd and 3rd. As we come down now, let's have a look. Nelson are in the mix. But in the middle, it is the Villa Maria College 1 crew. Villa Maria College 1 crew. I've got the lead at the moment to make sure I'm not missing anyone. Yep, Villa Maria 1. Outside of them is the Nelson 1 crew. Outside of them is Meridian College. They appeared to be having a bit of a weave, but maybe they've got that straightened up now. Outside of them is Wairau 1, who are just back off the pace a couple of lengths. But coming through the middle is the Villa Maria College crew of Claire, Gabriella, Alexandra, Kate, and Sophie Tillard Lowe is coxing. They are leading at the moment as we hit up the 1500 metres, making their way down to 1750. They've got a nice lead, nowhere near as dominant as the Columba College, but of course it's timing that's important. So Nelson have gone with them. Outside of Nelson is the Meridian College 1 crew. So coming through the middle, fantastic looking oars there. They're really standing out, and that's great colours from Villa Maria. That's Claire, Gabriella, Alexandra, Kate, and, needing my glasses, Sophie Tillard Lowe as they come through. Nelson, let's have a look at this Nelson crew. We've got Maddie, Mia, Fern, Holly, and Maddie Taylor. They're sitting comfortably in second now. Again, it's the first 3 go through to the A final. So as we line it up currently, we have in lane number 6, Villa Maria College. Second is Nelson. Third, coming back on the inside in lane number 5. Lane number 5 is North End. They've just, they're fourth, so it's the top 3 who go through. So at the moment, North End are looking like a B final. North End are a B final. First, Villa Maria, lane number 6. Second, Nelson in lane number 7. And third, in lane number 8, is going to be the Meridian College. There's our 1, 2, 3. They're lined up. That's a nice finish. Again, I'll give you the time as soon as I can. North End are going to a B final, as are Wairau at this moment. Wairau, and then down on the inside. They're over the line. They take the win. There's second. There's first, sorry. There's second, Nelson. And next is going to be Wakatipu in lane 2. They're also looking like a B final. So as we go over now, yep, there's our 1, 2, 3. North End into the B final for 4. Wairau for 4. And Wakatipu, where have they gone? Yes, Wakatipu, Wairau are over the other side. They're the B final as well. They're the 3. So 1, 2, 3, Villa Maria, Nelson and Meridian College. The B final is North End 1, Wairau and Wakatipu. And time, let's look at the time. 7:56. 7:56. So 4 seconds slower. 4 seconds slower in that heat than the one before. But they'll get dragged along when they're racing tomorrow. That's going to be a good one to watch. The novice coxed quadruple sculls. There they all go. There's certainly some good work there. So as we finish that, let's see what we've got now. It is indeed the third and final heat of the under 18 novice coxed quadruple sculls. In this heat, we've got Wanaka, Canterbury, Nelson, Avonside Girls, Villa Maria College, Burnside High School and Craighead. So for Wanaka, down the inside, we've got Lucy, Anika, Annie, Lola and Thomas Mitchell coxing, and I'm going to pick them up now straight away. I was going to read through the crews, so I apologise, I've not got the time. And down on the inside, in lane, is Wanaka. It is the Wanaka crew who are leading, so I did manage to get their names. Kashmir are in the mix. I'm say they're sitting 3rd or 4th at the moment. So Wanaka are leading, they're number 1. Canterbury just outside of them are in the battle for 2nd and 3rd. I'm going to say 3rd and 4th. but they've had a good finish all day. Let's look on the outside and see what we've got. That looks very much like Craighead to me. Craighead are sitting in second, but it's all pretty close. Craighead, so as we look on the screen, coming through now, we have the Canterbury 1 crew, which are in the Wanaka crew. Wanaka crew are coming through. Here they are here, coming through. They're in the yellow boys, and they've got their yellow and black tops on, which is Lucy, Anika, Annie, Lola, and Thomas Mitchell, coached by Matt Rickard and Rachel O'Connell. So that's a nice finish. Again, I will give you the comparative time, remembering that we are competing against 7:52 and 7:56. So as they come through, they've maybe got 100 metres to go. They hit the 100-metre marker as they're coming down. Moving nicely, keeping, just a quick little look out there. But that's lane number 2, and they'll be happy with that. That is lane number 2, and that is Wanaka. There's going to be a big finish here for second and third, because we've had, as we've had all day many times, this Kashmir crew, Kashmir Canterbury, they are looking like they're going to come through for a second. And this is Thea Murdy. Oh, hi Thea. Lucy, Morna, Phoebe and Hazel Bowen. They're going to come through, and they're just holding on to second. There's not much in it, less than a bow ball. Well, there you go, 1 and 2, and that was very close with the crew from Craighead out on the other side. So they came through second, they came through third, and now going over the line in fourth is that lane number 7 crew of Burnside. So there's our 1, 2, 3, there's our B finals, and then also coming through for the B final is going to be in lane 5, lane 5 and lane 4. Lane 5 is Avonside Girls High School, and lane 4 is Nelson 2. So they're going to be into the B final. And the time I have, timing's gone wrong. It's given me 3 minutes, so I can't give you the comparative time there. I apologise. The technical failure. I'll obviously be having I'll send a strongly worded memo because of that. But as we come through to race number 69, Mills, you'll be getting changed. He always likes to get changed before he comes back on. His wife obviously is really mad with this because he goes home with 18 pairs of change of clothes, but he thinks it's important to be fresh in the commentary box, and I obviously doff my cap to him for his elegant standard of apparel, and he really does lead the fashion world at the moment with these constant changes. Anyway, we're under boys under 18 novice coxed 4, race number 69, novice coxed 4. We've got St Andrews College, Wairau 1, Burnside High School, Oamaru 1, St Bede's College, and St Andrews College 1. So they come down. They're actually past the 1500 metres, and we've got a couple of boats out front. St Bede's are in second place and leading in the yellow. In the yellow will be Oamaru. That's Finn, Harrison, Jet, Lackland, and coxed by Harry Kelland. St Bede's will be Joseph Bede, Joseph Sam, and Finn O'Kane. Coached by Scott Rogers. Shout out to Scott, hope you're well. And here we come through. There's our 1 and 2, and if I look at this again just quickly, it's heat number 1. The first 4 go through to the A final. So as we sit at the moment, St Bede's are in second, St Bede's in second, Oamaru are in first by about a boat length. Let's pick up who's coming third. Quite a way back is Wairau, Oliver, Tom, Thomas, Luke, and Walter Wickham, coached by John Robinson and Matt Straker. So they'll be coming in third as we sit. So there's our third place. St Bede's are holding second quite comfortably, and Oamaru are in first. Now, who's going to pick up fourth? There's actually a big gap back to fourth, but we've got 2 boats, and it looking like St Andrews St Andrew's crew on the far side are battling with the Burnside High School crew. So at the moment, I'm just going to say Burnside have just got their noses in front. As we look back across, there we go. There's our number 1 and number 2. St Bede's second, and Oamaru first. Wairau will come through third. That's Oliver, Tom, Thomas, Luke, and Walter Wickham. That's our 1, 2, 3. Fourth. Who's going to hold on to fourth? And it is Burnside. Burnside have just got their noses in front. They're going to hold on to fourth place. And this is Nishil, Gabriel, Joel, Max, and Abby May coxing. They're holding on. They just need to hold it together. There's the 2 St Andrews crews following them down. The crew on the outside there for St Andrews have just had a bit of a splash. And there's a bit of swinging going on that oar, but not... Yeah, there's a bit of technique to sort out there. But anyway, they'll keep getting better. But coming through, they've managed to hold on to it. They've managed to hold on. That's the Burnside crew. They're going to make the final. First 4 through. The next fastest does come over the line. So they've got to get over the line over there. Well done. And that's the heat number 1 for the boys under 18 novice coxed 4. We've got the second heat on the water. And again, there's quite a spread of boats here, as we can see them just coming into view there. So we've got in this heat race number 70. Race number 70 is Nelson, St Bede's College 2, Ashburton 1, Oamaru 2. And as I look at this, it looks like Oamaru 2 are again in front with the St Bede's crew second. So yes, there's our 1 and 2, and third is looking like Ashburton. Yes, it is. It's Ashburton. So St Bede's are sitting in second. Ashburton are in third place. First is Oamaru at the moment. So Oamaru 2, which is Lachlan, Cody, Zeke, Scott and Henry Robinson, coached by Ivan Doherty and Damien Goodser. They're got a couple of lengths on the St Bede's College 2 crew, which is Harry, Oliver, Callum, Jamie and Dominic Morgan. And as I say, coached again by Scott Rogers. So as we come through there into the yellow boys, in lane number 7, it's the Oamaru 2 crew, Lachlan, Cody, Zeke, Scott and Henry Robinson, who are going to take the win. It's the first 4 who progress to the final, and the day continues to get better. There's still barely a breath of wind. It's warming up. Those who wore jeans are certainly starting to question that decision now, and that's why Millsy does like to change his attire so frequently. He when there's a degree movement either way, then he's off to change. He's not prepared to be uncomfortable in any way, shape or form. As we come through, St Bede's are coming through second. Their number 4 rower there really should put his head back in the boat, because he just spent half an hour looking out. There he goes again. Yep, but they're over the line. Well done to Oamaru, and St Bede's will take second, and they'll be pleased with that. Oh, I see what he was doing, having a chat with the other Bede's crew going down. Here we go, and we come through now in lane number 6. It's the Ashburton crew of Charlie, Travis, Geordie, Ashton and Lily Davidson coxing as they come through. And further back, that's our 1, 2, 3. That's our 1, 2, 3. And actually the Nelson crew are going to go through. Because there's only 5 in that, and it's the first 4 who go through. So Nelson 1 are going to go through. That's George, Blair, Aaron, Tom and Seth Martini. So as we come down now to race R, that's just finishing, and we're looking at the next one, which is the girls under 16 coxed 4. This will be interesting to see this one. And as we pick up, we've got Rangiruru, Christchurch Girls High School, Marion College, Oamaru 1, Christchurch Girls High School 3, and North End 1. And no surprise here, we see Rangiruru School 1, boat number 1. They're moving through the water very nicely, and they've got a comfortable lead here. In this, it's the first 4 who progress to the final, plus the next fastest crew. So all to row 4, but there's, have I got a scratching? Let's look at the time on that last heat. Was 7:26. 7:26 on that last heat. I couldn't give you the time for the ones before, but so as we come through here, just as they hit the yellow buoys, the yellow, white and blue boat of Rangiruru Girls' School with Lucy, Alice, Jessica, Sophie and Bridget Pye, who's coxing, coming through. They're moving that boat quite nicely. They've got 6 lengths, 8 lengths over the other crews, but they're the next 2, so let's mark them off, and unless there's something catastrophic, they're over the line. And then we're going to look at the Oamaru 1 crew of Zoe, Emma, Brooke, Bailey and Greer Dixon coxing. They're going to come through second at the moment, with North End outside there. Let's just quickly check that. Yep, that looks like in lane number 8 is the North End crew. They're holding on to third. So Oamaru, Zoe, Emma, Brooke, Bailey and Greer, they're going to come through for second. Over the line go our winners there, which is Rangiruru. Do I have a time for them? Yes, I do. 7:24. 7:24 compared to 7:26 in that last heat. So that's a good race going to come up. Let's see these next times as they come over the line. For second place, Oamaru in lane number 6 are going to come over the line, and then in third place will be North End in lane 8. North End in lane 8 come through for third. That's our 1, 2, 3, and 4 is going to be Christchurch Girls High School. So they all go through to the A final, and certainly that Rangiruru crew will be champing at the bit. So, yep, Millsy's got changed. He's looking fantastic and fresh as a daisy. I'll bring this one through, then I'll hand over. Ooh, the boys under 16 coxed 8. Millsy, we might commentate that one together. Oh, are you sure? Oh yeah, I want to commentate that one. So I'm actually going to bring you this one through, and then the next one. So this is the girls under 16 coxed 4, heat number 2. The first 4 are going through, and you can see the 8s are lining up there. That's race S. That might be the girls under. Oh no, this is the next one coming through. So this is the girls under 16. I can see there is 2 boats out front here, and again it's the first 4 going through. So we've got Wairau in lane number 3 who are leading, just leading over the Christchurch Girls High School crew in lane number 7 who are second. So lane number 7, Christchurch Girls. Back from there, we're picking one of, I'm going to say out there in lane number 8 at the moment is Ashburton. So they're going to be our first 3, and fourth, too early to call at the moment, but if I had to put a dollar on it, we'd be looking at Villa Maria. I'm expecting them to come in fourth. But anyway, as we come down now, let's concentrate on this In lane number 3, is the Wairau crew of Hazel, Lila, Ella, Jessica and Oliver Patterson, coached by Andrew Blake. They are going to come through and will give you a comparative time to that last heat, which was 7:24. Millsy's got the stopwatch out and he'll be clicking it through. He's just going to tell me the rating that we're seeing there. 34, just over 34 is what he's saying. So here we come in lane number 3, and they've actually finished quite strongly and continue just to go away. So that's Wairau who are going to take the win in lane number 3. Over on the far side in lane number 7 is Christchurch Girls High School, and that's Coco, Kate, Tyler, Kira and Poppy Glavin. There's our winners. Second place goes over the line now, and over on the far side we're looking at the Ashburton crew in lane number 8. They are going to come through for third. That's Ashburton 1, Sienna, Amelia, Isla, Sophie and Chloe Brass is coxing. So well done there. There's our 1, 2, 3, 4 as they come over the line. It is indeed Villa Maria College, which is Minnie, Neve, Lucy, Sammy and Kiara Thiel. So that's our winners, and the time there I have is 7:42. Race number 72. Yeah. 72, no. Yeah. Yeah, 7:42. So quite a bit of a difference. The first heat was 7:24 for the winners and 7:42. So there are 2 heats. Right. So here we see what's lining up here. Ooh. Yeah, I thought it was the 8s coming up. I might have. 73. That's what I thought. Oh yeah, here they come now. I'm going to pick them up from the 1,000. I'm going to pick them up from the 1,000 and then, so let's see what we've got here. We've got St Andrews College 2, St Andrew College 1, Christ College 4, Targo Boys High 1, Christ College 2, Shirley Boys High School 1, Wakatipu 1, Christchurch Boys High School 1 and Christ College 1. So, all to play for. A lot of bragging rights here in the under 16 coxed 8. As I get the binoculars on there, and Christ College are on the outside lane, on the outside, and they're looking good. As we know, they've got a large number of crews, and they are battling with the Christchurch Boys High School. So they are taking it to each other, laying it down as a little bit of cloud cover comes across the lake and just casts a shadow, a wonderful shadow as they go into shade now, but they'll be coming back into a little spot of sunlight soon. There they are neck and neck, looking back, and the inside of them is the Wakatipu crew. The pace is too hot to handle for them, but they're sitting in third place. St Andrews down on the inside. St Andrews actually might just be in third place, but putting College under a bit of pressure. So let's see how we got. St Andrews number 1 crew, which is Jake, Kobe, William, Charles, Williams, Sam, Jack, Luke, and William Tavendale is coxing. So as we come through, he'll be having a look. Let's see what I can see. Yes, he's taking a look at those crews and he's barking the orders through to them. This is going to be a good finish. There's those wonderful new rowing suits that the Christchurch Boys High School are wearing. It's fantastic to see. They have raised a lot of money for a very worthy cause. And those boys have rowed through Christ College. Christ College have just stepped back. There may be a length back. And St Andrews are in second place. But neck and neck with them. There is not much to play here. This is going to be a wonderful finish. There he is. The young coxswain looks across, takes another look, and he's barking those orders out. They've closed it up. In fact, I'm going to say they've got their noses in front. That's a great bit of work they've done for 500 metres. Got those boys moving. There they go. They're going through. They have going to be neck and neck with this Christ College. Christchurch Boys High School crew, and they have indeed St Andrews College 1, which is Jake, Kobe, William, Charles, Williams, Sam, Jack, Luke, and William Tavendale Coxing, coached by Josh Kelly. They come through and they have put over a length on them. They've really flown in that last 500, and I tell you what, the St Andrews 2 crew are going to come through for third place. So, well done. St Andrews take the win. Over on the far side, in lane number 8 is Christchurch Boys. And then on the inside, coming from nowhere, is St Andrews College 2. Wow. And then Otago Boys High. Oh, no, Christ College take it over Otago Boys High. And then we have, in lane number 7, Wakatipu. That was a great race. I'm going to hand you over and I will see you tomorrow. Fantastic racing. Great race to finish on. We've got the girls under 17 coxless pair, and I'll pass you back to Millsy. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Clive, well, we're certainly getting into the last 2 hours of the regatta, guys. You've done exceptionally well, as always. Seems to be running by the rules, you know. Don't forget, into lane 1 going up. Just a reminder, or a first call really, is about the rubbish. We've got a thing going here now where we don't have skips around. We don't have rubbish baskets around. We expect you to take any rubbish. So if you've had lunch or been feeding the kids, make sure you take your lunch out with you. If you unwrapped all your oars that were wrapped up with paper or anything like that, please take it out with you. Pack it in, pack it out has been the saying here. Okay, thanks Clive. So we go on to race 74, the girls under 17 coxless pair straight final. I'll come back and do it again tomorrow. It'll be different lanes, due to go out of the 2,000 metre blocks at 2:05. They're right on time. We have Wairau 2, Columba 1, North End 1, St Margaret's 1, Wairau 1, Craighead and Rangiruru. Good to see Wairau with 2 crews out there, all the way from the Marlborough Girls squad. Wairau, and in the white and down the inside is Columba College. So it looks like Wairau in the middle. Down here on the inside you've got Columba College and Wairau 2 with them. So Wairau in the middle, or could even be Columba College. Very little between those two. Wairau, Columba College locked together in the coxless pair. This is the elite class at school rowing. The under 18 class, this is where all the New Zealand selectors look at, just to see if you can move these pairs. And like I said earlier on, first pair for the Mardi Cups came in 1999. Lake Carapero was the first year for them. Wairau. Columba College have got their nose in front over Wairau. They're bringing the Wairau 2 crew with them. So Wairau obviously will have a very strong under 17 pair. Columba College down into the 100-metre buoy line to go. Columba College go through this time. Now, Wairau 1 and Wairau 2 now. Wairau now for Wairau 2 ahead of the Wairau 1 crew. And then we go back. Rangi Ruru was about 2 1/4 lengths back, and then the other two crews back from that North End and St Margaret's. Where's Craighead? Craighead back there too. Down towards the buzzer. They'll get the fast lane tomorrow. Columba College. They've taken Wairau 2 with them. Good row from Wairau 2. Half a length back to Wairau 1, 2 to 2.5 lengths back to Rangi. Then we go back to crew from North End. That's the St Hilda's combination. Across the far side we go. That's Craighead there. And the crew in the middle, St Margaret's. Cool. Thanks for your help, man. Yep. Boys under 17 coxless pair. First 4 to go through. Must be 2 heats. And the next fastest time out of those 2 heats. They all know the qualification. There's not us telling the public. There's no public out there. So I'm sure the coaches know exactly what their crew has to do to qualify. Because the rest will be out the back de-rigging boats. Wairau, St Bede's 3, Christchurch Boys 1, St Bede's 4, Timaru Boys 2. They're in the third 500, and we'll just check to see a screen that there's no scratchings. Might be St Bede's. Looks like St Bede's 4 are out. We're down to 4 crews, and we see 1, 2, 3 crews. Now we've got to identify which one's not there. So Timaru's there on the outside. Wairau in the middle's there. And it looks like Christchurch Boys. So maybe both St Bede's crews are out. Wairau on the inside, Timaru the outside, Christchurch Boys. We can tell you that ladies' coxless 4 went through in 8:03. The guys will go through in about 8:10, I would think. 7:8, 7:10, somewhere around about there. Wairau, all the way from the top of the South Island. Wairau in front, they have themselves at least 4 lengths advantage over Timaru. Strong looking Wairau team. Zachary and you. Had a good regatta so far with John and Matt doing most of the coaching of the Wairau crews. Wairau. They should be rowing with the Marlborough Boys oars, I would imagine. Yep. So it's obviously out of Marlborough Boys. Timaru out of the Timaru Rowing Club. Timaru Boys will be. And then we go back to Christchurch rowing with their gear out of the Avon River in Christchurch. Strong combination down towards the 100-metre buoy line. Wairau under no pressure whatsoever. Timaru under no pressure whatsoever. They're in Indian file. They've got the same gap from Wairau to Timaru, from Timaru to Christchurch Boys, and then quite a wee long way back. It looks like that's the St Bede's crew back there. And that's the St Bede's number 3 crew. Down towards the buzzer, doing it easy. They'll be the first qualifier in this, the first heat of the boys under 17 coxless pairs, race 75 of the regatta. And I don't think the crew on the far side, Timaru, they've got an awful lot more juice left in the tank yet because they are just cruising through. And also, along with Christchurch Boys, couldn't keep up with the pace of Wairau. And then we go back to St Bede's. All 4 crews will go through to the final because of one of St Bede's crews scratching. The second heat will have Canterbury on the inside, St Andrews 1, St Bede's 1, St Bede's 2 and Timaru 1. It's coming out of lane number 5. It looks like St. Bede's colours. St. Bede's out there. Matthew Glenn and Luke Hockling. Dale Maher, of course, does the coxing for that. So that's St. Bede's under 17 coxless pair have got themselves at least a 4-length advantage on their right-hand shoulder. They have the crew from St. Bede's number 2. I just can't see the Timaru crew. 2 St. Bede's crews. Oh yeah, the Timaru crew's well back off the pace. Down on the inside we have Cashmere Colours down on the inside. They're all chasing the 2 young fellas out of the St. Bede's team, Matthew and Luke. Good grounding for rowing. Luke Hockling's, of course, his grandfather was a great rower and one of the Christie brothers, I think, down in Dunedin, and of course his uncle was a top single sculler out of the Alexandra Rowing Club. So good work, Luke. Keeping the family tradition going ahead. Coming out of St. Bede's, though. And that's in front, still at 4, maybe more. It's maybe 6 lengths over their number 2 crew. And we then have to go back another 3 lengths. We go back to the crew from Canterbury. They got the Canterbury in your day sheet if you're following your day sheet. But they're in the Cashmere Colours, and then we go quite a wee way back to the middle there, which would be the St. Andrews combination and Timaru. I'm not too sure what Timaru are doing away back there. It's quite unusual. They look as if they're rowing it, that's for sure. They might just be finding it a wee bit tough out there. Might be just a couple of young learners in the coxless pair. Down towards the line they go. Matt and Luke. They'll get the buzzer. First qualifier in the second heat. We go out the outside. Their club mates getting a little bit of pressure put on them. Jack and Sam, a little bit of pressure put on them from the Canterbury crew, which is Sam and Oscar. And they're going to go across the line together. They've just come through over the top of them, actually. Oh, well, may not in the end. They caught a deep one just before the buzzer. And St. Andrews will go across now, and they will get the 4th qualifying spot. I can't see Timaru being close enough on times. They have gone through the second heat in 7:17, the first heat in 7:10. So Timaru will go through because they're taking 9 into the final, and that's the 9 crews. Race 77. Girls under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. 2 heats. First of 4 of each heat, and then the next fastest time out of those 2 heats will qualify. 2:20 was your start time. I hope everybody's enjoying the 2022 Junior New Zealand Junior South Island Championships. Be a good lead into Māori Cup. It gets a good idea. You can do some seat racing here, and you can also find out what crews are going to be eligible to come to Māori Cup. I haven't heard anything official, but I believe there will be a few changes for Māori Cup this year, and that's understandable. So a good idea to do your seat racing. Make sure you're getting your best crews to go to Māori Cup. We're all expecting to see Māori Cup here on the course under COVID conditions, and we should see some pretty tight racing. We should see some very good crews coming from the North Island. We were very surprised at the competitiveness of the crews from the North Island at the New Zealand Rowing Championships, considering they hadn't had any racing or any regattas leading up to it. It was great to have them down and competing so strongly against some of the South Island crews. The first heat has Craighead Dyerson in lane number 3, then Christchurch Girls 2, Villa Maria 1, Christchurch Girls 1, Rangiruru 2, and Burnside. They've just gone through the 1,000 metre peg. They're in the third 500, and we see the light colours right out the far side. That will be Burnside, not the inside, the outside, Burnside. Yep, it's Burnside. Pretty difficult to count the lanes out now because there's just that little bobble that's been on the water for the last couple of hours. It's a tailing wind. It's making the times reasonably quick. Then we go into 3 in from the outside. I think you'll find 3 in from the outside. It's Christchurch Girls number 1. Now they're up in the second place, but they're a good 4 lengths away from the leader. Gosh, we're getting some crews out there that are going away out in front. So competition, hopefully there's some crews in the next few heats that go through after it in the same grade that can keep up with some of these crews that are way out in front. Otherwise we'll see that happen in the final, and we don't want to see that happen in the final. We want Clive and Millsy to be starting to jump up and down like Rumpelstiltskin. The inside then, we go from there. Craighead Dyerson, they are up into third place. We're looking for 4 to qualify. On their right-hand shoulder is Christchurch Girls number 2. They've got a slight advantage over Villa Maria. And then we have to go a wee way back. That is Rangiruru's number 2. So we're looking at 4 to go through. We look out the outside with a 4-length lead is Burnside. Then we come inside them. I think clearly up into second place. I think you'll find that is Christchurch Girls. Did we pick it up? Yep, Christchurch Girls. So there's 2. Then we come down the inside of Craighead Dyerson. They'll be third at this stage, and then there's a real tussle going to go on between the 4th qualifier, and that's Christchurch Girls number 2 and Villa Maria. Villa Maria's just closed the gap on Christchurch Girls 2 a little bit. And I'll tell you what, if they don't start cranking now, because Villa Maria's got a pretty good run on their boat. Come on, Christchurch Girls. Get those hands moving. Villa's starting to get a nice little run on their boat. They're only about a canvas away from you. And you're looking at another qualifier. Oh, Villa's gone right to them. They've gone right to them, and they've just had quickened it up about 300 to go. And I tell you what, they got a run on their boat, and there's been no reaction whatsoever from Christchurch Girls High. None whatsoever, and Villa have actually just cruised right past them now. They were in qualifying position with 500 to go, was Christchurch Girls. But Villa's the ones that have done the hand speed, and they've gone away since they got the run on their boat. It hasn't taken much to keep the run going. Across the far side, the buzzer's going to go for Burnside. They'll get the buzzer. Christchurch Girls 1 will get the second buzzer. Then Craighead Dyerson, Villa Maria and Christchurch 2 unfortunately will miss out or have to wait for the next fastest time, and same with Rangiruru. They've gone through 7:29. And just keep an eye on the times. Your second heat has Rangiruru number 1, Meridian. Oh, we'll just do a check. Yep, Rangiruru number 1, Meridian College, Christchurch Girls 3, Wakatip, Avonside 1. And they are just going through the 1,000 metre peg now. We'll just check to make sure that we have got everyone going to the start. It looks very much like it. And again, we're getting a crew that's gone out from the rest of the crews. Looks like the dark colours in lane number 6, it's Wakatip. Oh yeah, we've seen them on the water already today, Phoebe and Neve and Olivia Key, of course, and Phoebe Kavanagh. They teamed up earlier on in the day and qualified, I think, in the under-17s or the under-16s. Keely's there as well, and of course Emily in the coxswain seat. John Morrison must have a big squad. John must be a handful, I would say. So that's Wakatip, and then we go right to the inside from there. That's the Rangi rung number 1, Evie, Lucy, Holly, Alicia, and Emma in the coxswain seat. But Wakatip has said goodbye to them off Lake Hayes in the Lakes country. Wakatip will always come up with a very strong squad in the under-18s and under-17s. They've had some really big, powerful boys that went right through from under-15s to under-18s a few years ago. And I suppose they're all working boys now, I'd imagine. But Wakatip, they're a tidy-looking crew under the guidance of John Morrison. I think every now and then, I think John gets a hand from John Alexandra. Whoa, girls are just looking around a wee bit, that Wakatip crew. Got themselves going right now. So Wakatip clearly in front over Rangiruri's number 1 crew. These two crews have opened up 3 to 3.5 lengths on the very far side, which is the crew from Avon's side. And then we come back into, it looks like Christchurch Girls 3 and Marion College. So down inside the yellow boys goes Wakatip. Commanding lead on the rest of the field by 5, 6, 7 lengths, if not more. Rangiruru can't keep up with the pace with the Lake Hayes train crew. Then to the far side, Avon side, 2 Avon crews. And then quite a wee way back to Marion and also the crew from Christchurch Girls 3. Gosh, there are a lot of races have been well spread out so far. We hope to get them a wee bit closer in the final. Through the 100-metre buoy line they go. Wakatip will just, they won't even stop. They'll just run round to the top buoy, turn around and come back again. You might as well go up into the channeling system and just row it home, John. Now, can do that on final day. Get your finals out of the way and then row the crews home. Down towards the buzzer, Wakatip completely clear of any opposition whatsoever. Rangiruru will take the second buzzer. We're looking for 4 crews to qualify. Avenside's going to go through, and it looks like Marion College. Could be Christchurch Girls 3. It says it's Christchurch Girls 3 that go through. Marion College doesn't go through. We'll just check their time as well. We had a 7:29 and a 7:27. So it's going to be the next fastest time from either of those 2 heats with a time like that. Boys under 18 double sculls, well down through the course. Burnside 2, Canterbury 2, Ashburton 1, Shirley Boys 1, Targa Boys 1, Christchurch Boys number 1. Oh, again we're getting a crew away out in front. And it's coming from Targa Boys, it should be too. They've both been out there in the singles, these 2 young fellas. They both rode in the under 17s too, I think. Henry and Grayson, by gosh, they've done a lot of rowing this year. Jack McLaughlin does the coaching for Otago Boys, of course, and done a pretty good job keeping these boys up and going. They have really shown themselves this season that they're a couple of pretty good scullers, good sweep haulers. They were out there in the under-18 coxless pair. They were out there in the under-18 single, and here they go. And I think they're eligible for under-17 as well. And they are a country mile. They could row their boat home in the channeling system too before the second buzzer goes. They're just too good for this field, little pins. These guys went really well in the under-18 grade at New Zealand Rowing Nationals too. I think they rowed in the club grade, and I think they took a medal in the club grade at the Nationals last week. Chasing them up is the crew in the yellow boat. That'll be from Ashburton. That's the crew from Ashburton. It'll have Matthew and Zane in it. And, of course, on their left-hand shoulder is the crew from Canterbury. Just on out one more from there is Shirley Boys. All these crews got 2 or 3 lengths between them. And then from Shirley Boys we've got a huge gap back down to Burnside and then across the far side to Christchurch. Just see who the crew is across the far side. It's Christchurch Boys across the far side. Now there's the buzzer for Otago boys. I didn't think they would stop rowing. They'll just go down around the buoy and back up to where their zone is. Ashburton will go second. We're looking for 4 to qualify. Then we come down to Burnside, number 2. They shall qualify, and Christchurch boys qualify as well. Oh, it could be Shirley boys. Shirley boys will qualify. There's your third, and there's your fourth qualifier. Burnside, and then out the very far side of Christchurch boys. Let's see what the under-18s have gone through in 6:59. So there is a wee bit of a tailing wind there that's helping them out. Their second heat has Burnside 1, Wairau 1, Timaru 1, Canterbury 1, St Thomas of Canterbury 1. And again, we've got another crew out in front. And it is the Timaru combination. So it's Torbett, William Torbett. I think he must be a sister to the young lady that went so well earlier on this morning. Sam Wilson, Brian and Jamie do the coaching for them. And the Timaru boys have, just like Targa boys in that last race, have said goodbye to them. It'll be interesting the time, a 6:59 for the first heat. Race 80, the second heat, well down through the course with Timaru sitting out in front, watching all the action behind them. They're in Indian file. They go 4 to 5 lengths back. We go to Wairau, another 4 or 5 lengths back. We go to Burnside, another 3 lengths back. We go to Canterbury, and another 4 or 5 lengths back to St Thomas of Canterbury. So the Timaru guys have got their rating down to about 30-31, I would think, and they are just wanting to qualify at this stage, but they're such a good combination that they've got a big distance over Wairau. Wairau in turn have got the same distance over Burnside, which is about 4 lengths, and then we go back 3 lengths, we go back to the crew from Canterbury, and back further again, St Thomas of Canterbury on the top end of that. Timaru, down towards the line they go. Race 80, guys. You've got the chance being race 80. I'll go down towards the line. Still that 5 lengths advantage over Wairau. They've closed the gap a little bit. Burnside have closed the gap a wee bit on Wairau, but they'll know very well they only have to be in the top 4. So it's come right down to, they've let them come right up to them. There's your 2 and 3 qualifiers, and then we go to the crew from Canterbury. Unfortunately, Christchurch or St Thomas of Canterbury will just have to sit back and look for time. We're looking at that second heat going through in 7 minutes neat. So we've got a 6:59 and a 7-minute heat. Race 81, the girls under 15 eights. They'll go through the course and around the 7:20, 7:27, somewhere around about there, I would say. Got Wairau. Well, they're on their way, I can tell you that, and there doesn't appear to be any scratching, so we've got a full field of 9. Wairau, St Margaret's 2, Wakatip, Burnside, Christchurch Girls 2, Rangiruru 1, St Margaret's 1, Christchurch Girls 1, and Rangiruru 2. They'll all come back. There's no heats. They're going to come back and do it tomorrow. And who's going to get the second lanes? Oh, you can see the gold caps of Rangiruru in the middle of the course. We didn't see the start. They'd gone before we had finished that last race on Rangi's right-hand shoulder, which would only be half a length down. Looks very much like it's the crew from St Margaret's, the St Margaret's colours. They look like the 2 prominent crews heading in the second 500. We go right out. Rangiruru on the far side's going along pretty well. That number 2 crew as well. They'll want to get a second lane right alongside their number 2 crew. their number one crew, as they can say to Gary that we should have been the number one crew. So the number two crew of Rangi are either in front of their number one crew or they're not far away, and St Margaret's in the middle, and the Christchurch girls number one just about 2 lengths off those outside crews. Then we'll see what's happening down the inside. Oh, there's a drop off. I can see Wakatip's feeling the pinch a little bit. And the white, St Margaret's number two, Wairau down the inside, must have got away to a good start. They are well up in the leading bunch of the field. Behind them, a couple of lengths is the crew from St Margaret's too. And then we go, just ahead. Oh no, we just see Wakatip just feeling the pinch a little bit. They're just back off the pace. And slightly ahead of Wakatip is the crew from Burnside. Christchurch girls, two's right there alongside Burnside, if not in front of them. So we'll go back to the leaders, and we go Rangi Ruru over St Margaret's. Now the number two Rangi Ruru team's just starting to feel the pinch a little bit now. They've drifted off by about a couple of lengths now. They're right in that firing line, heading in that second 500. Wairau down the inside. It's hard to tell how far they are up on the leading group. Wairau on the right-hand shoulder has St Margaret's too. Then we go back 3 or 4 lengths back to Wakatip, and well ahead of Wakatip is Burnside. Now, from Burnside, well ahead of Burnside, must be in the hunt as well as Christchurch girls too. So Christchurch girls 2 getting along exceptionally well. Christchurch girls 1 right out there on the far side. They are just back off the pace a wee bit. So they're both Christchurch girls. I think the number 2 crew might even be ahead of the 1 crew. Oh no. So we go right out, St Margaret's and Rangi Ruru together. And I think St Margaret's have taken the lead off them. No, Wairau's a long way back. So it's now down to the 2 Christchurch trained crews. It's Rangi Ruru and St Margaret's absolutely locked together. It looked like St Margaret's was going to come through to the front, but Rangi's still hanging on to it. St Margaret's 3/4 of a length away. Then we have to go a long way back to Wairau down the inside. I'm talking 4, 5, 6 lengths back. And then from Wairau, another 3 lengths back to Rangi 2. Right alongside Rangi 2 is Christchurch girls number 1. And then we go back another 2 lengths to Christchurch girls number 2. Another 3 lengths back to St Margaret's number 2. And then sneezed up there is Burnside. And there's another crew way back there. Who haven't I called? It must be Christchurch girls number 2. Oh, it's Wakatipu. Rangi Ruru. Where's those Rangi supporters? Because St Margaret's are only about 3/4 of a length behind. They're trying to bridge the gap. They looked as if they've moved up to them in that third 500, but I think Rangi must have done a little bit of a pressure piece because they've opened it up now to a half a length. St Margaret's starting to come back at them again. It's down to about 3/4 of a length. St Margaret's, Rangi Ruru, St Margaret's. The coaching panel from St Margaret's doing a good job. Gary with his team doing a good job as well with Rangi Ruru. And then we have that Rangi Ruru number 2. We have Wairau down here on the inside. They're still about 4 lengths away from the leading crew. Margies can't pick Rangi up. Rangi's got them all sewn up. Yep, Rangi's got them sewn up. Just like the formal dresses, you have to sew them up. And away they go. They've still got that 3/4 of a length lead. St Margaret's had a good lash at them, 500 out, but they can't do any better now. So they'll go down. I'm picking around the 7:27 mark. They should go through the course in. Rangi's number 1. St Margaret's number 1. Then we go back to Wairau. Across the far side, locked together is Rangi 2 and Christchurch girls. Then the Christchurch girls number 2 crew. And lock them up is St Margaret's number 2 crew. And then we go a wee way back to Burnside and a considerable distance back to Wakatipu. Oh gosh, they've gone through the course. Forgetting about the tailwind, they've gone through the course in 7:14. Right, your regatta now moves on to the boys under 15 coxed fours. So all go to the final tomorrow. It's a matter of which lane they have. It's race 82, and they were due to go out of the starting blocks at 2:45. They are ahead of time because I've let them go. So they did get themselves about 10 minutes behind a wee while back, but they have caught that up and they're now ahead of time. So again, guys, make sure you're getting your crews on the water on time. Otherwise, they may be left out. St. Bede's in 2, Christchurch Boys 2 and 3, Shirley Boys 2 and 4, St. Andrews in 5, Christchurch Boys 1 and 6, Christchurch Boys 3 and 7, Shirley Boys 1 and 8, and Oamaru in 9. The boys under 15 coxed 4. I haven't got a guide on who the gun crews are here, but I would imagine that Oamaru, because they've got a good novice squad, quite possibly have got under 15s in their novice squad, so they will quite possibly be in the hunt somewhere. And of course, you can never count out the Avon trained crews, and all the rest of the field are Avon trained crews. So you can guarantee one of the Christchurch crews will be in the finish. We might as well go through and pick them up for you guys. They're well out from home, but we can still pick them up. Yeah, Oamaru right on the far side. They are out in the firing line. The crew inside Oamaru, which is Shirley Boys, they are quite a wee way off it. Or I just checked to make sure it's not Christchurch Boys. No, it's Shirley Boys. And then inside that we have Christchurch Boys 3, Christchurch Boys 1. Those two crews are sort of locked together in the middle. And St. Andrews are back off the pace a little bit as well. Some of these crews are surprising me. St. Bede's down on the inside, Christchurch Boys. Shirley Boys 2 and St. Andrews off the pace. Christchurch Boys 1 and Christchurch Boys 3, they're about 3 lengths off the leader. It's in the middle of the course. Shirley Boys is well off the pace, and Oamaru's the ones that they're all chasing, which is Oamaru going through the 1,000 metre peg. We'll see them going through the 1,000 metre peg right now, through the 1,000 metre peg. Don't know if Oamaru's in front. There's a crew down the inside coming from St. Bede's. St. Bede's have got a chance. St. Bede's on their right shoulder trying to bring Christchurch Boys with them, but they're a good 2 lengths down off St. Bede's. So it's either Oamaru or St. Bede's. Then we go to Christchurch Boys, and then the 2 crews in the middle of the course, and that's the 2 Christchurch Boys crews, which is Christchurch Boys 1 and Christchurch Boys 3. So Christchurch Boys must have a very good under 15 team, because they're all in the firing line here, but they're all chasing Oamaru and St. Bede's. Oamaru, St. Bede's, who's in front? You tell me. On the right-hand shoulder of St. Bede's, Christchurch in 3rd place, but at least 2.5 lengths down off St. Bede's is the crew from Christchurch Boys number 2. Then we go into the middle of the course. They're locked together. The 2 Christchurch Boys locked together. Actually, the number 1, 2 and 3 crews are all locked together. So that's pretty even crews for Christchurch Boys. I'm not too sure. Is it Thomas that's coaching Christchurch Boys this year? No, the crew from Christchurch Boys number 1 has got an advantage over their 3 crew, and also an advantage over their 2 crew. But there's still not a great deal in it. There would only be a length back to their number 3 crew, and then only maybe a half a length back to their number 2 crew on the inside. It's definitely St. Bede's in front over Oamaru. Now the pressure's really going on Oamaru, because those Christchurch Boys crews are being dragged along by each other. They're all racing each other, the 3 Christchurch Boys crews. And I think it's now the inside crew that's got the advantage. Christchurch Boys number 2 have got the advantage, and they're going to try and chase Oamaru down. So Oamaru's still holding on to 2nd. But they're all chasing St. Bede's down on the inside lane. We've got a couple of crews a long way back from the finish, or that could be the next race up, I think. So down towards the Golden Boys, and it is St. Bede's over. It could be Christchurch, number 2 crew. Then we go back out to Oamaru. Then we go to Christchurch Boys number 1. Christchurch Boys number 3. Then we go a long way back to Shirley Boys 2, Shirley Boys 1, and there's one other boat there somewhere. It's Shirley Boys 1, it's St. Andrews. I thought they might have been in a different race, but they're not. The umpires' boats had to come past them. Down into the 100-metre boys goes Beads. They go down. Look out, Oamaru. They're all coming at you. It's Christchurch Boys, number 2 crew. Clearly moved into second. Oamaru still hanging on to third over Christchurch Boys, number 1. And then we go back a couple and a half, maybe 3 lengths back to Christchurch Boys 3. That's the first sort of division. And then the second division is down through the course as well. But they're in this race. We've got St. Andrews, Shirley Boys, and Shirley Boys 2 crew. Shirley Boys at the back of the field must have had some problems. They had the boat right off course. They got it back on course in between the boys somewhere, so they must have caught some water. There's the fast lanes for tomorrow. And then all these guys will be, I would imagine they'll be doing the same again tomorrow. They'll be quite a long way away from the leading crew. St. Andrews, the chasers, Shirley Boys. Under 15 boys have gone through in 4 minutes 10. We perhaps just wait. Perhaps just wait a wee bit for that. Race 83, the girls under 17 double sculls. First, second and third to the A final. 4, 5, 6 to the B final. Therefore, there must be 3 heats. First heat up's got Cromwell, Marion College 2, North End 2, Nelson, Avonside, Craighead and Ashburton. I think it's coming from lane number 7, which is Craighead. So it looks to be Craighead. We'll wait till they get a bit closer. I really can't pick up any colours whatsoever. So, and then we go to the third lane out, which is North End 1. So North End 1, Craighead. I'm picking that's the way it goes. On the top side of Craighead is Ashburton. So Craighead swinging along very nicely out in the middle of the course over the crew from St Hilda's. That will be up into second place. In fact, there's very little between St Hilda's and Craighead, or North End it is. North End and Craighead, there's very little between these 2 crews. Craighead still with the advantage. We now have to go 5, 6, 7 lengths back. We have to go back to Cromwell. Cromwell at this stage is in the 3rd qualifying position, and on their right-hand shoulder is Marion, number 2. And then we go 2 out from there. We go to Nelson. Nelson in the middle of the course, and the crew right across the far side is Ashburton. So down inside the last 500 metres, Gold Boy time next. And we have Craighead out in front over North End. By gosh, there's a 2 to 3 length gap, and then there's about a 10 length gap, maybe more, back to Cromwell. They'll be the third qualifier if they hang on to that position, but there's a little bit of pressure coming on from Nelson and also Meridian College number 2. And then we go back further again through the rest of the field, which is Ashburton and Avonside it is. Into the Gold Boys they go. And into the Gold Boys for St Hilda's. So there's only about a length and a half between them. Craighead, under that great coaching team, headed by Dean. Oh yeah, no, there's a good 2.5 lengths gap as they head to the Yellow Boys. The water conditions, considering the slight tail breeze, is absolutely brilliant, guys. We've really had 2 weeks of really good weather, and if you take in the South Island Championships, we've had almost every regatta so far of brilliant stuff. Craighead down towards the buzzer. They'll go and get the first qualifier for the first heat. The girls under 17 double sculls, race 83 of your regatta. 2022 South Island Junior Schools Championships. Craighead girls give themselves a high five. Then we go North End, the 2 North End girls. Gosh, St Hilda's are having a great regatta thanks to Mike and Millie. Cromwell is going to go through. Well done, Maud, Brendan and Natalie, and the coaching helpers at Cromwell. They'll put their through. The rest are going to have to go through to the B final, which is Nelson, Marion College, across the far side, Ashburton, and that's all of them, plus the crew from lane number 6, which is Avonside. Unfortunately, Avonside will be the crew that misses out, so the second heat, we'll just get an idea on the times. 8:01. Your second heat has Canterbury, St Andrews 3, Marion 1, Wairau 1, Oamaru 1, North End 1, Burnside 1. We see the gold of Oamaru completely out in front, like we've seen crews in every race so far. For this regatta, way out in front is Oamaru, most likely 6-7 lengths clear of anyone, and it's anyone at all. We're looking for 3 to qualify. We then come 2 inside that. I think you'll find Marion. That's the Marion number 1 crew. And then down on the inside we see the oars flashing off St Andrews by the odds. Yeah, St Andrews. So there's your first 3 qualifiers, I think, as long as they stay like that. There could be a little bit of a challenge come on the top side of Oamaru, which is North End, Ella and Ella. And those girls are the Queen's girls, I'm pretty sure, because Dave is looking after them. So they've got a chance, Dave, but they're going to have to go, man, go, or run, row, lady, row, row, Ella, row. Too good for them out in front, Oamaru. It will be interesting their time. The first time was a pretty good time. Heading towards the Yellow Boys, and it is sitting out in front, a crew from Oamaru. The punk town of New Zealand is Oamaru. If you've never been to the old buildings in Oamaru, it's worth spending a few hours around there, having a look around, of course. Go and get yourself a pie and a Jimmy's pie and a can of Coke at one of the little restaurants there. They certainly want to open that gap up a bit. They look very strong with the body and the arm rip, the Oamaru combination, and they'll go down to the line at least 4 or 5 lengths clear, maybe 6 lengths clear of the crew from Marion in the middle of the course. So there's the 2. North End will qualify as well. Well done, Dave. They'll go through, so North End, the North End name will have a few in the final. One from Queens, one from St Hilda's. And then going through to the B final, and behind those qualifiers we have St Andrews down here on the ends. We have Burnside out on the top side of North End. And the next qualifier looks like it's going to be Canterbury in the cashmere colours. Well, unless Wairau can have a very powerful 100 metres to try and get into that B final. And I think that's exactly what's happening. Wairau is having a very good last 100 metres, which might put them through over the top of Cashmere for the B final. I don't think these girls realise that they're going for a B final here, because they're really both quite leisurely, both crews. Hard to say. It looks like it. Oh, yeah, it looks like Canterbury might have got it there. And an 8.05, so an 8.01 and an 8.05. Your third heat has Wairau 2, Marion 3, Columba 1, North End 3. Let's see, it's Mike and Tarina again. And St Andrews 2 and Otago Girls 1. So when we're talking of North End, we're talking the St Hilda's girls. We're talking of Mike Hill and Tarina Crampton, of course, who have got a world of experience between them. We all know Tarina. She's the younger sister of the two Crampton boys, and Charlie and Robin that do tremendous work here on Lake Ruatanapa for South Island rowing. And Tarina is very experienced in lightweight grades. Mike Hill, of course, very experienced in overseas coaching international crews from overseas. And he's had New Zealand crews before as well. Originally out of the, I think, Port Chalmers Rowing Club. Tarina originally out of Timaru. I think she had a stint for a season with Dunstanarm as well. Good to have you in the coaching panel, Tarina. And Mike, good to see you back in New Zealand helping out with perhaps your old school. Or you're certainly at North End, their old club at one stage. So Timaru in this third heat are sitting away out in front. Can't be Timaru because they're not in there according to that. Must be, yeah, it's Otago Girls. Merriman and Thompson for Otago Girls, again with a strong coaching panel of Mike Goldsmith and Matt Thompson. So they are away out in front, you two guys. What are you feeding these girls from Otago Girls, Mike and Matt? They're just going so well just now. Down towards the line they go. This time will be interesting with the other two to see if we're going to get ourselves a tight final. We're looking at two more to qualify, and it looks like St Andrews 2 is going to qualify. And also we're looking for a third qualifier. It looks like it could be the crew from Columba College. Yep, Columba College will go through as well and qualify. Unfortunately, the other two will have to go through into the B final along with the crew back off the pace a little bit, which is the crew from North End. That's Marion College, same colours. I'm just going to wait for that time to come up to see how it compares with an 8.01 and an 8.05. I don't think they'll be worried about it. They'll know that the final's the most important race of the lot. Everything has to go into that. 86, race 86, boys under 17, Cox quadruple sculls. The progression is all coming to the final tomorrow. What lane? Where? What lane? Shirley boys 2, Otago boys 1, Shirley boys 1, Christchurch boys 1, St Andrews 1, Wakatip 2, St Thomas of Canterbury and Wakatip 1. Coming out of lane 4, which is Shirley boys number 1. Jack Savage in the coxswain seat. Oh no, it's not. They're coming right across the far side. You missed right there, Wakatip. I was wondering where Wakatip was. Wakatip right across the far side. That's the crew that in front from Shirley boys. 1. Then right on Shirley Boys 1's shoulder is Christchurch Boys 1, but they're about a length and a half down, and on their left-hand shoulder, 2 lengths away, is Otago Boys. That's the first 4. Then we go out to Wakatips, not Wakatip, it's St. Thomas of Canterbury, and it's Wakatip locked up with them on the inside, and then we go back 2 or 3 lengths back to the Shirley Boys number 2 crew. Into the Golden Boys goes Wakatip. Wakatip's number 1 crew. Into the boys they go. They are clear of the rest of the field by 4 to 5 lengths over Shirley Boys 1. Then Turn have got 2 and 2.25 lengths over the crew from Christchurch Boys, and they have got a 3.5 length advantage over Otago Boys. Otago Boys have got 4.5 lengths over Shirley Boys 2, and then the 2 crews on the outside, St. Thomas, Canterbury and Wakatip 2. Down towards the buzzer they go. Gosh, again I mentioned the gap between the first and second is really big in a lot of these races. There's the buzzer. It's a good 3.5 lengths lead over Shirley Boys 1. Right hand shoulder Christchurch Boys, left hand shoulder Otago Boys, Shirley Boys 2, and the 2 on the far side Wakatip 2. Nobody's that far away actually, it's pretty close. Tailwind, they should be going through the course pretty quickly, 6:44. We've got a 7:58 in that last heat of the girls under 17 double, and that's the quickest heat of the lot, 7:58. Girls under 18 novice coxed 4s. We're looking at 1st, 2nd and 3rd to the A final, 4th, 5th and 6th the B final. Wow. Must be a lot of novices out there. There's 3 heats and there's nobody coming down through the course. Their start time is 10 past. So obviously a little break. So we'll come on air when we can get ourselves something to call about.
Songs and no stopping. It's More FM's non-stop 10.
Where is the moment we needed the most?
Right, they have let them go, and the best of the starts coming out of about lane number 2 somewhere, St. Margaret's College. It's only 4-5. We'll just check and see if there's any scratchings. Columba College is out by the look of it. Columba College number 2 crew is out of the girls under 18 novice cox 4, with the first 3 to go through for racing tomorrow. The other 3 will go through to the B final, and the fastest out of the blocks was the crew from right on the inside, which is the crew from Rangiruru. So Rangiruru got away very, very quickly. I can't see anything 3 in from the outside. Looks like Christchurch girls have tried to go out with them, but they're certainly not locked up with them in that first 300. It is Rangiruru over Christchurch girls. Then we come down to the Nelson number 2 crew. The Nelson number 2 crew has gone out with the first 3 as well, just dropping off the pace pretty quickly as Oamaru's number 2 crew, just feeling the pinch in this first couple of metres. Got Rangi Ruru right on the far side. You've got St. Margaret's on the inside. Oamaru's back off St. Margaret's. And also back there with Oamaru, not that far off them is Meridian College. It's it's at the far side. It's at the top side. Rangi Ruru Nelson has dropped away very, very quickly in that first 3 to 4, 500 metres. Ahead of Nelson is the crew from Christchurch Girls and Meridian. So as we go through that first 500, go past Alcatraz, we go to Rangi Ruru on the far side. They got the best of the start. We go Rangi Ruru. Nelson about 3 lengths off them already, and ahead of Nelson there's a lineup, an absolute lineup after there. Christchurch Girls, Meridian, Oamaru and St. Margaret's are all locked together on the inside. There's not a great deal separating them, but Rangi says goodbye to them already in the first 700 metres. Rangi Ruru. Who's going to come out of the bunch from there? You won't see any big movements until you get through that 1,000 metre peg. St. Margaret's, Oamaru 2, Meridian, Christchurch Girls. Under 18s, I think Oamaru 2 will start to feel the pinch. Yeah, that's exactly it. So it is St. Margaret's. St. Margaret's have come out from that 4 and put a little bit of a breaker on the rest of those 3 on their right-hand shoulder. They're trying to come with them as Christchurch Girls as well. So St. Margaret's go, Christchurch Girls go with them, and now the pinch is being felt by Oamaru 2 and Meridian College. In the meantime, we sit out in front and just watch all the action going on behind us. The little coxswain won't see it, but the rowers will see it. But we don't want those heads turned too far around. Heading towards the 1,000 metre peg. You've got a fair way to go yet. It's Rangi Ruru, definitely. Nelson's still off the pace. We can count them out. We're not completely out. We're not here in the ring. We're not talking about a knockout. But they're certainly 3 or 4 lengths off the leading crew, that's all. But they'd only be a length and a half off the bunch in the middle, because St. Margaret's have come away, and then we've got a bunch in the middle between Oamaru 2, Meridian College, Christchurch Girls, Nelson, not much between them. It's the inside. St. Margaret's have clearly gone up into second place. So Rangi over St. Margaret's. Then we go to still nothing between Oamaru and Meridian, maybe a slight advantage to Oamaru, and they are locked up with Christchurch Girls. Oamaru trying to go with Christchurch Girls, and then a couple of links back to Nelson. Through the 1,000 metre peg they go. Rangi Ruru. Out in front. Oh, it's pretty hard to tell the distances. We've got one crew on the inside, one crew on the outside as they're coming straight towards us. I'd go Rangi by about 2 to 2.5 lengths over St. Margaret's. That's where it will be. And then we're still looking at those. Oamaru still, a wee bit of a drift off now from Meridian. Meridian's starting to feel it a little bit. Oamaru's gone ahead of Meridian, and they've taken with them Christchurch Girls. Still nothing between those two crews, but they are at least 3.5 lengths off the crew that's even in second place, St. Margaret's. Rangi is well out in front. And then we go back Nelson. So Rangi looks like they're going to be too good for this field. Parker, O'Reilly, Coates, Jenkins and Pye in the coxswain seat. The Rangi Ruru coaching team takes control of them, and they have got a commanding lead, like 4 lengths maybe over St. Margaret's. I think young Bella Harris will be coxing that St. Margaret's crew, I think. Yeah, it is. It's Bella Harris in there. Good to see that the coaches are putting their top coxswains out with their top crews. Rangi, 500 metres to go for Rangi. St. Margaret's still that 3.5 lengths back. We'll get a better look at it as they get a little closer towards the Golden Boys for you. It could be. And then we go to Oamaru. Oamaru has moved clearly up into third place. That's the qualifying position. Oamaru, well done. They're still trying to bring with them. They're trying to ring Meridian. I thought Meridian was starting to slip off, but they're only about a length and a half away from Oamaru. But ahead of them, unfortunately, is Christchurch Girls. And Christchurch Girls are putting some real pressure on Oamaru for that third qualifying spot. There's nothing between Oamaru and Christchurch Girls. Rangi Ruru still sitting out in front. No, the gap's not that big. It's only about a length and a half over St. Margaret's. Oh, no, it's... Get it right. Good length and a half anyway. Over St. Margaret's, maybe 2 lengths. St. Margaret's, but the gap is behind St. Margaret's. We're looking for the third qualifiers, and then right smack bang in the middle, of course, out of the bunch goes Christchurch Girls. So they realised that they had a chance of qualifying, and they put some real pressure on Meridian, and they put some real pressure on Oamaru, who was in third spot going through the 1,000. And they have gone ahead of Oamaru by at least a length now. Rangi sitting out in front. Always well-drilled crews, always well-balanced crews. You don't get any wee coxswains in the 2-seat or the 3-seat. You always get the girls always the same height all the way through to the 100-metre buoy line. St. Margaret's, good 2 lengths behind them. Down towards the buzzer, we're looking at 3 to qualify. Rangi gets the first qualifying buzzer. St. Margaret's get the second qualifying buzzer, and it looks very much like it's going to be Christchurch Girls will get the third one. Oamaru had a great shot at it going through the 1,000, but Christchurch Girls a little bit too strong for them in this last 1,000 of the course. There's your first 2 qualifiers. They've gone, and they've gone through in 7:56. Christchurch Girls caught a big one on the bow side. It gives Oamaru a little bit of a chance. They've closed the gap very quickly on them, but it's not going to be enough. Christchurch Girls are only just going to hang on. And they've actually brought Meridian with them. So that's a big last 1,000 from Meridian to get that close to Oamaru. So Christchurch Girls gets the third. Unfortunately, the other crews will be looking to go through into the B final. Second heat has Columba College, Nelson, Marion 2, St Andrews 2, Christchurch Girls 2 and Oamaru 1. Looks like everyone's gone to the start by the look of it. They haven't hit the 1,000-metre peg yet, but we do have a crew right on the far side that look as if they are well out in front. That should be Oamaru, the gold of Oamaru. They've said goodbye already in the first 1,000. They've said goodbye to the rest of the field. So Oamaru, if they didn't, they certainly just missed out on getting their B crew through, or their 2 crew through. Their 1 crew is sitting out in front. It's going to make sure of it. Oh, again, we've got Columba College down on the inside. So it's Columba College and Oamaru. Both crews opened up a big gap. Then we go from there. We go to Canterbury. Oh, no, we go to Christchurch Girls and St Andrews together on the far side. Wee bit separating them. And then we go back quite a wee way now to Nelson. That's Nelson 1 and Marion 2. And Marion 2 are really feeling the pinch. They are going through the 1,000-metre peg now. And the leading 2 are almost halfway through that 1,000-metre peg. So again, it's pretty hard to tell who's in front. We've got an inside and an outside lane again, just like last heat. Columba College on the inside, Oamaru on the outside. I don't think it'll make a great deal of difference because we're looking at 3 to qualify. Coming out of the middle of the bunch looks like the white of St Andrews. We'll just check that for you. Yep, St Andrews on their shoulder, but 2 lengths down is Christchurch 2. And then we go a long way back to Nelson, a long way back to Meridian 2. And that's the field. Just like the Rangiruru crew, it's about the same distance as Rangi was ahead of St Margaret's, and it certainly turned out that Rangi was well ahead of them once they started to get a better look from the tower. So we'll go to Oamaru, but I think this one's a wee bit closer. I think the crew from Columba College are just a little bit closer to Oamaru. In fact, they're pretty near neck and neck, I'm picking. You guys down there at the 3 and 400 will know exactly who's in front. It could even be Columba College. There's very little between the two. We usually favour the outside when we're looking up the course at them, but it looks very much like it could be Columba College. So again, Matthew and Shakaya have got another crew that's going well, and we mentioned earlier on just the improvement that Columba College have made since those 2 young coaches have been there. So we're now getting some of the Dunedin schools really starting to get some good coaches, and they're really starting to show the difference. You've got Dave for Queens, you've got Mike and Matt for Otago Girls, and then of course you have got Mike Hill and Torina for the crew from St Hilda's. It's definitely Columba that's in front. They've got a length and a quarter. We get a better look at it now. They're quite clear of the crew on the far side, which is Oamaru, but Oamaru will qualify because they have got a country distance between them, and the third qualifier coming up is going to be St Andrews. Gosh, I hope our final day's a wee bit more exciting than Heats Day, where all these crews are sitting away out in front. We need to get the blood levels up here. I'm sure we'll get the blood levels up on final day, but by the way some of these winds are going, I don't know that we will. Columba College, length and a half clear of Oamaru. They're going to get the buzzer. The coxswain's sitting nice and still in the seat. She's done a good job. Isabella Davey. Get the buzzer. A length clear. That's all it is in the end over Oamaru. And St Andrews are in trouble. They have got problems there. So, they got themselves back together again now. Lucky. Got to have a bit of luck. Because the crew down in Nelson was bearing down on top of them, and also Christchurch Girls too. Don't know what happened. They caught a deep one, I think. They took the boat offside and a couple of rowers stopped. St Andrews will go through and get the next qualifying buzzer. And Nelson, Christchurch Girls and Marion 2 will all go through to the B final. .802, so that's a wee bit slower than the first heat. 802, so the first heat's got the quickest time. The third heat will be well down through the course, I'm sure. Wairea, Villa Maria, Craighead, St Andrews, Canterbury 1 and St Margaret's 2. It's St Margaret's are the only one with a number 2 crew in there, so this might be, this one's a wee bit even. We haven't got anyone away out in front here. Oh, yeah, St. Villa Maria. Okay, so down on the inside we have Wairau. They are quite a wee way off the leading bunch. So then we have Villa Maria, and Villa Maria are absolutely locked up with Craighead. There's nothing between those two. And then we have to go back about 2 or 3 lengths back to St. Andrews. And ahead of St. Andrews is Canterbury, and ahead of Canterbury is St. Margaret's number 2 crew. So through the 1,000 metre peg, heading towards the 500, it's Villa Maria. Villa Maria College from Christchurch. I imagine they do all their training on the Avon River. On their right-hand shoulder, they have got Craighead, who would only be a length and a half away from them. And then we have to go to 2 out from there. We go to Canterbury. Canterbury is at least a 2 to 2.5 lengths off Craighead. And then we go another length and a half back to St Margaret's number 2, and then quite a wee way back. There's a crew in the middle there somewhere, which is the St Andrews crew, I think. And then we go a long way back to Wairau down the inside. So Villa swinging along nicely out in front. I'm sorry I don't have a coaches for who don't know the coaches. Jack Chapman, and Kevin Meets. Again, a fairly powerful coaching panel for Villa Maria as we're starting to see their performances out in front. Right shoulder, still Craighead Dyerson, just still that length and a half away. We're looking for the third qualifier, and it's coming right from the middle. My gosh, there's a bit of a line-up that's going to go for the third qualifier. You've got Canterbury, right on their shoulder is Cambridge 2, and on the left-hand shoulder, St Andrews. The only boat that's not in a chance of qualifying, unfortunately, is Wairau, but I'm sure they'll have another event they can row in. Under 18, novice Cox 4, with Villa Maria out in front. Oh, who's going to take the third qualifier? St Margaret's 2, Canterbury in the middle. They're jammed up there. And then just ahead of them ever so slightly by about a half a length is the crew from St Andrews. Now, I had them back in about 5th place. They're up into 3rd now, St Andrews. I had them 5th place going through the 1,000. Now there's a chance. The coxswains should know that they've got to be in that top 3. So we're just starting to see a little bit of movement come from Canterbury. Oh, they're washing too much water. They're not getting those blades down under, which is going to give it to them. So it looks like St Andrews hanging on to it. It looked like Canterbury was going to have a real crack at them. St Margaret's, I think you'll find St Margaret's are not going to be in it anymore. St Margaret's dripped off by 3/4 of a length. Forget about 1 and 2. I think you'll see that St Andrews has really pulled themselves into a strong position to take the third qualifier. Wairau's not that far away, not as far as I thought. They're down the inside. They're not going to have a chance of qualifying, no, but St Andrews are a wee bit tidier than the other 2 crews. The pressure's going on them. St Margaret's, oh, looks like Canterbury want to come back, but they're still a good half length behind them. They're starting to come back now. Canterbury, they're just starting to get it all together. They're coming back pretty quickly on you, St Andrews. Look out. Canterbury's coming at you. Forget about the first and the second buzzers. Oh, the mistake's been made, just about made by St Andrews. The mistake was made, and it looks like Canterbury's got the run on their boat. They're locked up as they go through that row of boys. Locked up through that row of boys. Canterbury coming back into it. St Andrews gone back to the lead again. St Andrews will go through and take it by about a foot. Oh, just about. Just about, Mother Goose. That time is an 8:22. That's the slowest heat. Boys under 18 novice Cox quadruple sculls. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 to go through to the A final, and the next fastest times. That gives you 8, and the next fastest time gives you 9 for the A final. Christ College 3, Nelson 2, Christ College 4, Wairau, North End, Otago Boys 2, Ashburton, Oamaru. Looks like 3 out from the inside. Looks like Wairau. We'll just see that everyone's gone. Looks like the colours of Wairau. We'll just check the lanes. We can't see the lanes. 1, 2, 3. It's coming from lane 5, so it's Wairau. It's Wairau that's in front, and this the boys under 18 and novice coxed quadruple sculls. We're at the South Island Junior Championships here on Lake Ruataniwha. Water conditions have been brilliant for racing, even with the little tailwind they've been good. It's just made the times nice and quick, so don't take any notice of your times, guys. And Wairau, again, we'll get a crew way out in front. One of them, see, they're rowing with Wairau blades, so I can't say they come from Marlborough Boys, but they most likely do. Then we go right out the very far side. We see the Gold of Oamaru. So we know Oamaru's got good novice crews, but Wairau's giving them a hiding here. Through the 1,000-metre peg, Oamaru up into clearly into second. And then we come back down into the middle of the course, and it looks like it could be either Otago Boys or North End. Well, it's a crew that's all in blue, so I can't pick up who it is. So we'll wait until it gets a little closer, but I think the third qualifier is coming from the inside anyway, so it's come from the white of Christ College number 3 on the inside. So it's Christ College number 3. I think that's North End in the middle, where I don't know why they're rowing in the blue colours and a blue boat. Well, just as soon as we get the number, we'll identify that for you. We go back to the leaders, which is Wairau. And they've been in the front ever since we've been able to pick them up going through the first 500. Oamaru second, but Oamaru, and then third qualifying looks like Christ College 3. Then from Christ College 3, Nelson 2's well back. I think it's North End. It's rowing in the blue, but with the blue colours in the middle. I'm pretty sure it's North End. So we go Wairau. Inside the goal, boys go Wairau. Oamaru now. Christ College now. So that's the gap. It's the same gap between first, second, third. And then we go back to the crew in blue, and it's out of lane 5. So lane 5 is what can't be. It's Wairau. It's lane number 6. It is North End. So Wairau go down towards get the buzzer. They're looking at 4 to qualify. Oamaru will get the second buzzer. You'll find that Christ College 3 will get the third buzzer, and North End will get the fourth buzzer. That'll be a crew from Kings, that North End crew. We'll just see Hayden George doing the coaching for them. I'm pretty sure that'll be a Kings crew. Christ College 3 gets the third buzzer. North End gets the fourth buzzer. They all go through to the final, and you'll find the yellow boat Ashburton on the far side is going to have to sit back and check the times of the next heat. Then we go quite a wee way back to Otago Boys 2, and back further again to Nelson 2. The second heat has Wairau 2, Nelson 1, Burnside 1, Christ College 2, Otago Boys 1, Christ College 1, and Wakatapu. Looks like everyone has gone to the start. And it's Otago Boys. So it's Otago Boys that have opened up a gap, a reasonably big gap on the rest of the field. The rest of the field, it's been chased up by Nelson. Nelson is up into second place, heading towards that last 500 metres. And Nelson on the left shoulder, but 2 to 3 lengths down is Wairau 2. And I don't think I can see any challenges coming from there. We may have to go out to Christ College 1, which is on the top side of Otago Boys. And then we go quite a long way back to Wakatapu. And there's a white in the middle, so that must be Christ College number 2 in the middle. So back to the leaders. Christ College number 1 out in front. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Otago Boys. It's the Targa boys out in front over the crew from Nelson. Then Wairau, 2.5 lengths back from Nelson is Wairau. Targa boys are commanding lead. And then we go to Christ College. That's their number 1 crew. Then we come down to Christ College, number 2 crew. Gosh, again a commanding lead is Targo boys, Eddie, Levy, Judd it is, Jack, and George in the coxswain seat. Thomas Ryan, who helps out Jack McLaughlin with all the Otago boys crews, doing a brilliant job. Those 2 young fellas, not long out of rowing career themselves, if not still rowing. Otago boys just really starting to show their colours since they had their training camp. They really have gone ahead in leaps and bounds, and they're now putting crews out in front by a big distance. Nelson at least 5-6 lengths back from there, and then there's another 4 lengths back to Wairau, and then we go to Christ College, and there's another crew way out the back there, which I've most likely missed in the commentary. It's Ashburton. So there's the first qualifier in the second heat of the boys under 18 novices. Nelson will be the second qualifier, Wairau the third, and Christ College, we'll just let you know what Christ College crew it is out of lane 7. It's Christ College number 1. And unfortunately, because of the time of 7:19, that's a slower heat. I don't think you'll find that anyone from this heat will get the fastest time. Race 92 of the program. We're looking at the girls under 16 double sculls. 1 and 2. Oh, must have. Yep, we must have 4 heats here because we've got 1 and 2 to the A final this time. And the next fastest time out of all those 4 heats will go through as well. So there's going to be a lot of people miss out here. And then the next 9 fastest times will get the B final. So all the coaches will have their stopwatches going to see if they're going to be in that top 9 fastest times for the B final if they can't make the A final. It's just pretty cutthroat because got 9 crews in the first heat. We've got 8 crews in the second heat. Got 8 crews in the third heat and 8 crews in the fourth heat. So we've got a lot of entries in the girls under 16 double sculls. Where did you get to, Burnside? Just rowing at home, coming down with the umpires. I don't think they will penalise them here, but I know at the New Zealand Champs last week, any crews that went through the course that weren't showing that they were racing their boat when they were miles back like that were given yellow cards, I think. 100 metres to go. They may have an injury in there or a gear breakage or something. Look, a very young looking crew. Could put them out as the coxswain's crew in the coxswain's race. Gosh, the rowers they're getting young rowers into boats these days. Young and small rowers. Rob Waddell at 2 metres tall doesn't mean a thing now. Rowing is getting a sport where it's getting so technical that you can be a wee fella. A tiny little lightweight. You see it in some of the crews. The tiny wee fellas have got just as much punch as the big fellas. So the big boys in rowing are sort of going out the back door. Right, we can get a decent view of them now, so we'll try and pick it up. 9 crews, we'll just check our screen. They're all gone to the start. And we're looking at 2 to go through. So 1, 2, 3 of the outside crews all there together. The inside crews for lanes 2, 3, 4. That's where the action's coming from. So we'll try and pick out the winner for you. Looks like it's coming from lane 4. So it's Otago Girls. So it looks like Otago Girls at this stage. By gosh, there is a lineup though, and we're looking for 2 to go through. And then we go out to the outside, which is the crew from Ashburton. Just on their right-hand shoulder, Oamaru North End. Not much separating all them. Ashburton doing a good job out there, trying to get up into the qualifying spot. And on the left-hand shoulder of Otago Girls is the crew from Craighead with a chance as well. And then we go right down the inside. We go to... I can't see a crew from Villa Maria. Oh, yeah. It's Nelson down on the inside. I cannot see the Villa Maria crew. Obviously didn't get to the start on time or didn't scratch it. Then we go out that far side. We've got Ashburton starting to put a little bit of pressure on the qualifying positions. Oh, I think it's all set up down the inside. We're still going to Otago Girls in the middle. On their left-hand shoulder, Craighead. And then right down the very inside is Nelson. They are the ones that have got a chance of qualifying. We're only looking at 2 to go through. Oh, there's a wee bit of looking around. The Otago Girls not looking around. It's the crews that are in behind them, Craighead and Nelson. Either of these 2 crews have got a chance. At this stage, it's Nelson. Nelson in with a qualifying position. They almost can be in front, Nelson. We're getting a little better look at it now. So it's Otago Girls that's under siege from Craighead. So it's Otago Girls, Nelson down the inside. They may have the lead, they may not have the lead. Oh, here comes Craighead, starting to move on them. They know they've got to be in the first 2 to qualify. Dean and the coaching panel will let them know that they're going to have so many votes behind them. And then from those 3 crews on the inside, we go to Ashburton. They had a chance going through the 1,000. Right shoulder of Ashburton. Oamaru's a couple of links back, another couple of links back to North End. And then there's a couple in the middle. We haven't mentioned Waihopai 2 and Meridian 3. So it's still hanging on to it, Otago Girls. Nelson, look out, Nelson. Here comes Craighead. So this is Otago Girls. We get a better look at it. There's still nothing between Otago Girls and Nelson. Craighead can upset them. Craighead, you'd have to crank from there. So it could be they're getting a little closer, Craighead to Nelson. Let's see this row of boys. It's Otago Girls over Nelson. Otago Girls. Craighead's coming at Nelson with every stroke. Otago Girls are going to get the first buzzer. We're only looking at 2 to go through. Nelson's trying to hang on. Craighead's coming at them. Craighead are pushing now. They're just going a little quicker. Oh, Nelson is trying to put everything in with beef. And they're just holding off. It's down to a canvas. So the buzzer's going to go for Otago Girls. Mike and Matt, another one of your crews through. Half a length back goes Nelson. Half a length back goes Craighead. Unfortunately, they'll be looking for that time. Out the far side, we go to Ashburton. They were in the hunt for a wee way. Oamaru, then we go North End, and in the middle we see the colours of Waihopai and Meridian 3. We'll keep an eye on these times. They have gone through in a 2 minutes 56. If you want to believe that, you can. We'll pick it up when it gets corrected. That second heat is well down through the course. We'll just check our times again. No. North End 2, Meridian 1, Waihopai 1, Canterbury 1, Ashburton 2, St Andrews 1, Villa Maria 1, and Wakatip 2. And we see Canterbury and St Andrews. So Canterbury clearly in front. They'll be the first qualifier. I'm pretty sure St Andrews up into second position, but they are a good 3 to 3.5 lengths away from Canterbury. Then we come down the inside. We're looking at 2 only. So St Andrews could be under siege from the crew from North End. That's the North End number 2 crew down on the inside. They've got a chance of qualifying as well. Then also right on the very top side, Wakatip 2. They've got a chance of qualifying, but they have to go now, Waka. So hanging on to second place at this stage is St Andrews in the middle of the course. Abbey and Gretel in the middle of the course, only just though, because down on the inside, North End, Olivia and Maggie down on the inside are really starting to put in a good challenge to them and almost gone up alongside them. So it could be North End up into second now. Forget about the ones out in front. Failing any accidents, they'll get the first buzzer for the qualifier. That's the crew from Canterbury. And then we go North End. North End clearly gone through into second place now over the crew from St Andrews. St Andrews third. Then we come down top side, it's Marion. On their top side is Waihopai. Then we go on their top side is Ashburton 2. And then there's Villa Maria should be out there. Yeah, that's them just back off the pace a little bit on one of the outside lanes. Oh, Canterbury just worked a little bit hard. You can just see a slight little bit of lugging there. They're looking... Nevertheless, they're out in front, and that's all that counts when you only have to be in the first 2. Must be a good combination because they're quite clear of the rest of the field. The first heat went through in 8:09. So everybody be watching the time to see if they can get in that next fastest time or the next 9 fastest for the B final. Canterbury. Down towards the line, they'll get the buzzer. This is the second heat. The girls under 16 double sculls, race 93 of the regatta. Clearly, they'll have a wee rest to go down around the buoy. So a good row from North End. They will be the next qualifier. And then we go to that St Andrews crew that had a great chance and powering on them. A big row from, looks like you're going to go through to the B final will be the Waihopai crew just inside them, Marion. On the top side, the yellow boat of Wakatips, and then Villa Maria and Ashburton together. Time is going to mean a lot when it comes now. 4:14, so we're going to have to wait for that to be corrected as well. The third heat has Wakatip, Wairea, Waihopai 3, Cromwell, Marion 4, Otago Girls 2, Ashburton 3, North End 3. See the colours of Otago Girls, Danielle and Lily. We can see their colours very prominent in the early rush, or well, we're actually halfway through the race in the second half of the rush, that's for sure. So this can go anyway. We've got Wairea, not right on the inside. We've got Wakatip. Now Wairea's ahead of Wakatip, and ahead of Wairea is the crew from Cromwell. And they are well ahead of the crew from Marion number 4. And then we go out to Otago Girls in the middle of the course, and back off them is the Ashburton crew and North End right on the far side. And that is in the St Hilda's colours. So it's Otago Girls that have the advantage. Who's going to be the next qualifier? It looks like it's going to come from Wairea. Cromwell trying to come with Wairea, but they're just a little bit off at Otago Girls. Wairea, could be Wairea that's even in front. We'll go Wairea. Wairea in front, and they're bringing with them Wakatip. So Otago Girls now looked as if they were going to be in the hunt in that third 500, but Wairea's gone up to them, and now they're really under pressure, Otago Girls from Wakatip, because Wakatip's hanging on to Wairea on the inside. And then we have to go out 3 out. That's Otago girls, that's right on the far side. There's Ashburton and North End. Cromwell moved up alongside Otago girls. So we're now down to Wairau and Cromwell together. Cromwell have got a chance to qualify. Where'd they come from? They came from the middle of the pack. They were right there going through the 1,000. But their second 1,000 is very, very strong. It looked like Wakatip was up into second place, but Cromwell in the middle could even be in second place. Nothing between Wakatip and Cromwell. Targa girls trying to get back into it again now. They had the lead taken off them going through the 1,000. Wairau, who's it going to be? Cromwell. Can Cromwell come home quickly enough? Wakatip as well. Nobody's cranked it up. Come on, we're looking for a qualifier here. There's only going to be 2 that'll go through. Cromwell have taken... Oh, no, there's absolutely nothing between Wakatip and Cromwell. Wairau, look out, Wairau. Cromwell's coming at you. Big pushes, Cromwell. Hands feed. Oh, Wairau's gone. It's Cromwell. It's going to be Cromwell and Wakatip now, the 2 lakes. That's what happens. Cromwell's going to go through and take it. Wakatip, a half a length away is Wakatip. There's your 2 qualifiers. Oh, Wairau will be so disappointed. They had it sewn up. Well, they didn't have it sewn up because Cromwell was coming very quickly and they're bringing Wakatip with them, so it could have gone any way. We'll check the time, and then we go on the top side of Cromwell. We go Meridian. Oh no, Meridian 4, it's 2 back. It's Otago 2. Then we got Ashburton. Then we have Meridian. And then we have Waihopai. Right, the second heat went through in 8:14, so that was slower. And the third heat has gone through in 5:31, so we'll have to wait for that to update as well. Because we then go on to the 4th heat. Burnside, Canterbury 2, St Andrews 2, Waihopai 4, Marion 2, Timaru 1, Ashburton 4 and Columba 1. Just about picked them up for you. We'll just check. It looks very much like that's boys on the... Looks like they've all gone to the start. Should be. And the crew right down on the inside in the Burnside colours, that's the crew that's out in front in this 4th heat of the girls under 16 double scull race 95 of the South Island Junior Championships here on Lake Rui, Tanafa in the Mackenzie country. And Burnside has gone out to a lead. Kate and Sam from Burnside. Christina Blackford is the coach of this crew. And they have got a commanding lead over second in from the outside. It looks like Ashburton colours. In the yellow boat, it's Ashburton on the far side. Top side of them is Columba College number 1, but they're about 3 lengths away from Ashburton. And that's the first 3 at this stage. We're looking for 2 to go through. They've sorted themselves out quite easily. It's down on the inside. It's Burnside with a 4-length advantage over the crew from Ashburton, who in turn have got about 3 lengths advantage over Columba College. And then we come down into the 3 out St Andrews number 2 crew, into the middle of the course Timaru, Marion back off the pace a little bit, and also Canterbury 2. up towards the Gold Boys they go in this fourth heat. We're just going to see if we get an update on that. 8:25, heat 3 went through in 8:25, so that's considerably slower again. Considerably slower, so... But again, like I say, don't take a great deal of notice of times. It's only for when you want to get into that top 9. Burnside, inside the Gold Boys. Ashburton will be the second qualifier. There's no pressure on these two crews at all to qualify. Looks like they're going to do it very easily indeed. And then we go from there, we go 3 to 4 lengths back to Columba College. Back down into the middle of the course we go to St Andrews. And then St Andrews only about a length and a half back. St Andrews we go to Timaru, who have just caught trouble as well. Gosh, there's a few mistakes being made inside the Gold Boys in the last little bit. Burnside gets the buzzer. Gosh, that's a big win, though. That's a huge margin, guys. Ashburton's going to get the second buzzer, so those are your two qualifiers. Everyone else going to look for time. St Andrews, Columba College. Timaru, Meridian and Canterbury, and there's another crew way back there further showing the Waihopai colours. Boys under 16 single, first, second and third to the A final, 4, 5 and 6 to the B final, race 96, Christchurch Boys, Wakatip, Timaru Boys 2, Cromwell, St Andrews, Ashburton, Wakatip 3 and St Bede's. And it looks like Wakatip number 2 crew is out of lane 3. Thank you, Toby. Under 16 single, they've most likely had 4 years rowing, so they should be very confident about how they row their singles under all conditions. Even the big roll as you get on the Dunedin Harbour, you should be able to row an under 16 single. Like I say, 3, 4 years rowing maybe. So we have the dark colours right on the far side. That's the St Bede's sculler. That's Harrison Staples across the far side. And he may have the lead. It's pretty hard to tell because there's also the inside. Christchurch Boys, Harry Galvin for Christchurch Boys down on the inside. Now, what after Harry, we're looking here at 3 crews to go through. Timaru Scullers right there as well. Christchurch Boys in their new uniforms. Timaru, the 3 have sorted themselves out. There's no pressure on any of these 3 at all. So it is Christchurch Boys down the inside. 2 out from him is Timaru number 2 crew. That's Josh Bartlett from, and then right out the far side we have Harrison out on the far side for St Bede's. These 3 crews most likely 10 lengths ahead of anyone else, which is Ashburton, and then on the right shoulder of Ashburton, but another 2 or 3 lengths back is Wakatip, and on the left hand shoulder is the crew from Cromwell. St Andrews Boys way back off the pace from there. Into the Gold Boys under brilliant rowing conditions. The sun has stayed out for this afternoon session and the water has stayed down, considering the breeze looked a little likely to get a little stronger at one stage. And we'll go down. The first qualifier is coming down here from the inside, Christchurch Boys. He will go through the 100-metre buoy line clearly in front over Timaru. It's Timaru number 2, and then out the far side to St Bede's number 1. Gosh, there's a big gap back to Ashburton. Let's see, he'll go through to the B final. So the next 3 up, the B final. Then we go Cromwell, and then we go on the top side of Ashburton, which is Wakatip, and that's the B and the A final sorted. And the St Andrews boy is rowing at home. .808, the fourth heat of the girls under 16 double scull is a wee bit quicker, went home in 8:08. .807 for the single scullers. Second heat has Wakatip, St Thomas of Canterbury, Oamaru, Nelson, Canterbury, Waihopai, Timaru and Roncalli College 2. We see the colours of Canterbury and Timaru. And right down the inside was the Wakatip colours. So it's Canterbury, Timaru and Wakatip as they head through the 1,000 and head down to the 500 to go mark. Wakatip down on the inside, Timaru's right, Canterbury's right in the middle of the course and Timaru just further out from there. These three crews have opened up a huge gap on the rest of the field, which must be St Thomas of Canterbury, Oamaru, Nelson and Roncalli College. So these three crews, not a great deal separating the two outside crews, which is Canterbury and Timaru together. Not a great deal separating those two. I think you'll find the leading crew is Wakatip down on the inside. Another one of John Morrison's boys, Ashton. He's got the lead over Canterbury, and Canterbury's just got a very, very slight margin over Timaru. From Timaru boys. Then we have to go quite a wee way back. We're talking 12 to 15 metres back. We go to St Thomas of Canterbury. In the middle of the course we go to Nelson. I don't see the Oamaru sculler. And we go to Roncalli College. Back off the field a little bit. So down on the inside doing a good job. He will get an idea of where he is. He'll know those two crews over the far side. I just can't see Oamaru, so I'm just wondering what's happened to him. He's most likely scratched. Now there's just a little gap opening up between Timaru now and Canterbury. Wakatip still holding on to the lead. Timaru clearly moved up into second place. And Canterbury back in third place by about a length and a quarter going into the Gold Boys. And the rest of the field, it's chased up by Waihopai. He's up into fourth place. Down the inside, St Thomas of Canterbury. Then we go Nelson. Across the far side we go to Roncalli College, and that's the field. 100 metres to go for Wakatip. Timaru hanging on to the second place. These three crews will all qualify for the final. They'll know who their opposition is now. They'll certainly know who the opposition is in this race, and it's coming from the Wakatip sculler off Lake Hayes there in the Lakes District. Timaru's quite happy to let the crew from Canterbury come up alongside him and now gone and put his nose in front. So Timaru's quite happy to let Canterbury go ahead. He's quite happy to just wind it down a little bit. And there's your three qualifiers. And the three crews for the B final have sorted themselves out as well. It's Nelson, Waihopai, and St Thomas of Canterbury. first heat went through in 8:07. The second heat has gone through in 7:58. So the second heat considerably quicker. The Wakatip Skull is considerably quicker than the first heat. And Wakatip number 4 has been taken out of the third heat with 3 to go through to qualify. St. Thomas of Canterbury 2, Burnside Nelson 2, Wanaka, Timaru 3, Shirley Boys and Roncalli College 1. The regatta is most likely about 5 minutes ahead of time, going by the program. Timaru. And the gold blades of Roncalli College. That's the first 2. Then we come down to Burnside. Burnside up into 3. And then we go from Burnside, we go about 3 lengths back to Nelson 2. Another 2 lengths back to St. Thomas of Canterbury 2. And there should be another one somewhere out further. It looks like Wanaka. Wanaka should be there. Wanaka's just back off the pace a little bit. Also, it looks like Shirley Boys is back off the pace quite a bit. So we go back to the leader, and it's Timaru. Ever since we picked him up, he's been the boy in front over the crew from Burnside. And then we go right out the far side of Roncalli College. There's your 3 that will qualify, barring any capsizes. From there we go to Wanaka and Nelson together in the middle, and down the inside to St. Thomas of Canterbury. He's locked up with those other 2 crews, and Shirley Boy out on the between Timaru and Roncalli College. Oh, he's got his rating right down the Timaru Sculler. He's away down around the 28 mark. I just seen him push a couple of really big ones. He just ripped them into his body. He just wants to keep the boat moving so he can wind it up. So he'll be saving himself for the final. Be interesting the time. I'm pretty sure it's Blake Parker that's out in front. And he's into the gold boys. Burnside, Morgan Fryer for Burnside. He goes into the yellow boys now. And then only about a length behind that we go out to Roncalli College, Alexandra Fitzgerald. So there's your 3 qualifiers. There's no pressure going on from anyone else. Burnside, Nelson. Then we go Nelson and St. Thomas of Canterbury together. They've been together all the way through the course. And then we go back to Shirley Boy and Wanaka. And that's where they've been locked up all together all the way through the course. Timaru, look how long he gets off the end of his handles, this young fella. He just push. He's now just starting to crank it up. He wants to get the heart rate up a wee bit, so he's decided to sprint the last 20 metres. He's still getting right out off the end of the handles. He's getting a very long drive through the water. He gets the buzzer. I'll be interested in the time there for that. There's the second qualifier. Burnside, the second qualifier. And Roncalli College, the third qualifier. And then all of a sudden going through to the Bs will be St. Thomas of Canterbury, Nelson and Wanaka. That third heat's gone through in 8:17, so that's slower again. The girls under 18 coxed 8s. This is the elite class at school level for the big 8-packers, the prestigious boat to row in. This is the boat they all want to row in, either the coxless pair or this boat. Christchurch Girls 2, Rangi 2, Rangiruru 1, St. Margaret's 1, Villa Maria 1. They should go through this course. I'm picking around the under 18, 6, 7, 7:12, somewhere around about there, 7:10, 7:12. They should go through the course. We'll pick them up because they're just about ready to go through the 1,000 metre peg for you. Rangiruru first with the gold hats. 2 Rangiruru crews in the middle. On the right shoulder, St. Margaret's. Oh, St. Margaret's have got the lead over Rangi. Going to the 1,000 metre peg, it wouldn't be much. It would only be tops 3/4 of a length, maybe just a half a length. The number 2 crew to about a length and a half down from that. And then right on the inside from the number 2 crew is the crew from Christchurch Girls number 2 crew. They were about 2 lengths off Rangi's number 2 crew. And out the far side, Villa Maria just feeling the pinch a little bit. Oh no, I got a better look. It's Rangi. It's Rangi 1 that's in front through the 1,000 metre peg. They go. St. Margaret's on the right shoulder, only a half a length down. These 2 crews opened up about 2 lengths over Rangi 2. And then from Rangi 2, there's nothing to go back 2 lengths and there's nothing separating. Villa on the top side and the crew down the inside, Christchurch Girls. So it's Rangi trying to go 1-2. There's not much between Rangi number 2 and St. Margaret's, but Rangi number 1 put the foot down just after they went through the 1,000 metre peg, and they have opened up slightly about a length and a half now over St. Margaret's. St. Margaret's with 3/4 of a length over Rangi 2. Then we go 4 lengths back to the crew from Christchurch Girls High School number 2, and then quite a wee way back to Villa Maria. Rangi, the multicoloured boat, the gold caps, off the Avon River in Christchurch, under the coaching regime of Rangiruru coaching team. I think Gary Hay has a lot to do with this gang, the Rangi gang. Somebody will tap me on the shoulder and say I've got that wrong, but they can't because they're not allowed out of their bubble. So Rangi 1 over St. Margaret's. Rangi 2 just starting to feel the pinch a little bit now. The under-18 girls 8 setting themselves up for Mardi Cup. Mardi Cup victory. I'm sure the coaching panel in Rangi will be just doing seat racing here with these 2 crews. They'll be wanting the top crew to go to Mardi Cup and put in all the challenges to the top North Island crews. St. Margaret's can't hang on to Rangi. They really poiled it on just after they're gone. They're most likely about 800 out, and they really pushed it hard for about a dozen strokes. And they just opened up that gap from St. Margaret's. St. Margaret's haven't got any closer to them. Rangi haven't got any further away. The damage was done just after the 1,000. So Rangi will go through and take it. Be interesting the time because the times have been quite quick. I reckon around the 7:10, 7:12 mark. But it could be a lot different from that. Rangiruru down towards the line. They go. They're about a length and 3/4 clear of St. Margaret's, who in turn are 2.5 clear of Rangi 2. And a distance back to Christchurch Girls 2 and 3 or 4 lengths back to Villa Maria. So there's the under-18s. There's 2 heats. The first 4 go through. So we've got Rangi 1, Rangi 2, St. Margaret's, and it looks like Christchurch Girls are going to go through as well. And you'll find that the crew from Villa Maria is going to have to look at time. They have gone through in... No, they can't give us a time. We'll immediately go back up and pick up the second heat, which has Rangi 3, St. Margaret's 2, Christchurch Girls 1, Craighead 1 and Wairau 1. And as they go through towards the 1,000 metre peg, the only crew to drop off is the outside crew and one in from the inside. So St. Margaret's 2, about a length off the leading bunch, and Wairau just feeling the pinch on the far side. So it's come down to Rangiruru 3, Christchurch Girls 1 and Craighead in the middle of the course. We'll get an idea as they go through the 1,000 metre peg, as they line up behind them. They line up the last race of the day. The boys under 18 coxed 8s are being put into the starting blocks, so the regatta's going to finish ahead of time. It's going to start 5 minutes earlier than the advertised time. So congratulations, guys, for getting on the water and getting up to the start. A big congratulations to Justin Wall, Barry Clydesdale and the team at the starting panel. That's unbelievable. Running the last race away 5 minutes before its start time. So we go back and get the leaders now, and it is the crew on the far side. It looked like Wairau was starting to slip off, but Wairau's right in the firing line. I might have been looking at the wrong crew. It's on the left. It's Craighead that was slipped off a little bit. Oh, there's not much between Wairau and Craighead, so it's the crew from Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls are the crew that's taken the lead out of those three that were in the middle. Then we go Rangi 3's just feeling the pinch ever so slightly. Margie's 2's ahead of them, but it's Christchurch Girls number 1. Greenwood in the cox seat, guiding them along, clear of the rest of the field by a good 2.5 lengths. Right-hand shoulder to them is Craighead. Left-hand shoulder is St. Margie's 2, but ahead of St. Margie's 2 is Rangi 3. And then we go out the far side to the 2 locked together. Craighead, Wairau just behind Craighead on the far side. The first heat has gone through in 6:43, so the times are very, very quick. A 6:43 for the women's under 18-8 is pretty quick. Christchurch Girls number 1. Through the 500 they go. Christchurch Girls in front. No challenges coming whatsoever. I think moved up into second is Rangi. Rangi Ruru number 3 crew. They might have moved up into second, but they're a good 3 to 4 lengths away from the leading crew that is just sitting pat right out in front, ready to hit the goal, boys. Wairau, there's still no distance between Wairau and Craighead on the far side. All these crews in behind the leader are all locking horns with each other. Rangi down the inside. Then we go Margie's 2. Then we go the outside, Craighead and Wairau together. Craighead with a slight advantage over Wairau, and St. Margaret's with a slight advantage over Rangi 3. That's St. Margaret's 2, but it is Christchurch Girls still with a 3-length advantage. I think Craighead Dyson has moved up into second place. They're bringing Wairau with them, so these 2 crews on the outside are slightly ahead of the 2 inside crews. Down towards the 100-metre buoy line, Christchurch Girls. Too good for this field. They'll join Rangi Ruru in the fast lanes tomorrow. Craighead will get one of the fast lanes as well. They will be there. Wairau's come with Craighead. We're looking at 4 crews to go through. And then the other one, is it going to be St. Margaret's? Is it going to be Margie's 2, or is it going to be Rangi 3 that go through? At this stage, they're locked together. It may be Rangi 3. We're looking for one more qualifier. Is it going to be Rangi 3 or St. Margaret's 2? So Margaret's 2 trying to pick up Rangi 3. Oh, there's only about a foot difference between the 2 crews. Rangi is going to hang on to it. St. Margaret's can't close. Rangi's starting to go out now to a canvas. And Rangi, number 3, is the fourth qualifier. So it looks like Rangi will have 3 crews in the final of the girls under 18. Race 101. It's the last race of the day. The men's under 18 coxed 8s, the big Marty Cuppers, all come back and do it tomorrow. We have got 9 crews. We'll just see who's in and who's out. It looks like St. Andrews. Looks like St. Andrews out of lane 4 is out. So we've got Wairau, St. Bede's, Canterbury, Christchurch Boys, St. Andrews 3, Shirley Boys, St. Andrews 1. There are 2 crews been scratched. St. Bede's number 2 crew. Congratulations to everyone that's been on the water today. It's been brilliant. Guys, we've got this race away 5 minutes ahead of time. So it's 3 in from the inside. That's the crew showing gold colours. Oh, gold colours, Canterbury. It looks like Canterbury in its first 300 or 400 metres. It looks like Canterbury. By gosh. 1, 2, 3. No, there is a crew ahead of Canterbury. Don't get too excited, Cashmere, because there's a crew next out from Canterbury. That's Christchurch Boys. St Andrews not there, so it's Christchurch Boys that has the lead, coming towards the 1,000 metre peg from Canterbury. Then we go out to St Bede's 2, right on the very far side. Where's Bede's 1? 2 down and from the inside. Oh, St Bede's number 2 crew's ahead of their number 1 crew, because their number 1 crew's back off the pace by about 2 or 3 lengths already going through the 1,000 metre peg. Well ahead of them is Wairau. We go back to the middle of the course. It's Christchurch Boys. Christchurch Boys that's in front. Oh, they're swinging along beautifully. Christchurch Boys. Right out on the far side, Bede's number 2 crew. They're trying to bring with them St Andrews number 1 crew. Bede's number 2 crew's ahead of St Andrews 1. Then there's a big drop off to St Andrews number 3 crew. Where's Shirley Boys? I can't see Shirley Boys as well, so maybe they're not there as well. So we go back to the leader. Christchurch Boys over Canterbury on their left shoulder. Oh, Shirley Boys are way back down the lake. Must have had gear failure. That's what we say anyway. Wairau up into 4th place. It's in the middle of the course. It's Christchurch Boys. Christchurch Boys over Canterbury. I would say there's about a length's difference between those 2 crews. Wairau's about 3 to 4 lengths back from there, and Wairau's locked up with the St Bede's number 2 crew. Right on the far side, we have to go 2 to 3 lengths back to St Andrews 1. A long way back to St Andrews 3. Shirley Boys way back, and also back there with them is the crew from St Bede's 1. And then there's a crew way back. You almost think they're in a secret race of their own, and I can't pick up their colours. I think it's the Shirley Boys crew. So they head down inside this last 500. Christchurch Boys, ever since we've picked them up, have been in front. Canterbury have stuck to them. This is a great row from Cashmere. It just shows that the smaller schools can match it with the bigger schools. So Cashmere would only be 3/4 of a length down over this Christchurch Boys crew. It might even be less than that. It might only be about a half a length down. Then for 3rd place, we've got Wairau. Wairau are about 4 lengths off of these leading off Cashmere. Oh, yeah. Christchurch Boys have got a good length and a half over Cashmere. Then we go 4 lengths back to Wairau. Then we go 2 or 3 lengths back to Bede's 2 across the far side, just inside them. St Andrews 1, they are about 5 lengths back. This is certainly not their top 8s. Somebody's not showing their hands at this regatta. I tell you now, St Andrews aren't showing their hands, and St Bede's aren't showing their hands at this regatta. Christchurch Boys, where's Christ College? Numerous times won the Mardi Cup, not even out there. So there's a bit of cat and mouse going on here, guys, I can tell you. Christchurch Boys, in the meantime, they'll go down as the winners of the heat on the 2020 Junior South Island Championships over Canterbury. A length and a half clear. 3 lengths back to Wairau. Another 3 lengths back to St Bede's across the far side. That's their 2 crew. St Andrews, St Bede's down the inside. St Andrews and Shirley Boys. They've got problems from the Shirley Boys boat by the look of it. They've got steering problems in Shirley Boys boat. That's the way the under-18s are, but you haven't seen the best of the under-18s yet. You wait to Mardi Cup. We've got St Bede's that'll have a powerful 8. You've got St Andrews, who will have a powerful 8 that went so well at the New Zealand Rowing Championships. They got 4th in the Senior 8 at the New Zealand Rowing Championships, St Andrews. And you've also got Christ College. So you've got Christchurch Boys, St Andrews, Christ College and St Bede's that'll have better 8s than that when it comes to Mardi Cup. That's it, guys. I take it we come back at 8 o'clock in the morning, but don't count that as official. You'll have to take a look at the rowing site to see. I'm sure they'll be wanting to finish a wee bit earlier tomorrow, so they may even start at up past 7. But again, that's not official. Take a look at your site or where you get your information from.